Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. Looking at the scorpion standing up again. Deidara frowned. Senior, are you okay? But the scorpion at this moment did not answer his words. Just standing silently in front of Sasuke, and there is this Sasuke's chakra thread on his body. This is obviously controlled by Sasuke. But what Kimimaro couldn't understand was that Sasuke squatted on the ground just now, as if he had done something. Only Sasuke knows exactly what he did. Sasuke looked at the repaired heart. Although the heart was repaired, it didn't beat. Only when the chakra thread controls the puppet will the scorpion's heart beat again, because of the chakra infused into it. Now the will of the scorpion is gone, leaving only a body that can be controlled by Sasuke at will. Feeling the ability possessed by the scorpion puppet, the corners of Sasuke's mouth raised slightly. 527. Sure enough, as Sasuke thought, keeping the heart of the scorpion is equivalent to making a humanoid puppet. The most important thing about humanoid puppets is that they can use the abilities in front of them. Of course, Scorpion's ability in life was not what Sasuke valued. What Sasuke values is whether the humanoid puppet of Scorpion can be established, because once the idea is feasible, then it also means that Sasuke can make good use of another thing. This thing has been carried by Sasuke for a long time, and he has never found a suitable opportunity to use it. This thing is Sharingan. Sharingan by Uchiha Sasuke. If this eye is transplanted to Sasuke himself, there is absolutely no need for that. But it would be a pity if it was left in vain, and at the moment when he mastered the scorpion puppet technique, Sasuke thought of this method. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes can be exploited using puppetry. Now Sasuke only has one Sasuke's eye in his hand, but even one Sharingan is enough. Sasuke raised his hand and threw out a scroll, which landed directly on Scorpion's body. The next second, the scorpion suddenly disappeared and was directly put into the scroll. Sasuke grabbed the scroll in his hand and threw it directly into the Bracer King. He turned to look in Deidara's direction. At this moment Deidara was standing on the back of the big white bird. Watching Sasuke look to the side, he suddenly felt the hairs all over his body stand up instantly. Horrible. This guy is a monster. The senior was actually easily killed by the opponent. And that's not a big deal. The most critical issue is, this guy has even mastered the puppet art of the scorpion. This is simply a monster. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can copy ninjutsu, and everyone knows that. But I have never heard that even secret arts can be copied. Now Deidara is full of fear and can't understand how Sasuke did it. And the scorpion is dead, facing two people by himself. He will definitely not be able to fight. Now the only option is to run away. Thinking of this, Deidara prepares to flee. But the next second a familiar voice sounded, and Deidara suddenly looked to the sides. Puppet. 9 puppets flew directly from a distance, slashing at him with sickles in their hands. Deidara dodged the attack with ease. But in the next second, a thunderbolt condensed into 1,000 copies instantly pierced through the big white bird under his feet. Deidara, who fell from the sky, quickly got up. But the next second came Kimimaro's voice. Do you still want to escape? You can't escape now. Hearing this, Deidara slid off in cold sweat, looked up at Sasuke who was approaching, and controlled the puppet to fall from the sky. Surrounding him seemed to prevent him from escaping. Deidara looks at Sasuke. Damn, kill if you want. Don't try to humiliate me. Hearing this, Sasuke shook his head. No. I never thought of humiliating my enemies. Or that there is no one worth Sasuke deliberately humiliating or something. Only Sasuke looked at Deidara. I've been thinking about a question. Is your technique considered a secret technique or a blood succession limit? Hearing such a sentence suddenly, Deidara didn't quite understand what Sasuke wanted to do. Shueji Jejue is a combination of various chakra nature transformations, usually completed directly in the body, directly forming a brand new chakra. And your technique seems to be unable to be used directly. You must use a substance. As he said that, Sasuke picked up the spider that was made of detonating clay that was restricted by lightning style and could not explode. Look at the spider in your hand. This thing should be a change of earth style. Hearing this, Deidara frowned. What exactly are you trying to say? My technique, whether it is a blood succession limit or a secret technique, does it matter? Sasuke nodded. Of course it matters. Then he carefully looked at the detonating clay in his hand. Earth attribute nature transformation plus thunder attribute nature transformation. This is the explosion style. And if it's true explosion style, then your chakra itself is fraught with danger. It can explode on direct touch. Why is it necessary to use this method to exert the power of the blood succession limit? Isn't gymnastics the direction you should go? Hearing this, Deidara's complexion changed several times. But Sasuke suddenly smiled. I have a guess. Perhaps it can be explained. Said Sasuke dropped the clay spider in his hand, then looked at Deidara. You do have the blood succession limit of explosion style, but it may not be complete, or you can't master it perfectly. The moment this sentence was finished, Deidara's eyes changed, looking at Sasuke in great surprise. From the looks of it, Sasuke guessed right. But you changed another method to use your blood inheritance limit. Reality created this special clay using earth style, then mixed into lightning style chakra. Manufacturing it into special clay with the power of explosion style, and then changing it into various shapes and manipulating it, you can achieve long-distance blasting. After talking about 4.0, Deidara felt as if his body had no strength, and his secret was discovered. How did you know? Of course it was a guess, but Sasuke smiled and replied, you don't need to know that. Looks like I was right. That's why the clay bomb you made can't explode when facing lightning style, because when you mix lightning style chakra into it, if it explodes, your hands will be useless. MJU4 NDA 2 NTC 3 ODM 1 NDQY and DMW smiley face. If you look at it this way, your explosion style is very special. It doesn't exactly belong to the blood succession limit, but it's more like a secret technique. Deidara didn't want to hear any more now. So what? What do you want to do? Do what? If it's the secret technique and not the limit of blood succession, then Sasuke has the confidence to master it. Listening to what Sasuke said so much, it can be said that the secret of the alchemy seems to have been fully explained. But Kimimaro was a little confused. Master Sasuke said so much. What is he trying to do? Sasuke walked towards Deidara and motioned for Kimimaro to back off. Deidara looked at Sasuke, who was approaching, and at the same time looked at the bomb planted in his sight. Looking at Sasuke's position, 2 more steps, it's almost to my bomb location. Thinking about waiting until Sasuke stepped on his mine and was hit by a sudden explosion. And he can take advantage of this opportunity to detonate all the bombs around. Then the time to escape can be created. Thinking of this, Deidara is already secretly making birds with explosive clay. It's so convenient to wait for the first time to escape. But in the next second, lightning suddenly appeared beside Sasuke. The black thunder spread to the ground in an instant, and then spread rapidly in all directions. A huge power grid actually locked all the bombs buried in the ground around him. The thunder and lightning turned into 1,000 roots, directly piercing the ground and hitting his detonating clay, so that all these bombs cannot be detonated. Deidara, who was about to raise his hands to detonate the bomb, froze. Kr. Seeing Sasuke casually abort all his bombs with lightning style, Deidara's face was very gloomy. How did this guy find out he had a bomb buried in the ground? Deidara without bombs is like a tiger without teeth. Deidara quickly started to remake the bomb, but what Sasuke wanted was Deidara's action. Mangekyo Sharingan watched Deidara's chakra flow carefully. Deidara's modified hands have mouths, which can make detonating clay more quickly. However, the faster he made it, the clearer Sasuke could see. Sasuke probably understood the process of injecting the explosive clay into the lightning-style chakra to form the explosion-style chakra. Clay doppelganger. This time, Deidara made a clone, watching the detonating clay transformed into Deidara, rushing towards Sasuke one after another. It seems that the purpose of these clones is not to kill Sasuke, but to confuse the public. All Deidara's mind is running away now. He already knows that he may not be able to defeat Sasuke. In the one-on-one situation, he still has ideas, but there is a Kimimaro next to the one-on-two. Deidara doesn't think she's so lucky. Swish, swish, swish. Several thunderbolts burst out from Sasuke's body in succession, and the black thunder directly fixed these detonating clay clones in an instant. It also prevents them from exploding. Sasuke looked at Deidara, who looked more and more nervous and anxious. The only question now is how to make the detonating clay. Sasuke glanced at Deidara's pocket of explosive clay under his shirt. The corners of the mouth rose slightly. In the next second, Sasuke's lightning style instantly activated, and the black thunder flashed. The roar suddenly sounded. The moment Deidara heard the voice, he reacted suddenly, but it was too late by this time. Sasuke came behind him and snatched the bag on his right. Then jump away and not attack Deidara. And Deidara glanced at Sasuke suspiciously. What are you doing? Sasuke ignored him and grabbed a handful of clay from it. Feel the earth-style chakra in clay. I see. Now it is more clear how detonating clay is made. Looking at Deidara in front of him, Sasuke smiled. Is this your explosion style? Hearing this, Deidara frowned. Do you think you have learned the puppet technique of Senior Scorpion, so you want to try to master my explosion style as well? Idiot. This is the ability of blood succession boundary. If you want to master it, it is simply impossible. Impossible? If it is the real explosion style, then it is indeed not so easy to master. Blood succession boundary requires the fusion of two kinds of chakra at the same time. Turn it into a new kind of chakra. In essence, it is completely two concepts with ninjutsu. One is just a technique, while the other is a change in energy. So it's not something that can be copied by Sharingan. But priming clay is different. Although it can be regarded as using the power of explosion style, it is only done by tricks. Since Deidara can play tricks, so can Sasuke. Just make this clay of yours and mix it in lightning-style chakra soon. Sasuke smiled. However, Deidara pouted, thinking that it was as simple as what he said, but making clay alone was not so easy. First of all, if the earth-style nature transformation is not passed, it is impossible to complete, and secondly, if the mixing ratio of chakra is not well grasped, it is impossible to succeed. Just when Deidara was about to open his mouth to mock Sasuke for his whimsical idea, suddenly Sasuke raised his hand to form a seal, although it was just a simple seal of a sun, but in the next second Sasuke suddenly opened his mouth. Just spit out a ball of white clay. Seeing this scene, Deidara was completely stunned. How is it possible, this? Even his detonating clay needs to be mixed with clay and earth-style chakra. 027. And how could Sasuke directly use earth-style nature transformation to directly create the detonation point? Is this guy's grasp of earth-style nature transformation stronger than his own? Now Sasuke's earth-style nature transformation has reached the 3rd level. It is not difficult to directly use earth-style to gather soil in the mouth, and this is also the use of earth-style soil flow wall. For Sasuke's talents, it is easy to intercept a part of the mud flow wall. Looking at the explosive clay in his hand, Sasuke smiled at Deidara. Then lightning style exploded instantly. Black lightning style was mixed into it. There is no need to chew directly. With the top nature transformation of Sasuke lightning style, even this can easily imitate the process of mixing demi grown into chakra. Raise your hands to print. The detonating clay in his hand quickly transformed into Sasuke's appearance. This part should be mixed with transformation technique. The detonating clay itself can actually be regarded as a group of chakra, so as long as it is your own chakra, it is not difficult to let it use clone technique or transformation technique. Now Sasuke feels that he has not only successfully mastered the detonating clay, but also seems to have seen the essence of ninjutsu. Congratulations to the host, the secret technique of success, detonating clay craftsman. Looking at the explosive clay clone made by Sasuke, Deidara froze in place. Staring blankly at Sasuke, he seemed a little confused. Why did Sasuke learn his technique so easily? You have to know that in order to bring out the power of explosion style in this way, he spent an untold amount of painstaking effort to be able to succeed. But now Uchiha Sasuke just took a few glances and imitated it so simply. Swish swish. Suddenly 2 clones of Sasuke jumped over. But at this moment, Deidara's reaction was a bit slow and he didn't escape immediately. Boom. The 2 clones suddenly exploded. The power of the explosion caused Deidara, who jumped back to dodge, to be affected as well. The whole person even rolled directly on the ground. The power of the explosion far exceeds that of Deidara's detonating clay clone. Deidara rolled a few times on the ground, stood up quickly with dust from the explosion on his face. A face turned into a big picture, but at the moment there is no time to care about it so much. Staring at the huge crater formed by the explosion in front of him. This power, how could it be so strong? Deidara looked up at Sasuke. He doesn't understand why Sasuke's detonating clay is more powerful than his. What's the matter? And Sasuke was also a little surprised, but soon understood the key. My own Earth-style nature transformation is level 3. This level of nature transformation, it can be said that even the 2-day scale Inoki may not reach it. They may have mastered the nature transformation of Earth-style, but they have further improved the nature transformation. It can be said that Kage-level ninjas may have 2 levels of nature transformation in their best evasion technique. But the 3rd level is completely untouched by them. In other words, even Kage-level ninjas don't have the concept of enhancing the power of nature transformation. So I don't know at all, let alone want to practice further. And Sasuke knows that nature transformation can continue to improve because of the system. So it will be upgraded. Meanwhile, Lightning Style's nature transformation received a top 5. The Lightning Style chakra integrated into the detonating clay. In order to control the proportion, Sasuke only used the power of the 3rd level Lightning Style nature transformation. Compared to Deidara, the 2 nature transformations are probably only at the 1st level. So the power gap between the 2 naturally came. Even with the same amount of chakra and the same technique, the power of Sasuke's detonating clay is more than 10 times that of Deidara, or even stronger. Why is your technique able to produce an explosion of this magnitude? No. Impossible. Detonating clay is my masterpiece. Even if you master it, it is absolutely impossible to surpass me. Deidara seems to be in a state of madness now. There were even bloodshot eyes. Grabbing a handful of explosive clay with both hands, Deidara stared at Sasuke. No, absolutely not. Only I can display the true power of my masterpiece. Saying that, Deidara started to recreate the clay bomb. Birds were thrown from Deidara's hands one by one. Watch the birds galloping by. Sasuke raised his hand to make another mudra, spit out a series of raindrops of clay, and shot towards Deidara's direction. However, the clay spit into the air has not yet been integrated into the lightning-style chakra. Deidara doesn't understand what Sasuke is doing? Just use clay to block his attack? But then the thunder that burst out of thin air swept straight up in an instant, hitting the shot clay. The lightning-style chakra fusion is done directly in the air. At the same time, Sasuke's knot seal is also completed. It's just a little transformation technique. Clay bombs of different sizes and shapes have different proportions of chakra. Although this requires a lot of experiments to be able to debug the ratio. But for me, I just need to do a little calculation in my heart, and I can complete or even omit this process directly. As Sasuke said, the clay in the air immediately began to deform. It directly transforms into a shuriken form. Looking at Sasuke's changing shapes with clay, it was completely different from what Deidara had in mind. Deidara likes to turn it into an animal so that the bomb can have a tracking effect. However, Sasuke does not seem to intend to use this idea. Instead, it is directly changed into a harder shape so that the speed will become faster. Boom boom boom. Clay shuriken and clay birds. Colliding with each other, a series of explosions are produced instantly. The shock wave formed by the explosion quickly swept towards the surroundings. Deidara looked at the explosion that he was completely suppressed in the air. His eyes moved slightly. This guy's detonating clay power is really much stronger than mine. Why is that? Swish! Suddenly a white Kanapo exploded into smoke and shot straight towards him. Deidara backed away quickly. Kunai instantly hit the rock behind him, but what surprised Deidara even more was that this instant kunai was like a heavy hammer, instantly piercing through the rock. Looking at the shattered stones, Deidara's eyes locked on the clay. Next second, boom! The explosion appeared directly, and the terrifying power instantly engulfed everything within 2 meters around. The air seemed to flow backwards and then burst out suddenly. Deidara was directly blown away by the shock wave of the explosion. Landing. Deidara didn't have time to roll over. In the next second, big white snakes suddenly appeared around him, wrapping around his body directly. The swift white snake entangled Deidara tightly, and the terrifying entanglement made Deidara feel extremely desperate. This white boa constrictor is also made of detonating clay, so there is no doubt that it can also explode, and its power may be even more amazing. Sasuke's footsteps sounded. Deidara looked into the smoke, Sasuke walking slowly through the smoke. Look at him. Amazing. The skill of detonating clay is very good, but it seems that it doesn't really exert its power in your hands. Hearing that, Deidara's eyes narrowed slightly. The art that he was proud of was actually buried by him. Sasuke is right, this guy's kick king is amazing. At the same time, the way of making the detonating clay is even more amazing. It is done directly and instantly, and it still needs a tedious process. It seems that this technique is indeed buried in his own hands. But Deidara looked at Sasuke, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Perhaps you are indeed the one who can make my detonating clay unleash its real power, but I won't just admit defeat like this. Let you see my last ultimate art. Although entangled by the white snake, Deidara had already prepared for the worst. He threw a lump of clay into the mouth of his chest long before he started fighting with Sasuke, ready to explode at any moment. Next, I will show you what is the ultimate art. Deidara laughed and activated chakra in her body, ready to explode. Art. It's Patrick. However, Sasuke looked at Deidara's appearance and laughed. If you want to blow yourself up, why not? Give me your body. Maybe I can let you use another way to make your art remembered by the entire ninja world. The black rod shot from Sasuke's hand and the next second directly penetrated Deidara's chest. At the same time, the lightning also erupted from Sasuke's other hand and shot directly towards Udala. Lightning style plus the dual power of the black stick. Deidara's self-destruction was directly suspended. Feeling that the chakra in the body quickly returned to calm, and it was completely out of control and completely unable to mobilize. Deidara stared at Sasuke with wide eyes. Lightning style wasn't enough to completely stop his self-destruct, but this strange hidden weapon suppressed his chakra. What is this? Looking at Sasuke, blood slowly dripped from the corner of Deidara's mouth. Consciousness gradually blurred. Deidara didn't understand what Sasuke meant by letting the whole ninja world remember his art in another way. Swish! The blade sliced across his throat and sealed it. Blood spilled wildly. Sasuke slowly retracted the Kusanagi sword, and the detonating white snake also slowly disappeared. 867 plop. Deidara fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Sasuke looked at Deidara on the ground. Just use your body to test it. Kimimaro, who came over, was a little curious when he heard Sasuke's words. What experiment does Sasuke-sama want to use Deidara's body for? And Master Sasuke just mastered this guy's technique with ease. Why? How exactly is this done? Scorpion before, Ditienla now. Both of Sasuke's skills are easy to learn, and both of them seem to be better at using them. Is this the talent of Sasuke-sama? Whether it is the blood succession limit or the secret technique, it can be easily mastered. If this is the case, then wouldn't Master Sasuke be able to master the blood succession limit if he wanted to learn the blood succession limit? Master Sasuke, do you want to take this guy's body away? Kimimaro asked. Sasuke nodded, yeah. Use the scroll to take it away. I'll try to make him a puppet later. Puppet? Kimimaro nodded. Kimimaro was also very curious about the puppet technique that Sasuke had just mastered. BCBC, what would it look like if Deidara was made into a puppet? Is there any difference in making people into puppets? Kimimaro asked curiously. Of course it's different. Sasuke smiled. If it's a normal puppet technique, it's just manipulating the puppet, plus the mechanism on the puppet is hard to defend, but the humanoid puppet is different. If it is successfully produced, it can retain the ability of the other party. When it comes to this, Kimimaro fully understands. Then it's no wonder Master Sasuke wants to make the opponent into a puppet. And Master Sasuke has already learned Deidara's ability. Why did he deliberately make Deidara into a puppet? Although Kimimaro was a little curious about this question, he didn't continue to ask. Hastily sealed Deidara's body and prepared to take it away. The reason why Sasuke wanted to make Deidara's puppet, of course, was not for Deidara's ability. It's for experimentation, and if it works, then the next step is for Sasuke to make Uchiha Sasuke's puppet. Sasuke's Sharingan also comes into play. Sasuke clicked on the system and looked at the two techniques he had just mastered. There is also a new column on the system panel. Secret Technique. Red Secret Technique Puppet Technique. Small Success. Detonating Clay Proficient. Looking at the two newly mastered techniques, Sasuke nodded in satisfaction. The level of puppet art is relatively good, thanks to Sia, the master of puppet art, accompanying him to practice. And if the level of detonating clay wants to be improved, it seems that the only way to further increase the level is to continuously make detonating clay. I have completed the task of the system. So that means you will get an opportunity to develop an S-rank ninjutsu. There was a gleam in Sasuke's eyes. At the same time, the system prompt also appeared. Congratulations to host, successfully mastered puppet art and detonating clay. Acquired, 1 opportunity to develop S-level ninjutsu in Ninjutsu Lab. Whether to use now. An opportunity to develop ninjutsu is still an opportunity to develop S-level ninjutsu. Now Sasuke has to think carefully about what new ninjutsu to develop. It would be too wasteful to use such a precious opportunity to develop the ordinary 5 elements escape technique. Sasuke looked at the system panel, his own yin and yang escaped above. Using yin dun or yang dun, or directly using yin yang dun to develop ninjutsu, is the real horror. While Sasuke was thinking, suddenly Kimimaro stood up, his expression became a little dignified. Looking behind Sasuke, the bone blade appeared instantly when he raised his hand. In the next second, white zetsu slowly drilled out. Exposing most of his body, he clapped his hands. What a terrifying talent. I never thought that Mr. Sasuke could solve these two guys so easily. And he also learned their skills, by the way. As expected of the scariest monster in the ninja world. Hearing White Zetsu's voice, Sasuke was slightly taken aback. No wonder Sasuke felt strange sights from the very beginning. But I can't feel where it's coming from. Look back at White Zetsu. Sasuke looked at him so. Obito is trying to kill me. Listening to Sasuke's question, White Zetsu felt a little strange, as if Sasuke knew something. But he didn't answer Sasuke's question. Just raised his hand and threw a letter to Sasuke. Someone asked me to give it to you. Mr. Sasuke, I don't know if you are still a member of the Akatsuki organization. Sasuke accepted the letter with a smile and asked back, what do you think? White Zetsu nodded and understood. As he spoke, he slowly dived back into the ground. Kimimaro frowned. Master Sasuke, did we just let him go? He was here just now, so didn't he see you? Hearing this, Sasuke waved his hand. Don't worry, since it has seen it, its body has already known it. It doesn't matter whether you kill it or not. Said Sasuke opened the envelope in his hand, opened it, and took a look at the contents inside. And the first sentence made Sasuke's expression freeze. At the same time, the system beeps. Looking at the system interface in front of him, Sasuke was stunned. Unexpectedly, the last fateful event 3 turned out to be a battle with Uchiha Itachi. At first, Sasuke thought that after fighting Itachi, he would no longer fight. However, I didn't expect that I still couldn't escape. Is this Subien? Sasuke shook his head helplessly. The content of Itachi's letter to Sasuke is very simple, that is, 2 points. The first point is that he is ready. At the same time, I hope that Sasuke can reign in the precipice and leave the Akatsuki organization. At the same time, it is best not to continue to catch the tail beast. In a word, the Akatsuki organization is not something that Sasuke can control. However, Sasuke smiled lightly at this. I'm afraid you are the one who doesn't know what the Akatsuki organization wants to do. Itachi. The second point of the letter is to invite Sasuke to a certain place to meet again, and hope that help will go no matter what. Between the lines indicated that he wanted to make an end to Sasuke. After reading it, Sasuke raised his hand and the lightning flowed, immediately igniting the paper. Master Sasuke. Kimimaro was a little worried seeing Sasuke's face was not quite right, and suddenly he was a little curious about the content of this letter. It's all right. Let's go. Seeing that Sasuke didn't want to say anything, Kimimaro couldn't continue asking. Shall we go to Kirigakure next? Hearing this, Sasuke shook his head and looked in a certain direction. Go meet someone. Meet someone? Who? My big brother. Sasuke-sama's big brother. Kimimaro glanced at Sasuke in surprise, but then quickly thought of Uchiha Itachi. Yes, Master Sasuke also has a big brother. And this big brother is also a member of the Akatsuki organization, codenamed Vermilion Bird. Kimimaro was a little worried whether there would be any problems when the two met this time. But thinking about the last time Uchiha Itachi came to see Sasuke, it was not very serious. Kimimaro also heaved a sigh of relief. But there was always a bad feeling about it. The two rushed towards the place agreed upon by Uchiha Itachi. The distance is not too far, and Sasuke arrived at the location of Uchiha Itachi in just half a day. Here's a huge house that looks reasonably good. The door was pushed halfway open, leaving the other half open, and it was pitch black from the outside. Sasuke looked at the door of the house, which seemed to be where the original commander and Itachi fought. It seems that fate cannot escape after all, but what Sasuke doesn't understand is why Itachi still wants to meet him this time. The last meeting should have made Itachi understand that it is impossible to defeat him with his strength. Wait for me outside. No matter what happens, don't interfere. After Sasuke gave his orders, he was ready to go in. However, at this moment Kimimaro looked up at Sasuke. Master Sasuke, be careful. Don't worry, I am now. No one in the ninja world can kill me. After speaking, Sasuke turned around and pushed the other door open with one hand, and then directly entered it. The room was pitch black and nothing could be seen. And Sasuke didn't need to look, because Itachi was sitting in the center, and his expression was very gloomy at the moment. Looking at Sasuke who came in, Itachi raised his head and raised his eyelids weakly. Then glanced at Sasuke. Here you come, Sasuke. Listen to Itachi's hoarse voice. Sasuke was stunned for a moment. It seems that the current Itachi is in a bad physical condition. It shouldn't be. Itachi's body can't be so bad at this time point. At the same time, his Mangekyo Sharingan should not have been used to the point of going blind. How could it become like this? Just when Sasuke was about to ask Itachi, he stood up straight away, looking at Sasuke. Sasuke, are you planning to leave the Akatsuki organization? Hear the question. Sasuke sighed helplessly. That's right. To be precise, I have left the Akatsuki organization. I didn't take Eight Tails and Erway with me. The leader already understands it very well. I also took Deidara and Scorpion to deal with me. Itachi smiled. Those two guys shouldn't trouble you. Solved. By the way, I also learned their skills. When Itachi's expression froze for a moment. Looking at Sasuke very surprised, Itachi also knows that Sharingan can copy ninjutsu, but what Sasuke copied is secret art and blood succession limit. Can such a thing really be done? Impossible. How did this kid do it? But thinking of Sasuke's terrifying talent, what may be impossible for ordinary people may be possible for Sasuke. Thinking of this, Itachi smiled in relief. Ask for flowers. It is his pride to have such an outstanding younger brother anyway. Sasuke, your talent is outstanding, perhaps even comparable to the legendary Uchiha Madara. Even, Big Brother believes in you and is better than him. Hearing Itachi claim to be Big Brother, Sasuke felt that Itachi didn't seem to want to fight with himself today. Go back to Konoha. Sasuke, if you are willing to return to Konoha, I can tell you a more important secret about the Uchiha clan, which will allow you to evolve your Sharingan to a stronger level. Hearing this, Sasuke probably understood. Itachi wants to use power to lure his own back to Konoha. But Sasuke already knew Itachi's so-called secret, or a stronger way to make Sharingan evolve. You must be referring to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Hearing that, the smile on Itachi's face disappeared. He stared blankly at Sasuke. How could you? Maybe the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is a way to evolve, but it's not the only one, Sasuke said. Raising his hand, Sasuke opened his eyelids, revealing his complete Sharingan. My Sharingan, Even if you don't need to use this method, you can definitely evolve to a higher level. Itachi couldn't help but smile at Sasuke's words. Although Sasuke's talent is very strong, but this is the only way to open Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi shook his head. No, Sasuke, even you can't do it. Only that way can make Sharingan continue to evolve. I don't need anyone's eyes, especially yours, Itachi. Hearing this, Itachi was stunned for a moment. He seemed to know why Sasuke was so persistent in a trance. It turned out that he didn't want to sacrifice himself for him. That's why I left Konoha, and that's why I joined the Akatsuki organization. That's why I challenged the movie. Sasuke just wants to break through with his own efforts and doesn't want to be bound by the Sharingan's curse. Itachi was moved for a moment, but a curse is a curse. There is no other way. Sasuke, I understand your heart. Intention? What intention? Sasuke froze for a moment. Did he express anything? But there is only one way to evolve. If you don't do this, you will lose the bright sword in the end. Lost the light? Sasuke smiled, and if he told Itachi that he had the Sharingan cultivation method, he could continuously enhance his pupil power. Then break through the Sharingan level. This guy probably won't believe it. I won't. Seeing Sasuke's stubbornness, Itachi felt helpless and happy at the same time. Helpless is because Sasuke doesn't listen to persuasion. I am happy because such Sasuke at least shows that he cares about himself. Thinking of this, Itachi often sighed, but the persuasion was ineffective in the end, and the only way to make Sasuke obedient was to use the method he used when he was a child. Sasuke, you are a ninja now. Whether you think you are a ninja from Konoha or not, the ninja solution must be used among ninjas. Do you still want to fight with me? You know your Mangekyo Sharingan can't do anything to me. 850, Itachi nodded. That's right, my Mangekyo Sharingan is indeed not as good as yours. Your talent is the strongest I have ever seen. Yes, even the former Uchiha Sasuke is far inferior to you. Knowing that this will continue, it seems Itachi is prepared. But this time it's different. Sasuke, have you seen my new eyes? New eyes? Sasuke suddenly raised his head and opened his eyes to stare at Itachi. In the next second, Itachi's three-hook jade opened and rotated rapidly, forming a new pattern. Small black dots appeared on the original windmill. This is, if Sasuke remembers correctly, this should be the Mangekyo Sharingan of their father, Uchiha Fugaku. In the original book, the Uchiha clan died, and Fugaku, who was the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, went to where did his eyes go? The eyes of all the Uchiha clan were gouged out. Then Fugaku's eyes are naturally impossible to fall. Originally, Sasuke thought it was in Danzo's hands, but Fugaku's eyes were Mangekyo. Could it be that the ability is too weak and Danzo didn't use it? But now Sasuke understands. It didn't fall into Danzo's hands at all, but into Itachi's. In this regard, Danzo can only helplessly. Because of Fugaku's eyes, Itachi has no choice but to take the group away. And now Itachi has opened Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Still using the eyes of their father, Uchiha Fugaku. No wonder Sasuke has always felt that Itachi deliberately avoided his eyes because he was afraid of seeing familiar eyes. Looking at the Itachi now. After opening the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke could clearly feel that Itachi's pupil power had increased many times. And the pupil power is so strong that it even far surpasses him. Is this the Weasel God? After opening Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it has changed so much. It's just unbelievable. This change surprised even Sasuke. Did Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan make such a big difference? How is it? Sasuke, it feels different now. These are my father's eyes. He told me at first, hoping to watch you grow up. I didn't understand it at the time, but now I understand that what my father means is that he wants you to use his eyes. Protect you with his eyes, help you grow with his eyes. Said Itachi looked a little sad. Yes, but I still don't need it. Unexpectedly, Sasuke still persisted. Itachi raised his head and stared at Sasuke, the strong sense of oppression formed by the burst of pupil power. If it were an ordinary ninja, he could no longer hold on. However, Sasuke instantly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. The burst of pupil power impact raged towards Itachi, and the meeting of the eyes of the two actually made the surrounding space faintly start to vibrate. The shock wave that followed erupted, swept all around. Although the power is not too great, it just cracks the ground. At this time, Kimimaro outside the house felt a vibration in the air. Kimimaro frowned. Has it started yet? Itachi was a little surprised by the movement caused by the collision of pupil power and did not expect such a situation to happen. But at the same time, it also proves one thing: even if Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, even though his pupil power surpassed Sasuke, he would never try to suppress Sasuke. And Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan is not Eternal Mangekyo, but it can fight against his own Eternal Mangekyo. It's amazing. As expected of the most outstanding member of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke, your talent is astonishing. But even so, Itachi still wants to make Sasuke listen to him, return to Konoha, and help him open the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Because in this way, we can better protect Konoha. However, Itachi wanted to say something this time, but Sasuke interrupted him directly. Let's start. Itachi, let's start with the kunai throwing technique this time. I have been practicing this very hard these years, and now you are probably no longer my opponent in this regard. I don't know why, there seems to be a voice in Sasuke's heart, asking him to discuss kunai throwing with Itachi. Maybe this is Hara Sasuke's voice. It doesn't matter to Sasuke either. I didn't expect Sasuke to make such a request, so the chef smiled. Then come and try. See how much you have improved over the years. Sasuke raised his hand and took out shuriken and kunai directly from the gauntlet. Seeing Sasuke's actions, Itachi smiled. Did you deliberately use the storage scroll to darken it? It seems that Sasuke is very confident in his kunai throwing technique. Both have turned on the Mangekyo Sharingan, which is amazingly insightful. Such two people performing the kunai throwing technique itself is not comparable to ordinary ninjas. Both get ready at the same time. Sasuke glanced at Itachi, knowing that Itachi wanted to let himself do it first. Then Sasuke is not welcome. Raising your hand, the moment the first shuriken came out of your hand. Itachi was stunned for a moment, because even if the shuriken hadn't flown far, with his insight, he could judge the movement trajectory of the shuriken immediately at 3.3. So he can easily see that this shuriken will draw a huge semicircle in the air and then stab straight between his eyebrows. Didn't expect Sasuke to have reached this level. However, as the second shuriken flew out of Itachi, he realized that he seemed to have underestimated Sasuke. The second shuriken will collide with the first shuriken without accident, causing the trajectory of the shuriken to change for the second time. At the same time, because of the radiant problem, it will stab his leg bend, and at the same time the other one will stab his abdomen. This is Sasuke's kunai throwing technique? In the hands of Sasuke, the small hidden weapon seems to be too small to be underestimated. As expected of my younger brother, Sasuke, you have become a strong man who looks down on the entire loyal ghost. Although Sasuke's kunai throwing technique, Itachi had already understood it just at the beginning. This is totally getting ahead of yourself. Far more powerful than his own kunai throwing technique. With the powerful insight ability brought by Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi can clearly capture the movement trajectory of each kunai. Being able to see means being able to stop it. In an instant, Itachi also started directly. Ding ding dang dang. The continuous sound resounded. And then Sasuke and Itachi turned their hands into countless after-images, throwing kunai and shuriken at each other. Almost in the blink of an eye, countless shurikens and fallen kunai were everywhere. Countless black shadows collided with each other in the air, bursting out a series of sparks. But at this time, Sasuke and Itachi didn't care about these at all. They were staring at each other. Until Sasuke didn't know how many shurikens and kunai he had thrown. There may already be a previous one. Finally, Sasuke's insight is still stronger than Itachi's. Captured a flashing scene. My kunai will hit the shuriken thrown by Itachi, although the shuriken after changing the trajectory. It won't cause any damage to Itachi or Sasuke himself, but as long as Sasuke adds a little impact, he can easily make this shuriken move towards Itachi. Immediately after that, Sasuke immediately made a judgment and threw out the shuriken directly. Ding! Ding! The two collisions in the air caused the shuriken that was just thrown back to be knocked back again. Itachi also noticed this key shuriken at this moment. However, maintaining the ultra-high speed throw, he seemed unable to block this shuriken. Sasuke's movement stopped, and Itachi slightly tilted his head at the same time. Easily dodged the attack of the shuriken, ha-bang. The shuriken pierced straight into the wall, and most of it went directly into the wall. Itachi looked down at Sasuke. The corner of the mouth raised slightly. You won. Sasuke also smiled. I told you earlier, you are no longer my opponent. Hearing Itachi nodded, you are right, kunai throwing technique, you are probably the strongest existence in the entire ninja world. But the ninja's fighting style is not just kunai. The moment he raised his head, the power of Itachi's pupils exploded, and his hands directly turned into countless afterimages and formed seals instantly. At the same time, Sasuke also reacted. Raise your hand to make a seal. But Itachi smiled. It's too late, Sasuke. Although your seal speed is also very fast, the ninja's battle will have a different result even if it's a second away. Don't blame Big Brother for cheating on you. Ninja fights are never fair. Itachi took a deep breath. Fire-style great fireball technique. Boom. The flames that erupted in an instant swept toward Sasuke. Originally, the distance between two people was not too far away, only less than 10 meters away, and the flames roared at this distance almost in the blink of an eye. However, Sasuke broke out fire-style almost at the same time. Fire-style great fireball technique. The flames swept through. Itachi froze for a moment. How is it possible why Sasuke was able to release the spell at the same time as himself? No matter how fast the printing speed is, it can't be synchronized with yourself. However, Itachi thought back to Sasuke's not seal just now. Sasuke didn't quite finish all the prints of fire-style great fireball technique. Just made a few simple movements, almost omitting 2/3 of the Indian style. This caused Sasuke to be able to release ninjutsu at the same time as him. Omit the seal? Itachi froze for a moment. You can only say that he is indeed his genius brother. Even the seal of the great fireball technique can be omitted, which is not something that can be done with talent. If the understanding of this technique is not deep enough, it is absolutely impossible to do this. It can be seen how terrifying Sasuke's talent in ninjutsu is, and at the same time, he has spent a lot of time on this technique. The flames collided with each other, and an astonishing roar erupted directly. And the next second Itachi was even more surprised that his flame was completely suppressed. Sasuke's fire style is overwhelming and sweeping directly. In the fight of ninjutsu, he is no match at all. Beep. Boom. Boom. The flame hit the wall, and the powerful impact directly caused the entire wall to collapse instantly. At the same time, a large amount of thick smoke was also emitted from the house. Itachi, who was dodging the attack at this moment, looked at the big hole blasted by Sasuke's flames. He looked back at Sasuke. Your practice of fire-style ninjutsu seems to be more than ordinary hard work. Hearing this, Sasuke just smiled. Sasuke, who was about to do it, suddenly felt another shock from chakra in his body. In an instant, Mangekyo Sharingan turned, a powerful mental wave erupted, and Itachi's illusion was instantly deciphered by Sasuke. At the same time, Sasuke also launched his own illusion. Itachi was even more surprised by the collision of illusion, because at that moment he seemed to be under Sasuke's illusion and saw himself being stabbed by kunai. However, in the next second, his pupil power exploded and dispelled Sasuke's illusion. It's just that the image of the injury is still in my mind. Sasuke smiled. He also won, even though Itachi has such a powerful illusion as the pupil technique Tsukuyomi. But in terms of optical illusion alone, Sasuke is superior. But if Itachi activates Tsukuyomi, the effect will naturally be different. 557 and Sasuke looked at Itachi in front of him. He would not give Itachi a chance to activate the pupil technique Tsukuyomi, and directly accelerated rapidly. The figure quickly moved towards Itachi's direction. Itachi wanted to get out of the way, but it was too late. Sasuke got close and directly launched a series of attacks. The fists scattered like raindrops, and even though Itachi saw all of Sasuke's attack routes at this moment, he couldn't judge the best way to dodge for a while. He could only deal with the 2 punches with all his strength, and at the same time created a gap, thinking about retreating behind. Immediately distanced himself from Sasuke. Gymnastics. Sasuke wins. Itachi stood still and looked at Sasuke in front of him. My heart is full of emotions. Once upon a time, that kid brother who only knew to follow himself. Now it has grown to a level that he can hardly handle. Kunai throwing, ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu. Completely crushed. It was even crushed without any suspense. This made Itachi feel a little uncomfortable. It can only be said that Sasuke's talent is too strong. He had absolutely no power to fight back. You've weakened Itachi. Itachi smiled. It's not that you have become stronger. Sasuke spread his hands, so, is there any need to continue? Of course. Itachi replied affirmatively, because the real contest will start now. A real contest. Of course it refers to the collision between Mangekyo Sharingan. If Itachi had Mangekyo Sharingan before, he was far from Sasuke's opponent. But now with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the power of Itachi Hitomi has increased dramatically. It has even completely surpassed Sasuke, and eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is always different from Mangekyo Sharingan. Although Itachi's pupil technique has not changed in any way, the difference is the difference. Because of the changes in the eyes, even if it is just from the pattern, Itachi's current pattern has become more mysterious. It seems to have added some kind of power from his father Uchiha Fugaku. The power of the 2 Mangekyo of the Uchiha family is superimposed. This is not a question of 1 + 1 = 2. Sasuke. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. There will be no burden. You can use Sharingan's pupil technique infinitely. Do you know what that means? Itachi looked like this power was very powerful. However, Sasuke shrugged indifferently and said, I won't be blind. It seems that you are really until. Sasuke. You never use your pupil technique, presumably because you know that once you use pupil technique, your eyesight will be permanently reduced. Said Itachi looked at Sasuke's clear and sharp eyes. The number of times your eyes cast the pupil technique is rare, and the side effects have not been reflected, but the more you use this power, the curse will appear. Mangekyo Sharingan is the power to seal the more you use it. Just when Itachi was about to continue teaching, Sasuke cut him off directly. The more you use it, the more it will be sealed? Sasuke laughed. Not talking about himself, just talking about the former Indra. That guy doesn't have any eyes to change. He managed to activate the Rinnegan just by himself. There is no such thing as eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the middle. In Sasuke's view, the descendants of the Uchiha clan need the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The fundamental reason is because of the dilution of Uchiha's blood, or the weakening of Sharingan's power. So it is not possible to directly activate Mangekyo like Indra, and then directly activate Rinnegan. In the final analysis, it is nothing more than that the current Uchiha family can't find a way to enhance the power of the blood. Sasuke's voice suddenly became a little low. Hear Sasuke calling his name. Itachi frowned. If I say, even if I use the pupil technique, the burden on my eyes is completely unbelievable, would you believe me? For me, using the pupil technique is equivalent to ninjutsu. After chakra is exhausted, that is, the pupil power is exhausted, the pupil technique cannot be activated. But no burden on my eyes. Hearing Sasuke say these words, Itachi couldn't believe it. It is impossible to have such a thing. Pupil power is pupil power. How could it be confused with chakra? That's not the same kind of thing at all. The reason why your eyes become more and more sealed is like a child trying to lift a rock that an adult can lift. Every time you lift it up, your body will be damaged, and it will be sealed over time. But if your Sharingan is powerful enough, then using pupil technique will not have any side effects at all. Hearing this, Itachi smiled. Sasuke, do you mean that your Sharingan is strong enough? That's right. Sasuke nodded. That's what I mean. Hee. Sasuke, what you said is simply impossible to happen, because the history of the Uchiha clan has never. But Uchiha's ancestors did it. Ancestors? Itachi froze for a moment. Who is the ancestor of Uchiha? How does Sasuke seem to know something? As for who the ancestor is, Sasuke of the ancestor is hard to say, because Ju exists. If Indra speaks out here, I'm afraid this guy will definitely hear it. So keep it up. But Itachi looked at Sasuke and suddenly kept silent, knowing that Sasuke must be worried about something. However, Itachi suddenly thought of Ju. That guy is an extremely weird existence from the Akatsuki organization. Although his combat effectiveness is not very strong, his ability to hide and hide is indeed amazing. I think Sasuke is afraid that this guy will appear around. If that's the case, then Itachi has a safe and secure place where Sasuke can speak freely. Pupil surgery. Tsukuyomi. In an instant, Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan began to turn slightly. Next second, the pupil power exploded, and Sasuke suddenly found that the world around him had changed. Sasuke felt it the moment the pupil technique broke out, but what surprised Sasuke was the so-called Tsukuyomi is not just as simple as an illusion. Strictly speaking, this technique also belongs to the space-type ability, which can absorb part of the enemy's consciousness, or spirit, into a certain space. Sasuke looked up at Itachi in front of him. Sasuke in the original book is Tsukuyomi, who claims to have seen through Itachi, but has he really seen through Tsukuyomi? It can't be regarded as an illusion in a simple sense. If this technique continues to develop, maybe. Sasuke suddenly thought of another technique. From Otsutsuki Kagaya's Taianziu's Hong, Kagaya has 6 spaces. She can easily dominate everything in these spaces. But isn't this like Itachi's Tsukuyomi at this moment? Sure enough, all abilities are traceable. The Uchiha clan who inherited the power of Kagaya, as expected, can't escape the connection with Kagaya. #Sasuke, you just said the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, now you can speak freely. Don't worry about being heard by anyone. This is Tsukuyomi's space, only you and me here. We will spend the next 72 hours here. Hearing this, Sasuke smiled. Is that why you want to hear about Uchiha's ancestors? That's okay. It's okay for Qianwang to come out. Ancestor of Uchiha. Indra, son of the Sage of 6 Paths. Indra? Son of the Sage of 6 Paths. This is the first time Itachi heard of this kind of thing, but this kind of thing must not be fabricated by Sasuke himself. But looking at Sasuke's gaze, it doesn't look like he's joking or lying at all. Indra is the one who has the Rinnegan. Rinnegan? If the ancestor of Uchiha is this man named Indra, then what about Rinnegan? Isn't that the fairy eye that only Sage of 6 Paths has? Sharingan is the eye that Indra inherited from the bloodline of Sage of 6 Paths. The ultimate evolution of Sharingan is not some eternal Mangekyo, but Rinnegan. What? Itachi stared at Sasuke with wide eyes. Rinnegan is the eye of the fairy, and is it rain that evolved from Mangekyo? How can it be? In Itachi's cognition, Baien, Sharingan, Rinnegan, 3 different pupil techniques are combined into 3 pupil techniques. However, Itachi never thought that Sharingan could evolve into Rinnegan. Those are the eyes of the rumored Sage of 6 Paths. I didn't expect to have such a relationship with Sharingan. In that case, doesn't it mean that Sage of 6 Paths is equivalent to the ancestors of the Uchiha clan? Sage of 6 Paths, strictly speaking, can be regarded as the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. Hearing that, Itachi's expression changed again, and the gaze towards Sasuke became even more shocked. However, Sasuke was not finished yet. Looking at Itachi, who was already extremely shocked now, Sasuke didn't know what this guy would look like after hearing the next news. But the Sage of 6 Paths is not only the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, but also the ancestor of the Senju clan, Indra's younger brother Ashura. He and Indra have inherited the celestial body and celestial eye of the Sage of 6 Paths, respectively. Having said that, Itachi thought for a while. In other words, Sharingan is equivalent to the eyes of a fairy, so what about the body of a fairy? Thinking about the characteristics of the Senju family, they encountered a huge amount of chakra by chance, and at the same time possessed incomparably majestic life energy. 673. The fighting power of the Senju clan can be said to be unique in the ninja world. Because of the terrifying amount of chakra and the exuberant vitality, Senju Hashirama pacified the ninja world back then, and the Kaisho clan also had a lot of credit. So the amount of chakra of the Senju clan is different from ordinary people, and the vitality is so tenacious that they will not die even if they are fatally injured. Itachi's analysis. Sasuke nodded in the affirmative. That's right. However, things like bloodlines will gradually become thinner over time, so that now neither the Uchiha clan nor the Senju clan can grasp the power once possessed by Indra or Ashura. Itachi agrees with this statement very much. As time goes by, many things will indeed change. But the problem is that he is a little hard to accept now. Why? If according to what you said, the Uchiha clan should be the descendants of the Sage of Six Paths like the Senju clan, and they shouldn't be enemies. This starts with the conflict between Indra and Ashura. The simple explanation is that when Sage of Six Paths founded the ninja sect as a big brother with excellent talent, and at the same time created the way of seal formation, it stands to reason that Indra is the best successor. But Sage of Six Paths passed the ninja sect to the younger brother Ashura, and the conflict between the big brother and the younger brother arose. So that the descendants of the two, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, naturally had conflicts. With such an explanation, Itachi seems to be able to understand it. No wonder the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan have so much animosity. Sasuke, where did you know all this? Although it sounded reasonable, Itachi still had some doubts about its authenticity. After all, even their father had never mentioned such a thing. The question of true and false Sasuke doesn't want to explain too much. Believe it or not. Seeing that Sasuke did not intend to tell where he learned the secret, Itachi became even more curious why Sasuke knew so much. Sasuke, if according to what you said, Sage of Six Paths is the ancestor of Indra and Ashura, that is, Senju and Uchiha, then why is Sage of Six Paths able to have a fairy body and fairy eyes? Itachi thought that this question would make it impossible for Sasuke to answer. However, Sasuke was silent for a few seconds. He continued, of course he inherited it from his mother. Mother? Sage of Six Paths has a mother? It seems normal to have a mother. But who is the mother of Sage of Six Paths, who was able to let Sage of Six Paths inherit the body and eyes of the fairy? These two powerful abilities. He didn't need to ask Sasuke to continue talking. The mother of the Sage of Six Paths, and also the god of creation, Insuki Kagaya. The Otsutsuki clan from another world. Big Barrel Pag Wood? He had never heard of the surname Itachi, and he felt that the more Sasuke talked about it, the more he thought it was a fairy tale. The Otsutsuki clan aims to become a god. And we're all people who have inherited the blood of Otsutsuki, and we should also aim to become gods. Itachi, who was still thinking about the authenticity of Sasuke's stories, froze in place when he heard this sentence. Turn out to be. Is this Sasuke's purpose? He wants to be a god. If so, then everything makes sense. No wonder this guy never cared about the Akatsuki organization, didn't care about Konoha, defected when he said he would defect, and even joined forces with Orochimaru. All problems are understood. Sasuke left Konoha because he could no longer grow in Konoha. So he stole the sealed book and left Konoha to be with Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru is Konoha's traitor, what Sasuke values is that Orochimaru can make Sasuke stronger. After joining the Akatsuki organization, the purpose is also very simple. To capture the tailed beast can further enhance one's strength. With Sasuke defeating 8 Tails Jinchuriki and 4th Raikage, staying in the Akatsuki organization has no way for Sasuke to continue to become stronger. So Sasuke chose to leave again, and became the shadow who challenged the 5 hidden villages like this. Because it will make Sasuke stronger again. The source of all problems has been found. Sasuke, you want to become a god? When Itachi asked this question, Sasuke smiled. Have no idea. His system is called the god-making system. Becoming a god is something he must do. And Sasuke also thinks this goal is very good. What's wrong with being a god who controls everything? That's right. The decisive answer made Itachi not know what to say for a while. However, Itachi suddenly thought of a question in the next second. Sasuke, what will happen to you if someone blocks your way to become a god? It was said that Sasuke didn't even think. Then trample him down. Itachi smiled wryly. So no one can stop you from becoming a god? That's right. What if it's Konoha? Then destroy Konoha. But Sasuke doesn't think Konoha can stop himself from becoming a god. Just relying on the current Konoha? The current Konoha is nothing to worry about. Besides, Why did Konoha block herself? It seems that you have been swallowed by your ambition, and your desire for power is too strong, which makes you bewitched. This kind of words made Sasuke very speechless, and he didn't intend to argue with Itachi. So what? Itachi glanced at Sasuke. Sasuke, go back to Konoha. God, that's just nothing. What if I say no? There was a sudden silence between the two. If you say no then. The next thing is to speak with strength. Then let me see how far you have reached in your desire to become a god. Itachi's eyes were a little cold. And Sasuke's expression also became serious. Then come on. The two fell silent after finishing speaking and looked at each other the next second. Tsukuyami's face lifted. Sasuke thought Itachi would use the next time to torture him severely. But I didn't expect Itachi to directly remove Tsukuyami's ability. Does this count as self-indulgence? Snort. I have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If I use the pupil technique to deal with you, it's too easy. Now I can release Tsukuyami consecutively. Even you can't stand it. Hearing this, Sasuke was a little disdainful. Possessing eternal Mangekyo can indeed release pupil technique multiple times in a short period of time. But the problem is that like Obito's Kamui, there is also a cooling time for reading. Even if it's only 10 or 5 seconds. It was enough for Sasuke to fight back too. However, Itachi seemed to feel as if he was determined to eat himself. You can use your pupil technique as you like. See how Sasuke doesn't seem to think he can beat him with Tsukuyami. However, Itachi doesn't intend to demonstrate it to Sasuke, as using pupil technique consumes a lot of pupil power. Rather than using pupil art against Sasuke, it's better. Sasuke, your Susanoo should have been activated too. Hearing this, Sasuke understood. Show it off with Susanoo? Itachi nodded. Good. Sasuke nodded. Then come on. The eyes of the two collided in the air and sparks burst out faintly. In the next second, the storm swept across and Sasuke and Itachi burst out with light at the same time. Susanoo open. Boom boom. The roar sounded, Sasuke and Itachi, one with red light and one with purple light. Neither of them opened the full-body Susanoo in the first place. But he directly summoned an arm, waved a huge fist, and slammed directly towards the opponent. The purple and red fists collided fiercely. Beep! In an instant, the sound of the air explosion was played out, and then the actual ripples spread, and the ground cracked instantly. The strong shock wave instantly cracked the surrounding walls. A series of eye-catching cracks spread continuously on the wall, climbing towards the surroundings. And the roar that erupted in this instant converged into a substantial sonic sweep. The house just fell apart. The figures of the two jumped out from the collapsed house, directly to the roof. And the sound of the roar made Kimimaro cheer up immediately. Has it started yet? He looked up at the two figures that appeared on the roof. Looking at the two figures, one red and one purple, the Susanoo skeleton covering Sasuke and Itachi protected them from being injured by the collapsed house. I saw two people at war. Kimimaro took a light breath. Is it still over? On the roof. Itachi stared at Sasuke, feeling the aura emanating from Sasuke's Susanoo. I didn't expect that just relying on the pupil power of Mangekyo Sharingan, you could burst out such a powerful Susanoo. Itachi sighed. However, this phenomenon is very normal for Sasuke. Nothing surprising at all. You talk too much, Itachi. Do you want to continue? Hearing that Itachi didn't say much, of course. The pupil power of the two exploded instantly, and Susanoo suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, the semi-complete Susanoo appeared. A half-length Susanoo appeared directly, confronting each other with a sword in his hand. Itachi's Susanoo has a 10-fist sword in one hand and a Yata mirror in one hand. The 10-fist sword can absorb and seal anyone, while the Yata mirror can defend against all physical attacks. It has to be said that Itachi's Susanoo is so powerful that it can be regarded as an extremely special existence among Susanoo, as expected of the Weasel God. However, Sasuke's Susanoo is the Mega Kobo of the sky and the Kakulo of the sky. Of course, ordinary swords can also be summoned to attack. Although there is no special ability, but the attack power is extremely amazing. Watching Sasuke's Susanoo take out the bow and arrow, Itachi smiled. It seems my Susanoo just restrained you. Sasuke. Hearing this, Sasuke frowned. Itachi Susanoo, with a shield in one hand and a long sword in the other, really restrained his bow and arrow. But Susanoo's fighting power is not a simple weapon. Sasuke sneered, "Really? Then we will wait and see." After saying that, Sasuke was ready to attack immediately, and Susanoo drew his bow and arrows to aim at Itachi. The Kaiju of Heaven is lost. It burst out in an instant, and this instant controlled Susanoo to raise the shield. He easily blocked Kageyoshi's attack, but the terrifying impact made him retreat 5 or 6 meters. Feeling such an astonishing impact, it was too late to react. In the next second, Sasuke's Susanoo swung his arm directly and slashed down fiercely. The same Itachi also controlled Susanoo to greet him with a 10-fist sword. The two Susanoos began to slash at each other frantically. Between swords, lights, and swords, red light and purple light alternate with each other. Although Sasuke is restrained, relying on more exquisite sword skills, Sasuke can guarantee the same level as Itachi. No one can help anyone. The storm continued to blow, and Kimimaro below watched the fierce battle between the two against the strong wind. Uchiha's power, is it so terrifying? 0. However, this is only the state of a half-full body. Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly, and the next second, Susanoo appeared in full body, wearing all the Watengu armor at the same time. When Sasuke sees this, he also activates the full body of Susanoo, and the full body of Susanoo is different. Under a knife, Sasuke's Susanoo backed up again and again. In terms of pupil power, Sasuke is weaker than Itachi. If this is the case, then Sasuke can't stop Itachi's Susanoo. Looks like we need to work harder. Sasuke closed his eyes, and the moment he opened them again in the next second, Sage Transformation was activated. The celestial chakra exploded into Susanoo's body. The fairy art Susanoo is activated. The whole body is covered with black lines. Suddenly the power of Sasuke's Susanoo increases sharply. Bang bang. One sword. The strength of the two Susanoos was evenly matched. Itachi looked at Sasuke and the black lines on Sasuke's Susanoo's body in surprise. Is this the magic chakra? Although Itachi felt this weird chakra fluctuation for the first time, he also knew that Sasuke knew how to Sage mode. Being able to combine chakra and Susanoo together, Sasuke's talent will bring surprises every time. It seems that there is only a protracted war. I didn't expect that Susanoo, the celestial being, can only keep stable in front of you. Since this is the case, then show you the stronger Susanoo. Sasuke smiled. Clap your hands suddenly. Seeing this action, Itachi froze for a moment. This is. The moment Sasuke clasped his hands together, a stressful chakra wave erupted instantly. Seeing this movement, Itachi seemed to see a phantom on Sasuke's body for some reason. And who is this phantom, Itachi doesn't know. But this man is definitely strong. I've had this idea for a long time, Itachi. You are the first person to let me use this trick. Take a good look. Even a tailed beast can't stop this blow. Itachi's breathing became a little heavy. He now has a bad premonition in his heart, suddenly. Sasuke's voice sounded. Wood style. Wood style? Sasuke with wood style? Itachi frowned and stared at Sasuke. In the next second, a huge wood-style vine man suddenly sprang up from the surrounding ground, sweeping towards Sasuke crazily. Immediately after, 240 blinked. They gathered to form a figure. Wooden golem jutsu. Boom. In an instant, the wooden golem rose from the ground and emerged directly from Sasuke's feet. The tall wooden golem is about the same height as Susanoo. Itachi was still surprised when he saw wooden golem appear, wood style. Sasuke's wood style seems to be the same as the rumored first Hokage. The next step is the main event. Itachi is optimistic. Prestige Susanoo. Boom. Suddenly Susanoo covered wooden golem's body. The purple light shone and an even stronger momentum erupted instantly. Sasuke stands on top of the wooden golem, surrounded by pentagonal crystals of condensed energy. A strong breath spread out, holding the power of the energy long sword in both hands. Susanoo's aura now far surpassed Itachi's. Sasuke looked at Itachi, who was stunned. How about it? Such a Susanoo, ho! Combining the power of wood style and Susanoo, Wooden golem is enough to replace tailed beast, so Sasuke thought of this new form of Susanoo. It can be regarded as a successful imitation of Madara's prestige Susanoo. In this state, Wooden Golem's power plus Susanoo's power can easily crush the tailed beast. To put it bluntly, Sasuke doesn't even care about the tailed beast bomb. It can be taken away with a single tap. And the combination of Wood style and Susanoo seems to fit better than imagined. There seems to be a special reaction between the two superimposed on each other. Wooden Golem's color has changed, becoming black, and Susanoo's color is also more black. Wooden Golem itself represents Yang escape, while Susanoo represents Yin escape. Wooden Golem plus Susanoo may have just matched the power of the combination of Yin and Yang, just like a new energy has been directly transformed. Sasuke's outfit Susanoo seems to have the ability to suppress the enemy chakra. Feeling this, Sasuke's eyes sparkled. Raise your hand. The movement was fast and powerful, and it slashed directly on Itachi's Yada mirror, and the huge force directly slashed Itachi and Susanoo away in an instant. Boom boom boom. The Itachi flew backwards quickly, gliding on the ground for a distance of nearly 100 meters before slowly stopping. And in the next second, Sasuke's majestic outfit Susanoo suddenly fell from the sky, and with an astonishing gust of wind, he stabbed straight down. Instantly pierced Itachi Susanoo's chest. Immediately, Itachi felt that his Susanoo seemed to be frozen, unable to control Susanoo's movement or counterattack. And looking at Sasuke in front of him, Itachi was shocked. Sasuke was able to explode with this level of strength. It's just unbelievable. I already have the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and the pupil power far exceeds that of Sasuke. Why was Sasuke so easily overwhelmed? Itachi still wanted to struggle, but Sasuke controlled the costume Susanoo and directly grabbed Itachi's Susanoo. A circle of fierce bombardment on Itachi Susanoo's stomach. Beat Itachi out again. Itachi in the air suddenly opened his eyes. The pupil power once again exploded to the limit, even for Itachi who had activated Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This kind of outbreak is also about to reach his limit. Crazy drinking sounded. Susanoo, who raised her hands high, instantly condensed one hook after another in her hands. Susanoo's unique attack ability, Yasaka Goyu. The Yasaka Goyu condensed with all the remaining pupil power was formed instantly. 3 hooked jade emerged in Itachi Susanoo's hands, and they turned quickly like shurikens. In the next second, Susanoo was directly controlled by the Itachi in the air and threw it in the direction of Sasuke. Swish! The sudden sound of breaking wind swept over. The terrifying strong wind swept across the ground continuously, as if it swept across the ground in an instant with a destructive storm. What it passed was only the aftermath, causing a deep gully to appear on the ground. He rushed to Sasuke as quickly as a flash. Looking at such an astonishingly destructive attack, Kimamaro's heart tightened. Such an attack is not easy to receive, and the speed is too fast to dodge at all. Too late for Susanoo's huge body. Kimamaro couldn't help clenching his fists. However, the next second, the blade with a faint black light was raised instantly. The melodious sound of knives instantly resounded through the sky. At the same time, a black light flashed past, and Itachi was stunned. Kimimaro was also stunned. Even Ju, who was observing secretly, was also stunned. Everyone's eyes showed a strong look of disbelief. How can it be? Itachi's attack with all its strength. Originally, everyone thought it would hit Sasuke hard. No matter how bad it was, it would be hard for Sasuke to resist. But no idea. Sasuke's Susanoo is just a knife. Instantly killed Yasaka Goyu. Destroyed, without the slightest suspense. When the light of Yasaka Goyu completely dissipated, Sasuke's majestic outfit Susanoo slowly straightened his chest, and then Sasuke 3.0 looked proudly at the Itachi in the distance. At this moment, Itachi had already stopped, and the Susanoo on his body had slowly dissipated. His pupil power has been exhausted. Never stick a head on a tree. He stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of him. Is this the end? Itachi, who possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, lost to Uchiha Sasuke. And it was completely crushed. Uchiha Sasuke, his wood style has completely reached the level comparable to Senju Hashirama. Fear flickered in Ju's eyes. A perfect combination of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. He couldn't imagine how terrifying such a person would be. The plan. Maybe it should be greatly adjusted. Accompanied by the sound of the system. Suddenly flashed in the panel in front of Sasuke. Freeze directly to this column of Indra Chakra. Special Chakra, Indra Chakra, 100%. Congratulations to host for fully awakening Indra Chakra. Moment. Sasuke felt his eyes become clearer. Pupil power increased a lot in an instant. Indra's chakra seems to have a strong buff to the Sharingan. At this moment, Sasuke felt the enhanced pupil power. I feel that if I meet Itachi again, even if I don't need the prestige Susanoo, I can easily defeat it. On the contrary, the power of the current prestige Susanoo will increase several times or even dozens of times. It might be possible to explode the tailed beast bomb with one hand. Thinking of this, Sasuke had a smile on his face. And now, Itachi looked at Sasuke with a very lonely expression. It's over. It's all over. Unexpectedly, his eternal Mangekyo lost to Sasuke's Mangekyo. This is something Itachi never thought about. It is absolutely impossible for such a thing to happen. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is a stronger pupil technique than Mangekyo 1-4 Sharingan. Why did it become like this? Itachi didn't understand. Did Sasuke's talent really exceed the limit? Or Sasuke is only because of wood style? And at the moment, Sasuke's prestige Susanoo is being disarmed. But at this time Sasuke was surprised by another prompt popped up by the system. The tip is, congratulations to host for fully awakening Indra Chakra. Please choose whether to awaken Rinnegan now. Currently, Sharingan has evolved to the 5th stage. If you choose to evolve Rinnegan immediately, then Sharingan will never be able to continue to improve. The maximum level of the blood succession is 10 levels. Tip: the higher the level of Sharingan evolution, the stronger the power after awakening Rinnegan, and the power of the special pupil technique obtained will also be improved. Yes/no, awaken Rinnegan. Seeing this prompt from the system, Sasuke frowned. Now I can directly awaken Rinnegan. Good. But the highest level of blood succession boundary is the 1st stage, and now I have just reached the 5th stage. If you directly awaken Rinnegan now, you can indeed get a more powerful force zone. But in this way, the power of the awakened Rinnegan may not be very good. But Sasuke wants to become a god. If there is any defect, how can it be called a god? Think here. Sasuke chose no. Wait for Sharingan to reach the 10th stage, then awaken Rinnegan. It would be a pity to evolve now. But although he can't get Rinnegan right away, Sasuke can awaken Rinnegan anytime and anywhere as long as he wants. This harvest seems to be greater than imagined. Another opportunity to develop S-level ninjutsu was not used, and then use the ninjutsu laboratory to develop the Yin-Yang escape technique, then the strength will be improved to a higher level. Now Sasuke can't wait to develop S-rank ninjutsu. But now the Itachi is still there, and it must be completely terminated. Sasuke slowly walked towards Itachi. You lose. When Itachi opened his mouth, but closed it again. He stared at Sasuke silently. Looking at Sasuke in front of him, Itachi sighed, you win. So, don't interfere with me in the future. I won't interfere with you. Well, after speaking, Sasuke intends to leave. But he glanced back at Itachi, leave the Akatsuki organization. Do something you want to do. Although Itachi seems to be very indifferent, he is also a guy who has been completely brainwashed by the 3rd generation. For the sake of the village, he killed his own people. Although Itachi didn't really do it, but he acquiesced in such a thing, just to keep his younger brother. Although this may be the only way at that time. But for Itachi, the village seems to be more important than the family. If I let Sasuke choose, I'm sorry, but the family is more important than the village. No matter how bad the family is a home. Never give up on your home. However, Sasuke did not comment on Itachi's choice. Sasuke, I can't stop you though. But I won't just watch you being swallowed by power like this. Hearing that Sasuke was a little speechless, isn't it all over? Why is this guy still pestering him? Do you really have to force yourself to kill him? Sasuke turned around. And at this moment Itachi continued, I want to return to Konoha. I won't stop you, but Konoha will. Sasuke, is this against yourself? Back to Konoha. You are Konoha's rebel. You too. I did this to tell you that even if you are rebellious, as long as you are willing to go astray, Konoha will accept you again. Put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha immediately? Speechless. Sasuke doesn't think he is a heinous villain. It's just that I want to become stronger and gain more power. How could it be related to this kind of thing? It doesn't matter, but I hope you abide by the agreement and don't disturb me. As for where you want to go and what you do, that's your 233 freedom. Although this idiot big brother is a bit annoying. But no matter what, he is also the big brother of his own body, so he can't just kill him with a single blow. This is too cold-blooded. But at this moment, Ju, who heard Itachi's words in the dark, suddenly became gloomy. Itachi knows too many things about the Akatsuki organization. If he returns to Konoha, the plan of the Akatsuki organization will be exposed. Although it wasn't his plan that was exposed, the exposure of Akatsuki's plan would make his plan very likely to fail. Ju slowly retracted his body back into the tree. Obito must be informed of this as soon as possible. Sasuke took 2 steps and came in front of Kimimaro, and Itachi had already left. Just because his pupil power is exhausted, it doesn't mean that chakra is exhausted. And Itachi, who has eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the pupil power will be able to recover soon. It's not like there will be any danger. But if it's Obito or Nagato who came to the door, that's another story. That idiot actually said to return to Konoha in front of me. Can't we not talk about this kind of thing? Just make up your mind and do it. Don't say it. I don't know if there is a possibility that White Zetsu is watching. Sasuke was speechless. In the end, I have to wipe this guy's A****. What a big brother. But before you wipe your good brother's A****, Sasuke still had to do another thing first. Click directly to open the system interface. Sasuke looked at the system prompt. Yes/F, no use of ninjutsu laboratory. Now that things have basically been dealt with, of course it has to be used. It is useless to keep it if it is not applicable. Exclamation point. When Sasuke decided to prepare for the development of ninjutsu, Sasuke felt his eyes go dark for a moment, and then followed. When he opened his eyes again, he had already entered the ninjutsu laboratory. Looking at the familiar operation interface in front of you, Sasuke's heart was full of ecstasy. This time, there are quite a lot of techniques that Sasuke can develop. After all, the current Sasuke possesses 5 kinds of escapism and at the same time also has yin-yang escapism. Under such circumstances, Sasuke can basically develop any ninjutsu he wants. But basic 5-element ninjutsu, basically Sasuke is no longer needed. Because there is no need to waste an opportunity like a ninjutsu laboratory developing ordinary invisible escapism. After all, up to now, even if Sasuke relies on himself, he can develop some techniques. The talent is there. Today Sasuke already knows what the basic principle of escapism is. Why does the system keep raising the level of nature transformation? After all, the so-called technique is actually a test of the ninja's grasp of nature transformation. For example, fire style. As long as the ninja has mastered the nature transformation of fire style, he can basically spew flames. And what is the shape of the flame? Will it spread out and the power will not be concentrated? This is the function of the technique. To study a technique is to find a way to concentrate the power and then perform a certain form change. At the same time, it is necessary to strengthen the power as much as possible. For example, spitting out a fireball is called a fireball technique. Spitting out a fire dragon is called fire dragon technique. After understanding the principle of jutsu, Sasuke is afraid to develop any ninjutsu. However, Wudun's ninjutsu is easy to develop, but Yin-Yang Dun is different. Please select the escapism attribute to develop. Single attribute ninjutsu development is not restricted. Dual attribute development is currently optional. Water, ugly. Fire, yang. Snow, young. School, yang. Looking at the optional dual attribute development, it is basically a single chakra with 5 basic attributes. Add Yang Dun or add Yin Dun alone. Sasuke probably understands from the options provided by the system. First of all, the reason why the two attributes of water and earth can be developed independently is because Sasuke has the blood succession limit of wood style. Therefore, it is possible to develop techniques of both water and soil attributes. Secondly, a single attribute plus In-done or Yang-done can be used. And finally, what Sasuke cares most about also appeared. Dual attribute development optional, Yin-Yang. Seeing this option, Sasuke doesn't need to hesitate anymore. Just click on the option of Yin and Yang. Determine whether to develop ninjutsu with Yin and Yang attributes. Sure. Sasuke silently said yes in his heart. Integrating Yin-Yang attribute chakra for host. The mode of operation seems to be a little different this time. Shouldn't the laboratory extract its own ideas first? Then carry out the simulation of ninjutsu according to your own ideas, and then supplement the deficiencies in your own ideas to complete the development of ninjutsu? Why this time Sasuke feels as if different? Could it be that the development of Yin-Yang done is a bit special? It is indeed very special, and Sasuke is not wrong at all. Because next, the system didn't extract his thoughts at all. 2. Simulating Yin-Yang escape, please wait. The laboratory has directly started to develop the Yin-Yang escape technique. What is this? Directly and automatically develop without referring to your own opinions at all? Yet the wait wasn't even that long. Yin-Yang escape simulation is completed, whether the host accepts the indoctrination. Come on. Although the development of ninjutsu this time, the process is somewhat different from before. But Sasuke also wants to see what the technique of system development is like. As long as Yin and Yang escape, then it is impossible to be weak, and it will definitely help the current self. However, as the system begins to instill, Sasuke was stunned for a moment. He seemed to understand why the system didn't extract his thoughts. Because there is only one way to develop the Yin-Yang escape technique. Other than that, there is no other way to go. So, there is only one direction of development, which means that there will only be one technique developed. The infusion is complete. Please ask the host to perform the second infusion. Start. Every time Sasuke is instilled, he can directly raise the level of ninjutsu by virtue of the knowledge, memory, etc. passed on by the system. And this time, the Yin and Yang escape technique developed by the system. For Sasuke, it is not dissatisfied, but although there are some small regrets, the effect of this technique. It almost made Sasuke jump up with excitement. The combination of Yin-done and Yang-done forms a technique. Possession of power. It turned out to be creating things directly out of thin air and injecting life into them. Just like the original Sage of Six Paths directly created the tail beast. And now Sasuke can do the same thing. Because this is the effect after combining Yin-done and Yang-done. Creation. Whatever you create, breathe life into it. And having this technique is equivalent to having an immortal body. Because even if Sasuke is beheaded, as long as Sasuke's consciousness is not wiped out instantly, then they can also recreate a body in an instant. Totally. There will be no effect. This is the technique that a god should have. Please host to name this ninjutsu. Name? Sasuke frowned. Although it was different from the technique, he imagined to strengthen his combat power. It is even said that it has nothing to do with it, but the ability given to Sasuke by this technique is completely beyond Sasuke's imagination. Baizhao. Creation out of thin air. Then this technique is called Yin-Yang Escape Creation Technique. Naming successful. Congratulations to host for mastering Yin-Yang Escape Creation Technique, Grandmaster. The two infusions directly raised Sasuke's level of this technique to the Grandmaster level. Hands up. Sasuke directly creates a shuriken, which is very simple for Sasuke. But even at the Grandmaster level, the things that seem to be created can't be too big. To put it simply, one time can only create things that are half the size of the body. But this seems to be because the nature transformation level of Yin-done and Yang-done is too low, and the level of this technique is not too high. So now we can only achieve this level. But if the nature transformation is raised to the top level, then the level of the creation technique is also raised to the top level, so that one can truly become a god. Creation of all things does not seem impossible. Open your eyes again. Sasuke felt the warmth of the sun and the softness of the breeze. The mastery of Done gave Sasuke a lot of new insights into the world and even his own body. But let's summarize these things slowly after the fact. With the mastery of escape creation technique, Sasuke can be regarded as practicing immortality. Now it can be said that as long as it is not instantly killed by someone and the body is completely destroyed, Sasuke can be revived in situ. Now it can be regarded as touching the realm of God. But now Sasuke needs to increase the nature transformation level of Done as soon as possible, so as to increase the nature transformation level of Done, to strengthen the power of the creation technique. The main goal is to strengthen Sharingan's practice and raise Sharingan's blood inheritance limit to the 10th level as soon as possible. In this way, Rinnegan can be opened smoothly. And Rinnegan's pupil technique can also be enhanced. It seems that the next period of time will have to practice hard, even if you don't stay in a special place to practice. But if you have time, you need to start practicing. However, there is one more thing to deal with a little bit. It is for my good brother, Uchiha Itachi, to understand the problems of Akatsuki organization. Now Itachi decided to go to Konoha, and he was very idiotic to say this decision. If this word reaches Obito's ears, it will definitely not allow Itachi to really do that. 323 Even if Itachi does return to Konoha successfully, Obito will still come to him. These guys dare not find themselves easily because of their strength. But Itachi is different. Although he is also very strong, Nagato can maintain a tie with Itachi. Adding Obito and other members of Akatsuki's organization, Itachi might be disabled if he doesn't die. So, the Shao organization still needs to give a joint explanation. Master Sasuke. Master Sasuke. Kimimara's voice rang in Sasuke's ear. Sasuke turned to look at Kimimaro. What's wrong? No. Nothing. I just watched Master Sasuke. You have been standing still, as if you were thinking about something. If Master Sasuke has any troubles, you can tell me. Maybe I can. He is busy. Hearing this, Sasuke smiled. I know, don't worry, there is nothing to worry about. There is one little trouble, but it shouldn't be difficult. Said Sasuke's eyes turned to look to the other side. Although I don't know the specific surroundings, Sasuke has no problem sensing where the line of sight is coming from. Absolutely. Come out. Beck, I have something to say to the leader. Hearing that, White Zetsu, who was about to leave underground, stopped. Looking back at Sasuke with some doubts. This guy actually knows his own existence. Is he aware of himself? Impossible. Because of the sacred tree, he is basically an existence that shields perception. No matter how powerful a perceptual ninja is, they will never be able to find themselves. How did Sasuke? Although I don't know where you are, I'm very sensitive to the sight of spying on me. Come out. I won't kill you. You are just a clone, and you are not worthy of my killing. Some words, I want you to bring them to the leader. Hearing what Sasuke said, the White Zetsu avatar also seemed to think it was the same. Walking in the direction of Sasuke, he also wanted to see what this guy Sasuke was going to say. Slowly drilled out from the ground. White Zetsu smiled. As expected of Master Sasuke, it's really scary, and I can feel the sight from me. The battle just now was really exciting. So you saw it and heard it? Sasuke asked suddenly. White Zetsu nodded, of course. That's good. Go and tell the leader, Itachi can't move. I'm here for his business. For Sasuke's command-like tone. White Zetsu didn't answer, but stared at Sasuke silently. Although the strength of this avatar is not as good as Sasuke, even with just one finger, he can be easily stabbed to death. White Zetsu is not afraid of Sasuke either. Master Sasuke. Your defection to the organization is not over yet. Do you still want to help Itachi solve his problems? The death of Deidara and Scorpion is quite a big trouble for the Akatsuki organization. Kimimaro's eyes became a little cold. How dare this guy bargain with them? Is this trying to court death? Sasuke raised his hand to stop Kimimaro, who wanted to teach White Zetsu a lesson. That's right, so I'll get to know it together this time, and tell the leader I'll go back to the base. I'll go back right away. Itachi is my big brother no matter what. White Zetsu's eyes flickered several times. He froze for a moment. It's not that I was surprised by Sasuke's words, but I had an unexpected harvest. Unexpectedly, with such an indifferent personality, he would still care so much about his elder brother. Now it seems to know how to threaten Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi is a bomb. If you use it well, it is a weapon against Sasuke. If you use it poorly, you will hit the monster in front of you like hell. But as for how to choose, how to make a decision, that should be judged by its other half, Black Zetsu. Think here. White Zetsu nodded. I see. I will convey your words. At the same time, I also hope that Master Sasuke can come to meet soon. I believe the leader can't wait. Rest assured. Sasuke smiled. Okay, get out. White Zetsu slowly drilled into the ground and disappeared before the eyes of the two of them again. Kimimaro looked at Sasuke worriedly. Master Sasuke, do we still have to go back to the Akatsuki base? If that's the case, it's too dangerous. Those guys will never let you off, Mr. Sasuke. So what? Sasuke asked back. Are you scared? Kimimaro. Of course not. Kimimaro said seriously. He raised his hand and patted Kimimaro's shoulder, then joined me in breaking into Akatsuki's base. Sasuke smiled. For a split second, Kimimaro felt a great sense of satisfaction because he felt that Sasuke needed him. Also showing a smile, Tianfen was very happy. Inside Rain Shinobi Village. Jiraiya. He is currently investigating in the Land of Rain. Although he knows that the Akatsuki organization's base is in the Land of Rain, he doesn't know exactly where it is. Been here for several days. Jiraiya still didn't find any useful clues at all. Until he saw someone by chance. White hair, strange costume. This costume is very similar to Orochimaru's dress. Jiraiya instinctively sensed something strange. He followed up quietly, but what Jiraiya saw made him stunned. Uchiha Sasuke. Is he here? Where is he going? Should be going to the Akatsuki organization base. That's great. Our Sasuke, here it is. Kimimaro gives food to Sasuke. The two rushed to the Land of Rain all the way, and Sasuke hadn't eaten for almost a whole day. Although with the physiques of Sasuke and Kimimaro, there is no problem at all even if they don't eat for 3 days. But the iron body still needs a little rest. After the two of them had a short rest in the unknown small town of Rain Country, Sasuke looked around suspiciously. Just now, is it an illusion? He always felt that there seemed to be a strange gaze staring at himself. Could it be that this guy quietly followed up again? Snort. Is he afraid that he won't come? Forget it. Sasuke glanced at Kimimaro, who had finished eating and was about to leave. Let's go. This time Sasuke brought Kimimaro just in case. After all, Nagato owns Rinnegan and Obito owns Kamui, and the combination of the two is not so easy to deal with. With Kimimaro on the side, it doesn't matter how bad the situation is. Although Kimimaro is a three-tails Jinchuriki, things get even worse once he is discovered. But at this time, I don't care so much. Akatsuki's base is in an abandoned factory outside Rain Shinobi Village. Although Sasuke has only been here once, he is quite familiar with it. This time, instead of making Kimimaro wait outside, they entered together. It was still Konan who greeted me, looking at Konan, who used pieces of paper as wings and descended from the sky like an angel. Sasuke looked at her the same. At this moment, the two looked at each other, and their eyes seemed very complicated. Konan seemed to be wondering how Sasuke had grown taller all of a sudden, from a kid to a handsome man. Even after she saw Sasuke's face again, her heartstrings were twitched a few times. I didn't expect you to plan to leave not long after you joined the organization. People who have left the Akatsuki organization in the past have only one way, to die in battle, and they will be able to leave the Akatsuki organization. Konan said lightly, although the tone still seemed very indifferent, but when he returned to Sasuke, it was far from the regret in Konan's tone. It seems to be pity yourself. The leader should be very angry. Certainly. Konan turned around and walked with Sasuke, and at the same time responded, You. Once you step into this space today, I'm afraid it will not be so easy to get out. Hearing this, Sasuke nodded. I know. People outside the Akatsuki organization are not allowed to enter. Konan stopped suddenly and glanced back at Kimimaro. Konan also knew about this subordinate of Sasuke. The extinct Hui Uruchi tribe in Kirigakure has the extremely rare Dead Bone Pulse, which has amazing combat power and can even overwhelm Deidara. Such an existence, if they can join the Akatsuki organization, then the vacancies of Deidara and Scorpion can be easily filled. Is it? If he can't go in, then you let the chief come out in me. Sasuke doesn't have such a good temper. Your rules are useless to me. Just this attitude. And Konan gave Sasuke a complicated look. Apparently Sasuke was also wary of them and brought such a powerful subordinate to prevent them from fighting later and being defeated by Nagato alone. It seems that Sasuke is not only arrogant, but at the same time, this guy is also careful when you should be careful. Okay, then let's go in together. Have Nagato come out and talk to Sasuke? Wouldn't it be easier for Sasuke to escape? Naturally, it would be better to bring Sasuke in. And at this moment in the Shao organization base, Yahiko is waiting for the arrival of Sasuke, to be precise Yahiko the puppet controlled by Nagato. At the same time, the beast road on the side is also ready to summon other pain at any time. Nagato, who is already ready for battle, is more than that because of waiting for Sasuke. Obito, who was in front of Nagato at the moment, listened to White Zetsu say that Sasuke had entered the base. Obito opened his eyes again and glanced at Nagato. If you can, try not to conflict with this kid. Hearing this, Nagato seems a little reluctant to heed Obito's warning. Uchiha Sasuke, even if he is a genius, anyone who dares to betray the Akatsuki organization must not let them live. If Sasuke and Itachi are spared, what will happen to the other members? Nagato's attitude is very tough. Obito was helpless, Deidara and Scorpion are already dead, and the organization's combat power has declined severely. If we confront Sasuke head-on today, more people will die in the end. The plan is even more impossible to realize. Asking for flowers. When people are gone, just look for them. After speaking, Nagato looked at Obito coldly, as if he had already made a decision and would not follow any advice at all. For Nagato, who has such a tough attitude, Wong feels a little bitterness in his heart. If too many people die, what about the seals of Urwei and Four Tails? When Sasuke and Third Tsuchikage were fighting Onaji, the Akatsuki organization took the opportunity to capture the second-tailed Jinchuriki and the four Jinchuriki. Now there are two more tailed beasts. News from Sasuke came before White Zetsu could seal it. I can do it alone. Nagato continued to speak stubbornly. Seeing this, Obito glanced at Nagato with icy eyes. Nagato smiled. Now the leader of the Akatsuki organization is me. 0. At the same time as he finished speaking, Sasuke was led by Konan and came to Yahiko. Sasuke and Kimimaro entered. Yahiko raised his head slowly, and Konan leaned towards Yahiko at the same time. Sensing the surrounding situation, Sasuke smiled. It seems that today, talk about bad things. Things are going to get really bad. When Konan and Yahiko heard this, their faces changed at the same time. Really? Can't hide from this guy. But it doesn't matter that he didn't intend to hide it in the first place. Yahiko stood up slowly, looking at Sasuke and Kimimaro at the bottom of the steps. Betray Uchiha Sasuke? I ask you again, do you want to make such a decision? Hearing this, Sasuke also raised his head and looked directly at Yahiko. The Akatsuki organization has no meaning to me now, so is there any problem if I leave? Problems? There are many problems. Since you have decided to defect from the organization then, I don't think there is anything else to say. Also including Uchiha Itachi, we will not let it go. Threaten. Threatening yourself? Sasuke's eyes gradually burst into murderous intent. Don't be so tense. Negotiations should look like negotiations. Konan's voice suddenly sounded, which suddenly eased the tense atmosphere between the two. And Sasuke also put away his killing intent. I captured one tail and left the Akatsuki organization. I have already done credit to you. Leaving the organization is considered clean. As for Itachi, if you don't trouble Itachi, I owe you a favor. Sasuke's words stunned both Nagato and Obito. Does this kid know how serious Itachi's departure is to the Akatsuki organization? It would be fine if Itachi just left, but Itachi is going back to Konoha. The fact that this guy wants to return to Konoha is absolutely not what the Akatsuki organization is willing to accept. Once Itachi returns to Konoha, the secrets of the Akatsuki organization for these years basically mean that they will be exposed immediately. At that time, the ninjas of the 5 major ninja countries will join forces to deal with the Akatsuki organization. At that time, it is basically impossible for the Akatsuki organization's plan to continue. Even Obito doesn't think he can complete the plan in his heart under the joint targeting of the 5 major powers. The same goes for Nagato. U-057. Nagato, who was so angry that he didn't know what to say, controlled Yahiko and couldn't speak. Wait until Nagato calmed down for more than 10 seconds. Only then did he calm down slowly, and then stared at Sasuke with extremely terrifying eyes. Controlled Yahiko looked at Sasuke with cold eyes. You know, what were you talking about just now? Sasuke nodded. Of course I know. All right. This kid actually said he knew? Since he knows it and still says such idiot-like words, how much face do you Uchiha Sasuke think you have? Can the Akatsuki organization willingly let Itachi go, even at the expense of exposing the organization's plan? Think Akatsuki and Nagato are idiots? Since you know what you're talking about, do you think I'll agree with what you're saying? Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Yes, you will definitely agree. I didn't expect Sasuke to be so confident in himself. Even Obito laughed at this point. Is this delusional self-confidence? Do you really feel that your face has grown to such an extent? But if it's something else, then letting Sasuke owe a favor is not very useful at critical moments. After all, Sasuke's strength is very strong, and his shots at critical moments can have unexpected effects. But this thing is too big. Just such a condition is not enough. Nagato took a deep breath. I let you go, you grab one tail, and hand it over to the organization. As you said, you can settle with the organization. But Itachi, just let him go. He chose to return to Konoha, so there is no emperor in this matter. Having said that, Nagato didn't say a word. Even if it is Lianqing, they will never let Sasuke leave Akatsuki's organization like this. After finishing speaking, Yahiko's eyes have completely become extremely cold. The eyes looking at Sasuke are completely looking at people who are about to die. Sasuke also noticed the change in Yahiko's eyes. I can only sigh helplessly in my heart. It seems that solving the follow-up troubles for my big brother is not as simple as I imagined. Sasuke originally said that if Nagato agreed, then in the end Sasuke could save his life. Or save Konan's life. But Nagato doesn't seem to want this favor, so he can't help it. There is only do it. At this time, there were some changes around. Sasuke smiled and was about to say that Nagato seemed to be afraid of himself and let these guys ambush him in advance. A person jumped out of Kimimura's shadow. The sudden appearance of this person made everyone's movements stop suddenly. Nagato's expression changed drastically when he saw the person in front of him. Because the person who appeared was Jiraiya. Ms. Jiraiya. Konan spoke softly, but at this moment everyone's attention was on Jiraiya. Jiraiya let out a soft breath. It's really, the lurking time is too long, and the limit time of the technique can no longer be held. Kimimura looked at the person in front of him in great surprise. Who are you? Why are you in my shadow? Jiraiya waved her hands nonchalantly, a technique not worth mentioning. Sasuke understood now. No wonder he kept feeling strange sights. It turned out to be coming from Kimimura's shadow. No wonder he has been feeling strange. Today's white Zetsu seems to be following very close. It turned out to be Jiraiya. But when did this guy enter Kimimura's shadow? There can't be any opportunities along the way. Suddenly Sasuke thought, that town. Did you take the opportunity to enter the shadow while Kimimura was shopping? As expected of Jiraiya, I didn't even notice myself. But at that time, Kimimura was far away from him, and Sasuke didn't pay attention to Kimimura, so it's normal not to notice. But now, this situation gave Sasuke a headache. Jiraiya appeared here at this time. Now, it's hard to say. Sasuke, go back to Konoha. I heard it all. Your big brother Itachi decided to go back to Konoha. Since that's the case, why don't you come along? Jiraiya had just said this, and suddenly looked forward, and Yahiko was staring at him right now. Looking at Yahiko's face, Jiraiya froze. Yahiko, Konan, that's Akatsuki. Just when Jiraiya was about to say something. Suddenly, figures jumped out one after another. Gonshir Guijiao, Kakuzu, Haiden, Ju, all appeared one after another. surrounded Sasuke, Kimimaro, and Jiraiya. There is absolutely no chance of escape. At the same time, the Beast Path also appeared, and a summoning technique directly summoned all of Pain's 6 paths. In an instant, the number of people in the Akatsuki organization reached 11. Jiraiya frowned at the moment. Looking at these enemies, he also suddenly felt that something was wrong in 4.6. Although I have obtained a lot of good information, but how to get out seems to be a very serious problem right now. In addition, I didn't expect that the leader of the Akatsuki organization turned out to be Yahiko. Yahiko, you. But what Jiraiya wants to know more now is why. Why did the former Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan become like this now? What about Nagato? Why is Rinnegan in Yahiko's? Wait, why these guys have Rinnegan? Rinnegan is the eye of the rumored sage of 6 paths. Why does it appear on these people? What is going on? Teacher. I didn't expect to meet you in this situation. Sure enough, you have not changed. You are still as unexpected as before. Although called a teacher by Yahiko again. But this teacher made Jiraiya very angry. Yahiko, why did you become like this? You actually became the leader of the Akatsuki organization, and why is Rinnegan on you? Where's Nagato? What did you do to Nagato? Hearing this, Konan said, Teacher, do you know how to care about Nagato now? When you left us here, why didn't you think about caring about us? Jiraiya was silent. There was also deep guilt on his face. Indeed, since he decided to save these 3 little devils back then, he should completely save them. Instead, leave after teaching the 3 of them ninjutsu. But at that time, he did have a mission. After all, as Konoha's ninja, he couldn't act as he wanted. It's me. There is no need to reminisce about the past, because it is worthless. Now we are living well, Teacher Jiraiya. Yahiko's voice sounded, interrupting Jiraiya's words. At this moment, Yahiko's eyes changed back and forth between Sasuke and Jiraiya. Then Yahiko glanced at 14 Sasuke. Stop him first. Wait for me to deal with Mr. Jiraiya, then deal with him. Hearing that Kakuzu and others glanced at each other, they didn't expect their leader to be a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. This is still unbelievable. If Jiraiya hadn't appeared suddenly today, I'm afraid they would never have known about this kind of thing. Leave this guy to us, don't worry, he will be killed by me soon. Hayden spoke boldly, as if in his eyes Sasuke was not to be feared at all. However, after he said this, Kimimaro turned his head and stared at him, with a strong killing intent in his eyes. Kakuzu and the others glanced at each other, blocking Sasuke's words. There is no problem for them to join forces. But does the leader want to make a break with his teacher? This is quite surprising. They are also very interested in the grievances between master and apprentice, but it is a pity that they have no time to watch this battle. Let's go. Teacher. Let's change places. Don't you still have a lot of questions? Before you die, I will answer these questions for you. Said Yahiko slowly walked back with Pen's 6 paths. And Jiraiya hesitated for a few seconds and followed Yahiko. After all, he did have a lot of questions to ask. When the 2 left, Konan chose to stay here to deal with Sasuke. Sasuke glanced at Konan. Doesn't this guy want to watch the fight between those 2? Right? Both Nagato and Jiraiya are extremely important people to Konan. Now that the battle between the 2 is about to break out, she will only suffer more if she follows the past. And Konan guards the entrance where Jiraiya and Yahiko leave. Seems to prevent Sasuke from being the same as before. Ha ha. Uchiha Sasuke, my uncle has long wanted to deal with you. Your blood must be delicious. Let me taste it. Beep. Suddenly Hayden jumped directly toward Sasuke, swung the sickle, dragging and slashing very fiercely. But, for a guy who relied on his immortal body to deal with the enemy, Hayden's physical ability was simply too weak in Sasuke's opinion. With this level of physical skills, it is impossible for him to injure himself with just one hand. And at this moment, Sasuke didn't even look at him. His eyes were locked on Jiao and Gue Jiao. Just when the tip of the sickle was less than 3 centimeters away from Sasuke's neck, the sickle stopped suddenly. Easily caught by Kimimaro with a bone blade in one hand. Hayden, who cannot save the sickle, frowned and stared at Kimimaro. B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Get the hell out of my way. Don't be my way. Kimimaro smiled. I'm sorry. You are too weak to fight against Master Sasuke. Get lost. After speaking, Kimimaro directly stabbed Haiden with a knife. It pierced Haiden's heart in an instant, and Kimimaro felt a little unreal when he saw Haiden being hit by himself so easily. How could this guy be so weak that he couldn't dodge such a simple attack? Turning around, Kimimaro didn't intend to give Haiden another look. However, the next second, Haiden's voice continues. I say, you think you can kill me like this? When Haiden's voice continued to sound, but at this moment Kimimaro's eyes shrank rapidly. A knife hit the heart. Logically, this guy's heart should have been pierced by himself. How could it be? All right? Suddenly, the cutting sound of the blade piercing the wind sounded again. Kimimaro quickly turned sideways, and the bones grew out instantly to block the sudden slashing sickle. Bang bang! The huge impact force directly knocked Kimimaro's figure into the air. After turning quickly in the air and landing firmly, Kimimaro looked up at Haiden, who was safe and sound, and was retracting his scythe. The other party had a disdainful smile on his face, as if he was laughing at him. Kimimaro was very surprised. Not dead? Totally as if nothing happened. This guy. Be careful, Kimimaro. Anyone who can join Akatsuki's organization has something. Sasuke reminded Kimimaro. However, Kakuza laughed when he heard this, and he was very happy to get Sasuke's approval. But Sasuke continued to add, although there are some things, but there are not many things, that's it, let's get it done as soon as possible. After speaking, Sasuke glanced in Conan's direction. That guy, I don't want to see him die here either. That guy? Do you mean Jiraiya? Conan froze for a moment. Countless pieces of paper floated up in an instant when he raised his hand, and suddenly 770 turned into a shuriken and shot straight in the direction of Sasuke. Won't let you get out of here. Uchiha Sasuke. Swish, swish, swish. A series of paper shurikens flew over. Sasuke raised his hand and instantly summoned a large number of shurikens from the storage scroll of the wristband, and his hands instantly turned into countless afterimages. The same number of shurikens were thrown out, and the shurikens colliding in the air were clanging crazily. Sasuke looked at Conan. Just relying on you. Maybe you can't stop me. Really? Mr. Sasuke, maybe you're jumping to conclusions too soon. A black shadow flashed behind him, and Gue Jiao swung his broadsword and slashed down his muscles. Draw a knife. Cross. Bang bang. The huge force caused the ground under Sasuke's feet to sink suddenly. Sasuke turned sideways to look back at the ghost flood behind him. The strength is good, but yours is not a knife skill at all. The black blade Kusanagi sword slid directly along the muscles of the big saber, pulling the ghost dragon at the same time. Sasuke swung the blade upwards, and the blade quickly slashed across the ghost dragon's face. If it wasn't for the quick dodging of Gue Jiao at this moment, half of his face would be gone now. Ghost Jiao retreated hastily, with cold sweat on his forehead. Okay, horrible, knife skills. I'll use ninjutsu to restrain you. You can find the right time to make a move. As Kakuzu said, he started making seals. Sasuke sighed silently. It seems that it will take a little time. Sasuke looked at Kakuzu. This guy was going to use ninjutsu to deal with himself. He was looking for death. Thunder. Break out. Instantly condensed in Sasuke's hand. Instant Sasuke rushed to Kakuzu. At the same time, a black thunder flashed out instantly. And at this moment, Sasuke's raised hand has already grabbed Kakuzu straight. Under the blessing of thunder and lightning, Sasuke exploded at an astonishing speed, but suddenly pieces of blank paper appeared in Sasuke's reluctance. With Sasuke's lightning splash, ignite the papers. The next second Sasuke heard a rustling sound. He turned his head and looked at the pieces of paper suddenly. Looking at the pattern above, these are detonators. Sasuke quickly turned his head to look at Conan, who was beside him. When did he control the piece of paper to approach him? Even Sasuke didn't notice at all. Boom boom boom. A sudden explosion enveloped Sasuke, and Kakuzu grinned slightly. Idiot. I'm not the only one fighting you now. Fire style head hard. Boom. In an instant, the sweeping flames raged toward Sasuke, covering Sasuke again in the blink of an eye. The flames erupted, and the entire underground space began to vibrate. However, after the flames raged, purple rays of light erupted. Susanoo emerges. The skeleton covered Sasuke's whole body, making him have no problem at all in the attack just now. Slowly opening his eyes, Mangekyo Sharingan appeared before his eyes. Sasuke stared at the people in front of him. "Raise your hand." Just as you were about to fight back, the ground under your feet suddenly exploded in the next second. One by one vines appeared. Sasuke looked up at Ju in the distance. Ju's single-handed Madara, smiling at Sasuke. "Master Sasuke, although I have a low sense of existence, I am also." "Caught you." Uchiha Sasuke. The ghost dragon who made another surprise attack swung its sword muscle and slammed hard at Sasuke's stomach. His purpose is not to kill Sasuke, but to absorb Sasuke's chakra. Use the Jiao muscle to absorb light from Sasuke chakra, then no matter how strong Sasuke is, it will be useless. Crack. The beating lightning instantly cut off these vines. Sasuke clapped his hands lightly. Before the Jiao muscle had time to hit him, a wood-style wall blocked the front in an instant. Boom! The Jiao muscle smashed on the wood-style wall, and the anti-5 ghost Jiao backed back again and again. The wood-style wall was lifted. Sasuke raised his hands high. One hand was wrapped around lightning, and the other hand was forming a Madara. Water style. Water Dragon Bomb. With a strong thunder force, the rolling water swept towards Kakuzu and Shijiao, who were in front of them. Boom zzz. The lightning water dragon bomb instantly formed an astonishingly powerful force, and the terrifying speed caused the two of them to jump away immediately. But at this time, one after another broke the wind. Sasuke turned his head and looked in Konan's direction. Countless paper shurikens shot towards him quickly. Dead bone pulse, 10-finger piercing. Whoosh whoosh. Bone bullets burst out from between the Kimamaros, firing like machine guns. Keep knocking down the paper shuriken in the air. And at this moment Sasuke turned to the other side, looking in White Zetsu's direction. White Zetsu clones appeared one by one and surrounded Sasuke, as if they didn't intend to leave any space for Sasuke. Sasuke quickly grabbed the Kusanagi sword behind him, and the black blade shone with black light. Rapidly rushing towards White Zetsu, the thunder and lightning left after images behind. Breath of thunder. One type. A flash of thunder. Zzz. Wherever the thunder light passed, these clones of White Zetsu were all destroyed in an instant, and then Sasuke stabbed directly at Zetsu's body with a knife. But the guy went straight to the ground. Sasuke missed the shot. Looking at the ground under his feet, strong anger flashed in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, thunder and lightning continued to wreak havoc. Condensed in Sasuke's hands, while the thunder and lightning flickered, the storm gathered. Within a few breaths, a large number of lightning appeared on Sasuke's body, and then he was slapped to the ground fiercely by Sasuke's big hand. Lightning style go ground. The lightning that spread instantly paralyzed the body of Ju, who escaped into the ground. Sasuke immediately raised his fist and slammed it hard to the ground. Explosion of strange power. Crack bang. Ju, who suffered a strong impact, flew out directly, looking seriously injured. Of course, there is nothing wrong with White Zetsu. After all, there are many White Zetsu, but Black Zetsu seems a bit uncomfortable. The burst of strange power is a pure power attack. It is not so easy to bear. This momentary powerful chakra wave is brewing. Of course, not Sasuke's chakra, but Kakuzu's chakra. Simultaneously release 3 types of chakra with different attributes, ready to launch a crazy bombardment on Sasuke. And at this moment Sasuke raised his head and made a Madara with his right hand at the same time. Would style the tree world is coming. Fuji Man, who exploded from under his feet in an instant, directly entangled Kakuzu. Kakuzu didn't expect Sasuke to have this trick, and the wood-style vines that exploded instantly grew into a giant tree, and Kakuzu opened his mouth and shouted. However, the blink of an eye was directly sealed in the tree. Although it is wood-style tree realm descending, as long as chakra can be precisely controlled, the scale of the technique is also determined by Sasuke. It is also very simple to make only one tree in this way. Boom buzz. At this time, the roar sounded, and the ghost dragon was colliding with Kimimaro. And Haiden was coming towards Sasuke, swinging his scythe. Die, Sasuke. Hear Haiden's voice. Sasuke was speechless and instantly shot a black stick from his palm. At the moment Haiden cut himself with the sickle, Sasuke directly stabbed a black stick from Haiden's shoulder into the body. The moment the black stick penetrated, Haiden's face suddenly darkened, because he felt as if his body couldn't move. Pippi. Sasuke directly stepped on Haiden's back and stomped him to the ground, and then pierced Haiden's body one by one with black sticks. Let this guy only be able to lie on the ground, unable to move. In the blink of an eye, they dealt with 2 Shao organization members in a row. Although they were not killed, they were trapped. Sasuke's strength made Konan, who was controlling the paper and preparing to attack, stunned. Is that a black stick? How could Uchiha Sasuke? He didn't have Rinnegan. Why? It was at this moment that Konan was stupefied. The sound of turbulent running water sounded. Sasuke looked at her. Water style. Big water boom. Boom. The flowing water instantly flooded the entire room, and, because of the water, the paper was wet, and it became very difficult for Konan to continue attacking. And Sasuke, who shuttles quickly in the instantaneous water flow, directly releases the electric pine. The flowing black thunder paralyzed Konan's body. Konan raised his head, and a Sasuke clone was constantly releasing lightning style at her. Controls several people in a row: Konan, Kakuzu, Ju, and Haiden. Gue Jiao is the only one who can still act now. But now this room is filled with a large amount of water, and several people are still facing the problem of holding their breath in the water. However, Gue Jiao was overjoyed at this moment. How dare you use a water style of this size? This is the perfect opportunity for me. As a ninja of Kirigakure, the water is like the world of ghosts. The ghost dragon waved its muscles and looked at Kimimaro, who dived into the water and was controlling his body, ready to go forward and solve Kimimaro. However, in the next second Sasuke appeared directly in front of his eyes. Seeing the sudden appearance of Sasuke, Gue Jiao froze for a moment. What's going on? Why is this guy so fast? Ghost Jiao still didn't quite understand, but the next second Sasuke raised his hand and the water gathered instantly. Hard Vortex Water Blade. In a sudden moment, the sweeping water impacted on the chest of Gue Jiao. In an instant, the high-speed rotating water split open Gue Jiao's skin, leaving a big blood hole on his chest. Seeing the grin of Gue Jiao, the corners of Sasuke's mouth slightly raised. This guy doesn't think he is the only one who can move fast in the current. Water style riding the waves. Let Sasuke still be able to maintain ultra-high-speed movement in the water, and with Sasuke's chakra amount, the speed will become even faster. Boom. 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 A chain of bubbles bursts in the water. Sasuke's hard vortex water blade crazily impacted the ghost dragon in front of him one after another, leaving wounds on Gue Jiao's body. Blood spread in the water. Sasuke didn't intend to stop at all. He raised his black stick and pierced Gue Jiao's body. Immediately, Gue Jiao also felt that the chakra in his body was suppressed. As the water receded slowly, Sasuke grabbed Gue Jiao's neck with one hand. I didn't expect that I would be defeated in the water one day, said Sasuke. Raised his hand and threw the ghost dragon to Kimimaro. Kimimaro caught the ghost dragon and controlled it on the ground. Master Sasuke, do you want to kill them all? At this moment, Kakuzu is trapped in the big tree formed by wood style and has suffered a heavy blow from Sasuke, and he has not completely recovered his ability to move. Haiden was controlled by Sasuke with a black stick, unable to move his body, now lying on the ground and yelling at Sasuke. On the other side, Konan was easily trapped by Sasuke using the wood style shadow clone to release the lightning style, and his body was paralyzed and unable to move. Up to now, all the members of the Akatsuki organization have been easily controlled by Sasuke. Although they didn't kill them, Sasuke's combat power made Gue Jiao and the others extremely shocked. How could there be such a terrifying person? Sasuke's strength has actually increased so much. With so many people working together, they still can't cause any trouble to Sasuke. This situation makes it difficult for Kakuzu and others to accept. It's completely crushed, without any suspense. Facing the current Sasuke, they are like a group of genin. There is no difference at all. The gap is too big. Watch them. Sasuke doesn't have kung fu to take care of these guys. Now Sasuke cares more about the fight between Nagato and Jiraiya. Quickly skimming past Konan, Sasuke chased in the direction Jiraiya and Nagato had left. At this moment, Obito, who was secretly watching the battle, shook his head helplessly. It's true that today is not what it used to be. Today's Sasuke's fighting power is too strong, so that even I may not be sure that I can defeat him. Boom boom boom. At the moment, on the other side, the battle between Jiraiya and Six Paths Pain is also very fierce. Jiraiya, who successfully summoned Fukasaku and Shima from Mount Myaboku, has activated Sage Mode. But compared to Six Paths Pain, due to the gap in intelligence, it was very hard for Jiraiya to fight. Already received very serious injuries, although he tackled a couple of Pen. But because of the Beb of held out Pain, these injured Pain recovered almost in a blink of an eye. In such a situation, Jiraiya's battle becomes even more difficult. Now that there are many injuries on his body, the situation is not optimistic. But Jiraiya also asked for a lot of information that was useful to him. For example, the purpose of Akatsuki organization, the situation of Nagato, and the matter between Sasuke and Itachi. This information is very important to Konoha. If the information can be passed on, then Konoha and the 5 major countries will definitely be able to make complete preparations. However, the problem facing Jiraiya now is that it may be difficult to escape. After a fierce battle, Jiraiya finally broke through the siege of Six Paths Pain, paying the price of serious injuries, and fled back and forth. But when Jiraiya came here, it seemed that the exit was not far away. He suddenly looked at the man standing in front of him. Little Jiraiya, run, why stop? Fukasaku was guarding behind him to prevent Six Paths Pain from catching up and launching a sudden attack in the narrow sewer. In this way, it would be quite bad, and it would definitely be a situation of 10 deaths and no life. The child's father in front. Hearing Shima's words, Fukasaku quickly looked forward. However, Sasuke, who appeared in front of him at this moment, blocked Jiraiya's way. At the same time Sasuke looked at Jiraiya. Isn't he dead? It's good if you don't die. I thought I couldn't catch up. It seems to have caught up, and Jiraiya Sasuke doesn't want him to die here. But this time Six Paths Pain caught up. Seeing the arrival of the 6 people, Sasuke's eyes became cold. And Jiraiya frowned. His heart was extremely disturbed. Sasuke blocked his way, and Six Paths Pain chased after him. Today it seems to be doomed. But even so, he must pass the information back. He turned to look at Fukasaku beside him. Master Fukasaku, please be sure to pass on the information you got today to Master Hokage in Sleepy Leaf. Otherwise, I will die in vain. Fukasaku was stunned for a moment, and he still wanted to say that he would definitely be able to kill him. But the next second, there was a rapid breaking wind sound behind him, and it was too late to look back. Suddenly, in the direction of Sasuke in front, the roar of thunder exploded instantly. The Kusanagi sword swept over with an astonishing thunder in an instant. Looking at the ninja sword attacking, Jiraiya closed his eyes helplessly, and at this moment, Jiraiya asked Fukasaku and Shima to cancel the summoning status and return to Mount Myaboku. Otherwise, if they die here, the information will never be passed on. Bang bang! With the appearance of 2 white clouds, the 2 toad sages disappeared. And at this moment, the ninja knife flew past Jiraiya's face. The straight one collided with the black stick coming from behind Jiraiya. Jiraiya opened his eyes in an instant, listening to the sound behind him. Jiraiya was stunned. Sasuke didn't not attack him. Beep. Buzz. The fierce roar exploded behind Sasuke, and at this moment Jiraiya looked at Sasuke in front of him. He turned around abruptly. Behind him, Yahiko looked at Sasuke in surprise. You want to save him? Sasuke smiled. He is your teacher no matter what, and he doesn't even intend to let it go? It was said that Yahiko's face changed back and forth several times, but he did not answer Sasuke's question. He just looked at Sasuke with even colder eyes. Both of you have to die here today. Immediately after finishing speaking, Shura Dopement rushed out. Sasuke shook his head and jumped. The sudden gust of wind blew across Jiraiya's face and then quickly passed by Jiraiya's side, rushing to Jiraiya's back in the blink of an eye. Pulling up the Zanpakuto on the ground, he slashed at Shura Dopane straight ahead. Under a knife. The blade trembled wildly, and at the same time, thunder and lightning also erupted. Shura Dopane's body was paralyzed by lightning, and at the same time his body quickly stopped after being helped by the human Dopane. At the same time Sasuke also took a step back slightly. Using the method of exerting strange power, coupled with the lightning of the Kusanagi sword itself, Shura Dopane was instantly repelled. Nagato feels the power of Sasuke through Shura Dopane. He was very surprised. How could there be such an astonishing burst of power? This guy's power is not even a match for a Juradao. Sasuke twirled the ninja sword in his hand, and lightning kept bursting on the blade. Black lightning jumped from time to time. Sasuke looked at Six Paths Pain. It's too narrow here, let's go to a wider place. The moment he finished speaking, Sasuke rushed forward again with a stride. At the same time, the roar of Chidori sounded. Countless birds are scrambling to chirp. Lightning-style super-speed electrical lightning fire is on in an instant. Sasuke's speed is so fast that Nagato can hardly imagine. In just a split second, the beast in front of him, Dao was hit instantly. Chidori pierced through the body of Animal Road Pain, and then Sasuke kicked Animal Road hard. Beep! With a loud noise, Pain, the beast, suddenly flew backwards, hit other Pains, and flew backwards towards the other side rapidly. Tiandao Pain originally wanted to use Shinluo Tianjeng to block it. But seeing that it was the beast Dao Pain flying over, he had no choice but to give up. Pain's Six Paths was blown out of the passage. Sasuke looked back at Jiraiya. The meaning is very simple. Let him go quickly. Sasuke turned into a flash of lightning and rushed out in a frenzy. Go after Pain's Six Paths. But Jiraiya, who stayed in the passage, did not leave, but gritted her teeth fiercely and chased in the direction of Sasuke. Since Sasuke chooses to save him, it is impossible for him to escape alone. Furthermore, since Sasuke chose to save him, then maybe Sasuke can be prosperous. As long as Sasuke returns to Konoha, Konoha and the entire ninja world will become much more peaceful. After all, Konoha has an unprecedentedly powerful ninja in command, and this guy is a monster that even the fourth Raikage can fight head-on. Also add an Eight Tails Jinchuriki. To be able to severely injure Eight Tails Jinchuriki alive, I am afraid that only Sasuke has done it in history. Not even the former third Raikage could do it. Go through the pipe and return to the previous underground space. Sasuke is fighting Six Paths Pain. His figure is flickering constantly, beating thunder and lightning, wandering lightning. Sasuke is 1 against 6. Didn't even lose the slightest bit of wind. A summoning beast rushed towards Sasuke and was controlled by Sasuke. Not only blocked the summoning beast's impact, but even directly destroyed the headache spirit beast with 10 punches. The lightsaber transformed into lightning instantly penetrated the summoning beast's body, splitting it in two. Nagato looked at Sasuke, who had such amazing fighting power. Not only can it have a head-on collision with Shuradao, but it can easily suppress Shuradao. The backhand can also kick the world away as casually as a ball. Summoning Beast Na Sasuke of the Animal Road has nothing to do, and the Hell Road cannot attack at will. Although Hungry Kido can absorb Sasuke's ninjutsu attacks, returning Sasuke wave after wave does not give Hungry Kido time to breathe at all. Even the Hungry Kido was instantly destroyed by Sasuke. Tiandao Pain's Shinluo Tianjung broke out, and there is no way to take Sasuke. Even on the contrary, because of Sasuke's terrifying speed, Tiandao Pain didn't dare to use Shinluo Tianjung at will to prevent Shinluo Tianjung's gap period. Asking for flowers. Make Tiandao Pain destroyed by Sasuke. And Jiraiya, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, was completely stunned and dumbfounded. Thinking back to when he fought Six Paths Pain just now, He was completely beaten from beginning to end and couldn't find his way. Let's look at Sasuke now. Press 6 paths pain to the ground and beat him violently. This guy's strength has completely surpassed himself, and it has surpassed too much. Seeing Sasuke like this, Jiraiya wanted to bring Sasuke back to Konoha even more. With Sasuke's Konoha, the whole ninja world will be stable. It's incredible. A teenage brat can grow to such a degree in a short period of time. Suddenly a voice sounded. Jiraiya turned her head quickly. How could someone approach her quietly? -0. And he didn't notice it at all. Turn back. A strange Uzumaki mask appeared in front of him, and this person was wearing Akatsuki's clothes. Obviously, they are also members of the Akatsuki organization. Jiraiya just wanted to say who you are. Next second. Whoosh! A shuriken with lightning flew straight at it in an instant. A straight stab in front of where Obito was, followed by a thunderbolt. Directly led Obito back again and again. Obito, who had just landed, raised his head before he could react. There was a flash of lightning. Sasuke flashed directly in front of Obito. Lightning-style Lei-shun body. The terrifying roar of thunder sounded, and Sasuke directly slashed towards Obito's neck with a volley. Universal pull. Suddenly invisible gravitational force acts on Sasuke's body. Immediately afterwards, Sasuke's body was pulled directly over. And just with that pull, Sasuke's attack missed Obito. Sasuke, who turned around in the air, looked at the big dog summoned by the animal way, opening his mouth wide and preparing to swallow himself in one gulp. Sasuke raised his hand. Wood-style the tree world is coming. While the wood-style vines broke out from the walls on both sides in an instant and entangled Sasuke's body, another vine directly and quickly entangled the summoning beast. The explosion of wood-style. Jiraiya was completely stunned. Sasuke, even wood-style, mouth. Nagato was not surprised by Sasuke's wood-style, but surprised by Sasuke's control over wood-style so delicately. Even their own universal pull has been cracked. This guy is a complete monster. The current strength is completely beyond himself. It may be difficult to beat Sasuke by relying on his own pen's 6 paths, but Nagato couldn't swallow it without killing Sasuke. Together. Suddenly Yahiko spoke, and Obito on the side smiled helplessly when he heard Nagato's words. Originally, he didn't intend to do anything, but he also knew that if he only relied on Nagato, he might not be able to win Sasuke. If Sasuke is allowed to save Jiraiya like this, then Akatsuki's plan will be exposed. And the plan he wants to realize is even more impossible. Nodding silently, Obito agreed to Nagato's request. Nagato controlled Shura Road and Human Road and rushed towards Sasuke again. The two 923, one on the left and one on the right, are preparing to contain Sasuke. At the same time, the Animal Road summoned 2 huge flying birds again, and the huge beaks hit Sasuke quickly, accompanied by the sound of the roar. Sasuke looked up at the same time. Suddenly, clap your hands. With style, Vineman breaks out again. Quickly entangle the 2 summoning beasts in the air. At the same time, vines grew around Sasuke, Shura Dao and Human Dao Pain rushed over, and the vines entwined towards them like black snakes. The world is entangled and unable to move forward. The entanglement force of the wood-style Vine Man directly crushed it. And Shura Dao moved faster, but saw the wood-style vines around Sasuke getting denser and denser. It was impossible for him to get close to Sasuke. At this moment Obito suddenly appeared out of thin air, grabbing Shuradeo's body with one hand, and in the next second the 2 of them were instantly swallowed by the wood-style Vine Man. But Sasuke didn't feel that he had caught anyone. The moment Sasuke was looking for the figures of the 2, a breath suddenly appeared on his right side. Sasuke turned his head quickly. Stomp your feet lightly, and at the same time make a mudra with your right hand. A wall of earth rose instantly from the ground. Bang bang! Shura Dao's fist hit the wall fiercely, and cracks appeared on the wall. Cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. The sound of breaking wind sounded behind him. Sasuke pulled out the Kusanagi sword from his waist and directly blocked it. A shuriken hit the blade of Kusanagi sword, and sparks flew out. Was directly thrown out. However, this is not the end. Shinluo Tianjang. Sky Dao Pain was already floating in midair. The moment Sasuke saw Tian Dao Pain, he used his peripheral vision to look towards the position where Six Paths Pain was before. By this time the other pain had disappeared, accompanied by Bang Bang. Twice. All pain were directly summoned to a safe location by the human Dao Pain. Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly. He turned his head to look at Jiraiya, who was not far away from him. Is Nagato so willing? Are you going to use this big move against me? This is easy. Lightning surged from Sasuke's feet. In the next second, lightning style suddenly turned on. Go straight to Jiraiya's side. Sasuke held Jiraiya down and turned his hands to the sky at the same time. Asterisk. Boom boom boom. Huge wood-style vines burst out suddenly, layered on top of Sasuke's head, forming a huge roof made of wood-style vines in an instant. The impact of Shinluo Tianzhong sounded, and wood-style Quachong was crushed to pieces in an instant. Sasuke sighed softly. Sure enough, it is still impossible to rely on wood-style to resist. Susanoo. The purple light burst out, and the skeletons that enveloped Sasuke and Jiraiya appeared directly. Sasuke and Jiraiya are protected by two big hands. After the roar passed, Sasuke finally blocked the impact of Shinluo Tianzhong. Lifting his head, Sasuke let go of Jiraiya, and Jiraiya looked around. Looking at the ground 3 meters away, all sank by more than 5 or 6 meters. Immediately, I understood how terrifying the impact just now was. Sasuke-kun's strength is really strong. In the face of such an attack, I can still block it. At this time Obito's voice sounded. Sasuke smiled. Didn't that guy not use his full strength yet? Is it necessary to compliment me at this time? Hearing that Obito put away his smile, Six Paths Pain also jumped down from the sky. Sasuke looked at the pains in front of him, and it really didn't work to attack casually. It still takes a little discipline. The primary goal is to get rid of Pain in Hell Road first. Otherwise, no matter how many Pain I killed, Hell Dao Pain would be able to revive him, so I would be wasting my time. If you want to get rid of Hell Road Pain, you have to be quick. Thunder Breath. Sasuke bent down slowly and arched his body. His hand hangs from the hilt of the Kusanagi sword in the kana. Make a knife move. One shape. Thunderbolt flash divine speed. Crack. The flashing thunder erupted suddenly, and the clang of the blade erupted instantly. At the same time, Hell Dao Pain's body was directly divided into 2 halves, and the lightning formed a trajectory in the air. From Sasuke's location directly to the evil Kito's location. And Nagato was in a daze. 7. Jiraiya was dumbfounded by the blow. Even the old Minato couldn't do this speed. Although Flying Thunder God is a space-type ninjutsu, it is not as good as Sasuke in terms of speed alone. Because no matter how fast it is, it needs reaction time, and it feels like Sasuke's blow has completely surpassed the reaction speed of the human body. So even if Minato faced this blow, he might not necessarily be able to dodge it. Uchiha Sasuke, have you grown to this extent in such a short time? So that's why you left Konoha in the first place. If Sasuke hadn't left Konoha back then, I'm afraid it would be impossible to grow to this level now. Jiraiya was thinking, and suddenly looked at Dai Dynasty and rushed towards Sasuke. The strange thing is that Sasuke didn't seem to notice Obito, so he didn't bother at all. Jiraiya's immediate instinct was to rush over. Instead, Sasuke looked in Jiraiya's direction the moment he heard footsteps. Looking at Jiraiya, who seemed to be aggressive and wanted to shoot himself. Sasuke doesn't quite understand, is this guy crazy? Want to attack himself? I saved him twice just now, and this guy will repay his kindness with revenge. Then 4.7 as Obito approached Sasuke gradually, a smile appeared on the corner of Obito's mouth. Sure enough, Sasuke doesn't notice me from Hollow. After all, in Hollow, my body is in another dimension, and what others see can only be equivalent to a projection. As Jiraiya got closer and closer, Sasuke didn't understand why Jiraiya wanted to attack him, but Sasuke didn't intend to fight back, but was going to jump away instead. At that moment, Jiraiya rushed to Obito, and Obito looked at Jiraiya. At this moment Yahiko shot a black stick from his hand. Being blocked by Obito's body, Jiraiya didn't see it at all. Next second, a black rod passed through Obito's body and shot straight into Jiraiya's chest. Jiraiya's Rasengan also passes through Obito's body. Jiraiya didn't feel her attack hit the incoming enemy at all. Staring at this Obito guy with wide eyes in amazement, incorporeal, the black stick penetrated Jiraiya's heart. Passing directly through the chest, blood spilled out at any time, and the blood exploded in the air to form a blood flower. And at the same time Jiraiya freezes in place. Obito then passed through Jiraiya's body. At this time Sasuke also noticed something was wrong. In an instant, it turned into a bolt of lightning and came to Jiraiya's side. With the roar of thunder and lightning, Sasuke caught Jiraiya, who was about to fall. Seeing the freshness overflowing from Jiraiya's chest, Sasuke felt helpless. Didn't it change Jiraiya's fate in the end? This guy died in the original book because he didn't understand Nagato's Dao pain, and now dies because he doesn't know Obito's Kimi Hollow. Jiraiya's death was inevitable. Sasuke. Jiraiya looked at Sasuke, as if about to say something. Sasuke raised his hand to inject chakra into Jiraiya's body, but even Sasuke's chakra is useless to Jiraiya now. The heart was destroyed in an instant. Such an injury is not something that Sasuke can save. Even though Sasuke has yin-yang escape technique, the current Sasuke can't create a brand new heart. If the damage is only the size of the eyeball, then there is no problem, but the size of the heart is much larger than the eye. Go back to Konoha. In a word, Sasuke froze for a moment. Back to Konoha. It seems that Jiraiya also thought that he left Konoha for some other reason, but his reason for leaving Konoha was really simple. Staying in Konoha cannot make him continue to become stronger. Just say that I want to challenge Wookage Village, not to mention whether Konoha support or not. Even in the case of support, Konoha will face a lot of trouble. There will definitely be voices of doubt. Since it is such a trouble, what do I still do in Konoha? There is no need to be so troublesome at all, just leave Konoha directly. Sasuke looked at the dying Jiraiya. Sorry, Jiraiya, I don't want to go back to Konoha. Hearing such words before dying, Jiraiya seemed very unwilling and wanted to say something. But the breath has dissipated. Jiraiya is dead. Sasuke sighed helplessly, and the passerby put Jiraiya into the official who sealed the scroll. Then he stood up slowly and glanced at Obito. Nice fit. Now Sasuke also understood why Jiraiya suddenly ran towards him. It should have seen that Obito wanted to attack him. But it is impossible for Hollow's Obito to hurt himself, but if Obito is about to touch himself, the state of Hollow is lifted. So yes, that is to say, it is indeed possible to severely injure yourself. It seems that I rely too much on my 5 keen senses, and, because I don't feel it, I let down my vigilance. Jiraiya and Obito taught themselves a lesson. Even with super perceptual ability, one still needs to be careful about attacks that cannot be perceived. The hint of arrogance in Sasuke's eyes gradually dissipated. His expression became clear, dignified, serious. The change in gaze also changed Sasuke's momentum. Looking at Six Paths Pain and Obito in front of him, Sasuke raised his hand and drew the Kusanagi sword. I won't be careless this time. Hearing this, both of them were obviously taken aback, and Nagato's gaze became much more gloomy. Then staring at Sasuke, Shura Dao Pain and Renrin Dao Pain shot directly. Universal pull. Tiandao cooperates and launches an attack directly, locking on Sasuke's body. However, at the moment when the gravitational force acted on Sasuke, lightning burst out from Sasuke. There was a roaring thunder, and the Kusanagi sword in his hand burst into light. The condensed black, electric light shoots out instantly. Chidori Sharp Spear. Swish! With a single blow, he pierced through the attacking Shura Dopement in an instant. The same knife pierced into the heart, and Shura Dao Pain instantly lost his ability to fight. However, the human world has already rushed up at the moment when it is about to be affected by the gravity of the heavenly Dao Pain. Tian Dao Pain lifted his ability. Dao Pain's fist hit Sasuke's back fiercely. Sasuke didn't even look behind him. Susanoo. The skeleton formed by the surge of purple light in an instant blocked the fist of the world. Bang bang! While being hit by himself. The thunder flowing in Sasuke's hand exploded again, swinging along the Kusanagi sword. With a quick backhand turn, the knife moved towards the human path behind him. The moment the sword was drawn, the world was also dealt with by Sasuke. Now the rest of pain are Tian-Dao, Beast-Dao, Hungry Kido. 3 pens. Even adding a Beto is only a little trouble for Sasuke. Especially a Beto, it is not so easy to solve a Beto. Sasuke suddenly raised his hand. Summoning. Boom. Summoning? Sasuke used the summoning technique at this time, and as a top powerhouse, he knew exactly what Sasuke wanted to do. Summoning Mon is a very powerful companion for ninjas. It is very useful when it is usually used to assist in combat or to help delay time. And now does Sasuke need help? Or maybe Sasuke wants to stall for time. Wood style with dragon technique. Boom. In an instant, a wooden dragon condensed from wood style vines, entrenched on the right side of Sasuke, emerged with white smoke. Summoning Beast Green Snake and Shinya appear. 2 big snakes, plus a wooden dragon. The 3-headed behemoth appeared directly in front of him, and Nagato controlled Yahiko to glance at Obito. Neither of them knew what Sasuke was going to do, but it was clear that Sasuke's next attack would be powerful, absolutely shocking. Lightning-style endless lightning pool. Boom. The thunder and lightning that swept out of nowhere seemed to emerge from all directions and gathered around Sasuke. Suddenly, a huge thunder pool was formed in an instant. The speed at which the lightning gathered made the two of them dumbfounded. Lightning followed one after another. There was no gap at all. Densely dense black lightning, wave after wave. The power emitted made Obito feel a little afraid. Once these lightning strikes, I am afraid that the scope of the spread. But Hungry Kido Pain can absorb ninjutsu attacks, so it doesn't matter. Beep. Suddenly hungry in the direction of Kido Pain, Sleepy Dragon directly bites Kido Pain into pieces. Looking at the huge wooden dragon with extremely fast speed, Obito's heart twitched slightly. It's not easy to do this time. He turned his head to look at Yahiko. If the fight continues, I'm afraid. Today, between them and Sasuke, both sides will have to suffer heavy losses. Either death or injury, neither side will have a good time. If it is like this. Sasuke stared at Obito and Tendo Pain. Come and try. The last development was not successful, so let's see how it works this time. Lay welcome, give me up. Boom. Crack. The thunderstorm suddenly broke out. Sasuke's thunder began to erupt crazily, and the raging thunder and lightning storm spread in an instant and gradually spread to the entire space. And the remaining 3 are Tian-Dao Pain, Animal Dao Pain, and Obito. Now his eyes are full of shock. I didn't expect that Sasuke could explode lightning style of this scale. Feeling the chakra fluctuations erupted by Sasuke, it has swept like a raging wave. With this level of chakra tide, the destructive power erupted may be able to wipe out the entire base in an instant. At this stage, the Geto statue is in the base. The other 2 Jinchuriki were also sealed, should Sasuke's attack break out. Not only may it destroy the Geto statue, but it will also remove the 2 Jinchuriki seals. To be able to escape, that is really a big deal. Thinking of this, Nagato's complexion began to change rapidly. Absolutely can't let this guy release his technique. Nagato thought, but saw the summoning beast waiting around Sasuke. Sasuke stood on top of Xainya's head, and Xainya's fierce eyes stared at him. And it seems that Xainya doesn't intend to fight. Once they launch an attack, Xainya will definitely take Sasuke to avoid the attack immediately. Give Sasuke as much time as possible. And there is a summoning beast green snake, plus a wooden dragon released by Sasuke with wood style. With the protection of these 2 things, it is even more difficult to attack Sasuke. The current situation is going to get trickier. Rather than letting this place be destroyed by you, it is better to let me come in person. Thinking of this, Nagato gritted his teeth suddenly, and all of chakra was concentrated in Tian-Dao Pain's body. The chakra storm that erupted in an instant was no weaker than Sasuke. It can only be said that the physique of the Uzumaki family is completely like a monster when it has explosive potential. With Sasuke's current amount of chakra, it is crushing even for a Kage-level ninja. However, I didn't expect Nagato's outbreak to be comparable to his own. Do you want to break out the Super Shinluo Tianjung? If so, let's try it and see who is stronger between your Super Shinluo Tianjung and my lightning style. Sasuke slowly closed his eyes and Sage transformation started. In an instant, natural energy began to gather crazily towards Sasuke's body. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke's chakra wave was raised another notch. It was just like a tide before, but now it is raging wildly like an ocean storm. Obito looked at Nagato and then at Sasuke. I'm afraid it won't be good if it goes on like this. These two guys obviously intend to fight to the end. If it is not stopped, the final result will be nothing more than a loss for both sides, and it will not be of any benefit to Akatsuki and Sasuke. You two stop for me. Accompanied by Obito's shout. Sasuke frowned and looked at Obito, but the movement of his hands had no intention of stopping at all. The same is true for Nagato on the other side. Chakra in Tian Daopain's body is still brewing. Nagato. The information has been sent back by Jiraiya. The toad who escaped earlier must have been contacting Konoha at this moment. Even without Uchiha Itachi, Konoha has obtained a lot of information about the Akatsuki organization. Saying that, Obito turned to look at Sasuke. Sasuke, your big brother, Uchiha Itachi, we don't have to trouble him. He can stay in Konoha with peace of mind. But you owe Akatsuki a favor. How? Nagato has stopped now. Indeed, the information has been passed back by Jiraiya. There is no point in killing Sasuke even now, and even making himself seriously injured. There is no need for this at all. And whether Uchiha Itachi is dead or alive doesn't seem to matter now. But at this moment, Sasuke sneered. It doesn't matter whether you are going to trouble Itachi now, kill you will naturally have no way to trouble anyone else. Sasuke's thunder welcome is almost formed. It cannot be seen here, but in the sky outside the base, a huge ball of thunder is constantly expanding among the clouds. The speed of the expansion is so fast that the size of the thunderball alone can easily cover the entire Shao organization base. However, Sasuke felt that it was not enough, and he wanted to use up all the chakra to see how amazing the power of this blow was. At this moment, when Obito heard Sasuke's answer, his face suddenly darkened. Unexpectedly, Sasuke is determined to kill them now. But that's right, it's already reached this point, and there's no need to worry about it when the face is torn apart. Thinking of this, Obito sighed. Wouldn't Nagato just listen to his own advice? Make it like this. It's like shooting yourself in the foot with a stone. Sasuke is no longer a guy who can be dealt with casually. Sasuke. But even so, Obito hopes not to really kill the fish. He bowed his head and thought for a moment, then quickly raised his head to look at Sasuke. How about giving you back your mother's eyes? The moment Sasuke heard this sentence, he froze for a moment. Mother's eyes. Uchiha Mikoto? For a while, Sasuke didn't know how to make a decision. He was not the original Sasuke, and the memory of his mother was only the memory of the original Sasuke. And to be honest, Sasuke himself has no feelings for his nominal mother and father at all. But those memories in my mind still have some influence on Sasuke. After thinking for a moment, even if Laying fell, he might not be able to kill Obito. Nagato might be able to take it out, but Obito has Kamui's abilities. You can escape at any time, and you have nothing to do with this guy now. Unless Awakened Rinnegan has the same power of the Space Pupil Surgery Day. If you are survived by Obito, then it is indeed a troublesome thing. I'm not afraid, but Uchiha Itachi probably won't be so relaxed. So Sasuke agrees. As the chakra wave dissipated, the lightning around Sasuke also slowly disappeared. Exainya under his feet seemed a little displeased and glanced at Sasuke. And Sasuke jumped off Exainya's head and looked back at Exainya. Go back. The two summoning beasts, Green Snake and Exainya, disappeared instantly. The wooden dragon entrenched around Sasuke's body, still maintaining a state of alert. My mother's eyes are in your hands? Obito nodded. That's right. Give it to me. I owe you a favor. Tell me when you need help, but I won't help you with anything. This remark made Obito not very satisfied, but it finally made Sasuke stop. The result is still acceptable. Good. Obito agrees, so be it. Otherwise, if you continue to fight, the final result will definitely not be too good. Holding the eyes of Uchiha Mikoto, Sasuke looked at Ju, who was slowly diving underground. No wonder the Rinnegan hidden by Obito in the original book can never be found. It turns out that Obito knows where these eyes are hidden. So be it. Sasuke casually put Uchiha Makoto's eyes into the ceiling bracer. Then he raised his head and looked at the people organized by Akatsuki. The Akatsuki organization is very strong. If only Sasuke challenged the Akatsuki organization alone. The combat power is still a little lacking, but if I wait until I awaken Rinnegan, it will be different. Sasuke, who has the power of the sky, can rely on the power of the pupil of the sky in an instant even when facing Obito's Kamui. Forcibly tear open the space and track Obito so that you are not afraid of Obito's hollow. Of course, there is another way, which is to attack continuously for more than 5 minutes, so as to force Obito to reveal the entity from the hollow state. But that's hard to do without Obito's help. Turn around. Sasuke leads Kimimaro towards Akatsuki's base. At this time, Kokuzu and others are staring at Sasuke's back. Just let this guy go 997? Kokuzu asked, a little unconvinced. However, Nagato controlled Yahiko and looked at Kokuzu with a cold eye, and the next second the universal pole was launched directly. Grab Kokuzu from a distance in front of him. Kokuzu looked at Tiandao Pain in horror. Leader. Yahiko said coldly, nonsense. Less. If Sasuke can be defeated, will they let Sasuke go? Didn't see the still undissipated thunder in the sky? Even now, the astonishing thunder and lightning fluctuations in the clouds can be clearly felt. If Sasuke just wanted to make a move, these guys would have died long ago. Even Geto's statue and Jinchuriki might have died from the blow. Abandoning Kokuzu, Kokuzu gently rubbed his neck, looking at Tiandao Pain with eyes full of fear. The strange force at that moment just now made him unable to move at all. The body involuntarily flew in the direction of Tiandao Pain. It's just horrific. However, facing such a leader, Sasuke was able to fight back and forth, and even suppress the leader for a while. BGCB, it's just horrific. Thinking of this, Kokuzu also understood that this time he was indeed talking too much nonsense. Even Haiden, who is not afraid of death, didn't speak. I became such an idiot. The reason why Haiden didn't speak was because he suddenly understood one thing. Even though he has an immortal body, this world still has too many ways to deal with him. So what if he doesn't die? Sasuke can easily make his life worse than death. And so is the leader. Facing their own immortality is completely useless. Haiden clenched his fists lightly. I will never be like today again, like a dead fish, to be slaughtered by others. Ghost Jiao looked at Sasuke's back as he drifted away. On top of water style, there is such an existence. How could I be defeated by someone using water style? A battle. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization seems to have been knocked out of their arrogance by Sasuke. After Sasuke left, the others silently found a secluded place in the base. They all seem to be reflecting on their own battles today and what they are missing. And Obito approached Nagato. Do you have any idea? Hearing that, Nagato, who was still coughing, raised his head suddenly, thinking, Konoha will soon be able to know information about us. As for the current collection of tailed beasts, only 1 tail, 2 tails, 4 tails, and 7 tails have been captured. The remaining 3 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails have not been captured yet. In this case, the exposure of the Akatsuki organization is simply hell-level difficulty. Nagato's face now also became extremely ugly. Akatsuki's plan. No matter what, it must be completed. Suddenly Nagato spoke with absolute certainty. Obito glanced at him. This guy was really brainwashed thoroughly. It is his attitude that is very desirable. As long as Nagato is willing to risk his life, there is still a chance to complete the plan. The current Akatsuki organization can only put all their eggs in one basket. Quickly seal Urwei and 4 tails, and capture 5 tails and 6 tails. The whereabouts of the remaining 3 tails are unknown, and they have never been found so far. 8 tails should be recovering from serious injuries. But 4th Raikage lost an arm by Sasuke, so it's easier to catch 8 tails, so let's go all out to catch 8 tails. As Obito said, Nagato felt that there was something wrong with Obito's plan after hearing this. 2. Once 8 tails is caught, no matter what the result is, the ninja world will have a huge reaction in an instant. Obito is also very clear about this point. As long as 8 tails can be captured, there will only be the last 3 tails and 9 tails left. 9 tails is in Konoha, and we have to see what happens after Itachi returns to Konoha. If Uchiha Itachi returned to Konoha and was accepted by Oba, that is to say, Konoha will have multiple combat powers comparable to Kage level at the same time. Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, plus Uchiha Itachi, these guys plus Hokage. As well as Konoha's elite Jonin, if they want to break into Konoha and capture 9 tails, it will be very difficult unless they exhaust all the power of the Akatsuki organization. Even in the end, it is very likely that Shao organization will lose more than half. This is the only way to catch 9 tails. If that's the case, then 9 tails must be the last capture. Obito raised his head slowly and looked at Nagato solemnly. Right now, there is no other way. Try to catch as many tail beasts as possible. If it really doesn't work, then it's okay to start the plan in advance. And 9 tails and 3 tails are the most difficult to handle. 9 tails are hard to catch and 3 tails are hard to find. Up to now, there is no trace. After thinking for a while, Nagato also nodded, then let's do this. The whereabouts of 3 tails must be found as soon as possible, and 9 tails stay last. Speaking of this, Obito suddenly laughed. Besides, even if Itachi returns to Konoha, I'm afraid there may not be any good results. At that time, Itachi's encounter may be different from what we imagined. Ferret returns the results for Konoha. It will greatly affect the Akatsuki organization. Everything depends on whether the current Konoha is bathed in sunlight or shrouded in darkness. Konoha Village, Nation of Fire. It is not Uchiha Itachi that is welcoming the Land of Fire at this moment. It was an emergency contact from Mount Myaboku. As the deep work of Toad Sage, he actually came to Konoha in person to deliver important information. The moment Tsunade got the news, she had a bad feeling. Hokage-sama. Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, Fukasaku-sama came to Konoha and said, I want to see you in person immediately. I have important information to report to you. Umbu's ninja reported quickly. Tsunade slowly lifted his head from the file. After being stunned for a second, he nodded, okay. Let Fukasaku-sama come in. The door opened and Konoha elite Jonin including Shikahisa, Kakashi, Might Guy, etc. also rushed in at the same time. The relationship between Mount Myaboku and Konoha has always been good. Toad Sage from Mount Myaboku, these elite Jonins are also very clear about what kind of existence it is. This time it came so suddenly, so hurriedly. Something must have happened. Reminiscent of Naruto being on Mount Myaboku, while Jiraiya was sent out of the village on a mission not long ago. Everyone also had a bad premonition in their hearts. Hokage office. Sitting on the deep work of Toad, you can see the bandaged wound on his body. It has just been bandaged and there is no excess. Apparently, there was a big fight not long ago. And it is possible to let Fukasaku as Toad Sage participate in the battle, and he still looks so embarrassed. So that means the enemy is scary. Master Hokage, I am the Toad of Mount Myaboku, serving Fukasaku of Toad Sage. This time, I came because of little Jiraiya's request. Little Jiraiya, he found the base of the Akatsuki organization and was besieged by the people living in the group. The first sentence completely stunned everyone present. Found the base of Akatsuki organization. Not long ago, there was an uproar. As a member of the Akatsuki organization, Sasuke broke into Cloud Shinobi Village, severely injured 4th Raikage, and beat 8 Tails to the brink of death. At the same time, Raikage's right-hand man is most likely to become the next generation of Raikage Starui. The strongest Cloud Shinobi of the younger generation was also instantly killed by Sasuke. Not healed yet. This incident made Akatsuki's name, which is not a secret in the ninja world now. Master Jiraiya, is he going on such a dangerous mission? Kakashi froze for a moment. How could Master Jiraiya go alone for such a task? That was the base of the Akatsuki organization, and Kakashi knew how powerful the enemies inside were. If it weren't for the relationship between Tsunade and Jiraiya, Kakashi would have wondered if Hokage had killed someone with a knife. Little Jiraiya's mission is just reconnaissance, but unfortunately, little Jiraiya was found. Without Tsunade's explanation, Fukasaku had already spoken. At the same time, he started talking about the fight with Six Paths Pain. Rinnegan. When everyone heard the appearance of Rinnegan, the expressions on their faces were extremely exciting. This kind of eye, which only exists in legends, actually exists, and it is also the leader of the Akatsuki organization. There is not just one person who owns it, but a total of 6 people. How is this possible? But Fukasaku couldn't lie and told the abilities of 3 of the 6 Paths Pains. Absorb ninjutsu. Summon hordes of mighty summoning beasts. Possesses the power to deflect all attacks. The abilities of Hungry Kido, Beast Stew, and Heaven Pain are narrated. The faces of Kakashi and others in the office suddenly changed. There are actually 6 such powerful ninjas with special abilities. And Master Jiraiya actually faced the battle of these 6 people at the same time. No wonder. Will be in danger. Just when little Jiraiya found her chance and could have escaped. Encountered Uchiha Sasuke and blocked the exit. If it wasn't for Uchiha Sasuke, little Jiraiya would have escaped by now. Said Fukasaku as if very angry. That kid. Together with the enemy back and forth attacked little Jiraiya, and that moment little Jiraiya let us go. Come back with information. I have no choice but to cancel the summoning status. Hearing this, Kakashi's first reaction was impossible. For nothing but Kakashi's understanding of Sasuke, he was well aware of Sasuke's arrogance. He will not join forces with others to deal with Jiraiya, who is already seriously injured. Even if he wants to kill Jiraiya, he will definitely choose to fight Jiraiya one-on-one. Because even in a one-on-one battle, Sasuke is completely capable of killing Master Jiraiya, and it is impossible to join forces with others. But Kakashi didn't say it. He just glanced at Fukasaku lightly. It is absolutely impossible for Fukasaku to lie. So what happened? Guy felt something was wrong too, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Facing those 6 people, little Jiraiya can still protect himself, and Uchiha Sasuke can be added, according to little Naruto's description. This guy is a powerhouse not inferior to Hokage at all, and when I checked the list of contractors, I found that Jiraiya's name had disappeared. Please flowers. It's been 3 hours since Jiraiya died. Everyone was silent when they heard this. Even Kakashi doesn't believe that there will be Sasuke in this matter, but it's hard to say it now. Boom. Suddenly the desk was smashed by Tsunade's punch. No one said anything because of Tsunade's sudden rage. Instead, he silently looked at Tsunade with his head down and shortness of breath. Everyone at the station understands Sannin's fetters. Now in Hokage's office, everyone is immersed in sadness. No one spoke. It was silent for 10 minutes. Only then did Fukasaku speak slowly. This time Jiraiya found out. Next up is little Jiraiya, this discovery. Information about the Akatsuki organization. The Shao organization currently has 11 members, counting the leader. Their purpose is to catch tailed beasts, which is not wrong, and the purpose of catching tailed beasts is to use the power of tailed beasts to deter. Attract ghosts. Use this to create a peaceful ninja world. It turned out that this was the purpose of the Akatsuki organization. It's ridiculous, but these guys are out for peace. Ridiculous peace. The number of people who died under their hands does not know how many. And talk about peace. There are other things about the abilities of members of the Akatsuki organization. I will write an intelligence document and hand it over to you later. Fukasaku's face was not very good when he said that. After all, he was injured and his mood fluctuated, so he was exuding old anger now. Tsunade waved his hand. Thank you, Fukasaku-sama. You can go back to Mount Myaboku and rest. I will take care of the next thing. Hearing this, Fukasaku nodded. Naruto will stay at Mount Myaboku for now. I will teach him as much as possible and make him stronger. Okay, this couldn't be better. Disappears with deep work. Tsunade turned slowly and looked at Konoha village through the window. Now, issuing a reward order, offering a reward of 1 billion, wanted, Uchiha Sasuke. Whoever Konoha shinobi sees Uchiha Sasuke must kill him at all costs. Shock. Kakashi and the others raised their heads suddenly. Such an order, is murderous. Hokage-sama is completely angry this time. Big. Whether it's the bounty amount Tsunade chooses to post, or an order for all Konoha shinobi followers. They can clearly feel the anger from Konoha Hokage. A former friend was killed. The rebellious ninja Sasuke also participated in it, and even joined forces with the enemy to kill Jiraiya. Tsunade still had a different feeling towards Sasuke. But now all that's left is anger and hatred. Tsunade doesn't know why Sasuke is doing this. Obviously Sasuke shouldn't do such a thing, but why? Why does Sasuke still do this? Killing Jiraiya, whatever his reasons, is absolutely unforgivable. In Hokage's office, everyone was silent, and their anger was also ignited by Tsunade. Master Sannin Jiraiya of Konoha was killed by a ninja of Konoha. Even if the other party did it as a rebellious, for 127, it is still unforgivable. And when the arrest warrant was released, the other 4 hidden villages still didn't quite understand why Tsunade suddenly became so angry. Could it be that something happened to Konoha recently? So much so that Tsunade would so angry. But this time, Konoha has not yet decided whether to share the information of Akatsuki's organization. Because, at this time, a more shocking news came suddenly. Betrayal Uchiha Itachi returned to Konoha. And at Konoha's main gate, Konoha's guard team has been defeated, and several Jonin were also defeated by Uchiha Itachi. Such an above-board challenge to Konoha. When the news reached Tsunade, Kakashi had rushed over with the other Konoha Jonin. And Tsunade also directly dropped the work at hand. Uchiha Itachi. This guy came to Konoha at this time. Is he here to provoke? He and his younger brother both joined the Akatsuki organization, and now they dare to come back after killing Jiraiya. Beep. Tsunade turned around and blasted the wall behind him, not wanting to waste time by going through the gate. After jumping out from the Hokage building, he headed straight towards Konoha's main entrance. From far away, Tsunade noticed the explosion of battle roar. The roar caused by the collision of fire-style ninjutsu can be heard even in the middle of the village. From a distance, Kakashi and Asuma are fighting with Uchiha Itachi. However, facing Uchiha Itachi, the guy already has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The combat power is amazing. While dealing with Asuma easily, he can also use fire-style ninjutsu to suppress Kakashi. So that several Jonin teamed up to release ninjutsu to resist Itachi's attack. I said it. I want to see Master Hokage. If I can't see Master Hokage, I am willing to wait here, but before that, no one should come near me. Itachi is not a fool. He entered Konoha rashly, let alone saw Tsunade, and was directly taken away by Konoha's interrogation department. Use a special technique to interrogate him first, and then talk about meeting Tsunade. And then there is no need to see Tsunade. Because that guy Ibixi will know everything, and he will naturally tell Tsunade. So Itachi chose this approach. But these guys seemed to be unable to understand, and they insisted on motivating him one by one. There is no way to protect himself. Itachi can only make a move. Susanoo launched, blocking the combined attack of many Jonin. When Itachi was feeling helpless, he suddenly heard a shout. Uchiha, get the hell out of Konoha. Bang bang. Suddenly there was a violent shock wave behind him, and Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly. Such a terrifying power erupted in an instant. If Susanoo hadn't turned it on, it would have blocked the power of this blow. I'm afraid he's about to be killed. However, even though he blocked the impact, his body still slid 5 or 6 meters straight to the edge of Yemen Gate. It was only 1 step away from Konoha. He looked up at the person who shot. Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly. Master Hokage. Tsunade, who had just sent Haki back and knocked Itachi back with 1 punch, planned to continue punching. However, Itachi suddenly heard her calling her Hokage-sama. Tsunade was stunned, but immediately showed a disgusted expression. People from Uchiha, you don't deserve to call me like that. Itachi was very happy at first, but he finally got Hokage. But Tsunade's attitude made him feel something was wrong. Master Hokage, I have something special to tell you personally. So there is no other way, but this is the only way. Special? Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then sneered directly. It's really special. Konoha's rebellious ninja ran to Konoha's gate to tell me. Did you have something special to tell me? The Uchiha clan, The only thing that can bring Konoha is disaster. Without exception. Hearing that Itachi's complexion is not very good, this is the village he once loved so much. How come the current Hokage doesn't even seem to give him the chance to listen to him say a word? Hokage-sama, I am not Konoha's rebellious ninja. I have never betrayed the village. Itachi's voice was a bit loud, after all these years of being undercover, although he didn't convey any information. But he knows many things about the Shout organization today. When he chose to betray the family, he did not choose to betray the village. Now this situation makes Itachi a little uncomfortable. But they didn't know the situation in Tsunade, and Itachi didn't complain. Take a deep breath. I came back this time to bring information about the Akatsuki organization, and at the same time, I left the village and joined the Akatsuki organization. These things were approved by Lord 3rd Hokage. I never betrayed Konoha. Tsunade, who was about to greet Konoha Shinobi, caught Itachi, was stunned. Even Lugio, who was watching the battle from the sidelines and thinking about how to win Rome, was stunned for a moment. This guy was approved by the 3rd generation to join Akatsuki? No. It should be said that he joined the Akatsuki organization under the arrangement of Lord 3rd generation? If this is really the case, then it's a bit unacceptable. Enough. I won't trust people from Uchiha. You think you can talk about 4.4 and I can. I have the certificate given to me by Lord 3rd generation. After Itachi said this, all the Konoha shinobi were stunned. This guy. Could it be that the 3rd generation really arranged to enter Akatsuki's organization? Proof? What more proof is needed? Uchiha Sasuke killed Jiraiya, you betrayed Konoha, and killed all Uchiha clan. All of the Uchiha clan are only for killing. Even if you have any proof, you can't wash away your sins and your brother's sins. Tsunade growled angrily. It's not that she hates Itachi, it's just that Tsunade needs a vent now and Itachi is her place to vent. At this moment, Itachi's brain instantly went blank. Sasuke killed Jiraiya. Why? Sasuke has no reason to kill Jiraiya. What happened? Itachi couldn't believe that Sasuke killed Jiraiya for no reason. Sasuke wants to pursue power, but what can killing Jiraiya bring to Sasuke in terms of Sasuke's current strength? Even fighting Jiraiya won't yield much. Impossible. Why did Sasuke kill Jiraiya? Itachi asked the question. However, Tsunade was even more angry. You should ask your brother this question. Your brother joined the Akatsuki organization, betrayed Konoha, and now killed Jiraiya. Konoha will never let go of Uchiha Sasuke and you. Saying that, the chakra on Tsunade erupted again, and the chakra wave that erupted instantly swept away. He punched Itachi hard. And this Itachi, who was standing in place for an instant, didn't have any thoughts of dodging. Seeing Tsunade approaching, Itachi suddenly said, Sasuke has already left the Akatsuki organization, leaving Akatsuki after invading Cloud Shinobi Village. So you said Sasuke was killed. When did it happen? The fist stopped in front of Itachi. Tsunade froze. Is it true what you just said? 16? Itachi nodded affirmatively. However, after thinking for a few seconds, Tsunade shook his head. Wrong. If Sasuke had left the Akatsuki organization long ago, how could Sasuke appear at the Akatsuki organization base and fight Jiraiya with the leader of the Akatsuki organization? This thing doesn't make sense. Master Tsunade, since Uchiha Itachi has chosen to come back, why don't we clarify the matter? Lugio stood up at this time. He glanced at the others. There are so many ninjas in Konoha, there is no need to worry about him being able to escape. Plus Master Tsunade is here, so we can clarify the matter. Lugio's proposal made many Konoha shinobi fans agree very much. Now that Uchiha Itachi has arrived at Konoha, don't think about leaving easily. And there are so many Konoha shinobi who would let a Uchiha Itachi go if they faced one. Then they don't have to live anymore, and they all die. In addition, there is the existence of Konoha Hokage. Really don't worry too much. Tsunade put away his fists. Okay, then let him talk about it. What's going on? Hearing this, Itachi himself was also relieved. If he really wanted to fight with Hokage and Konoha, his final result would not be too good. It's not good to hurt people with your hands, but you may be killed if you don't try your best. The scale of the battle is not easy to control. Itachi exhaled softly. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Judging from Itachi's attitude and tone, quite a few Konoha shinobi fans feel that Itachi seems to be really close to Yi. Sasuke has indeed left the Akatsuki organization since the Cloud Shinobi village invasion, and also killed 2 members of the Akatsuki organization. The leader of the Akatsuki organization was furious and must kill Sasuke. However, when it comes to this, Lugio feels that it doesn't make sense if this is really the case. So why does Sasuke still appear in the base of the Akatsuki organization and join forces with the leader of the Akatsuki organization to attack Master Jiraiya? There should be some reason for this. Itachi, you said earlier that you were an undercover agent arranged by Master Third Generation to the Akatsuki organization. Is this true? Lugio asked. Because whether what Itachi said is credible depends on whether Itachi can produce key evidence. If it was really arranged by Lord Third Generation, then Itachi, the sacrifice he made was not ordinary. And now returning to Konoha, I am afraid that he is also coming for his younger brother. Certainly. Master Third Generation once said that he left me a secret file, but in order not to be discovered by Danzo, he kept it at his home. I also have a note from my contact with Lord Third Generation. You can check the handwriting of Lord Third Generation at will. Itachi can produce these 2 pieces of evidence, so it has already demonstrated its credibility. In other words, Itachi, this guy who has always been bearing the name of Rebellious Ninja, is really Konoha's person. Then what he said, Sasuke left Akatsuki and killed 2 members of Akatsuki's organization. This matter cannot be false. But the inconsistency makes no sense at all. The problem here is probably not simple. And at this very moment, Sasuke, who came out of the land of rain, looked in the direction of the land of fire. I think I should send Jiraiya's body back. Now that he has been rescued, let's do it to the end and send the other party back. Jiraiya is a man Sasuke still admires a little, and if it is not because he wants to save himself, then Jiraiya cannot die. It's still because of myself. Let's go. Kimimaro, let's go to Konoha. To Konoha? Kimimaro, Master Sasuke. What are we going to Konoha for? You are Konoha's traitor. If you return to Konoha, wouldn't it be very dangerous? But Sasuke smiled. Relax. I'm just sending Jiraiya's body back. I'm not planning to do anything. Furthermore, if you want to keep me, no one can fall in the sleepy leaf. On the one hand, it is to send Jiraiya's body back, but on the other hand, Sasuke also wants to see how Itachi is doing. This guy decided to return to Konoha, but you must know that his identity is also a traitor. Returning to Konoha is likely not to be accepted, but to be arrested directly. If such a thing really happens, Sasuke still can't sit idly by. However, just when Sasuke was about to leave for Konoha, suddenly a black snake came quickly from the forest and came directly to Sasuke's feet. Leaning on the snake's body, he raised his head and looked at Sasuke. Sasuke took a look. This is Orochimaru's unique way of delivering messages. Raise your hand to make seals casually and lightly tap on the snake's head. Then the snake opened its mouth and spit out a sealing scroll. Sasuke took the scroll, opened it, and took a look. Suddenly felt a little strange. Orochimaru seems to be very anxious to see himself. The specific reason is not mentioned, but the situation seems to have reached the point of urgency. Master Orochimaru, is there any danger? Kimimaro is also watching the content on the reel. Sasuke shook his head. I don't know. Go back and see if you know soon. Sasuke raised his hand and bit his finger, then patted the ground lightly. Summoning. Boom. In the next second, a giant eagle appeared at the feet of Sasuke and Kimimaro. He flew up with the 2 of them in an instant and swept towards the distance. This eagle-like summoning beast was made by Orochimaru for Sasuke. The white eagle looks very mighty. The speed is also very fast, which is very good for rushing. Inon village on the edge of a cliff not far outside. Here lies another base of Orochimaru. The base is not built on the edge of the cliff, but inside the cliff. This kind of place is basically impossible for ordinary people to find, but it is very easy for ninjas to fly over walls. It's too easy to get to a place like this. Sasuke stepped on the white eagle and fell straight down from the sky. One head enters the mouth of the cave. Then he jumped off the White Eagle and landed on a platform in the cave. Kimimaro followed behind him. Master Sasuke. Kimimaro looked up at Sasuke, and as soon as he landed, he accepted Orochimaru's order, telling him to go to another place first and wait for Sasuke to meet Orochimaru alone. Although Kimimaro didn't know what Lord Orochimaru wanted to say to Sasuke, Kimimaro still chose to obey Orochimaru's order. Although Sasuke gave him a second life, he would never have met Sasuke without Orochimaru. So Kimimaro still has great respect for Orochimaru. Go. Don't worry about me here. They have already arrived at the base of Inin village, so there is no need to worry about Sasuke encountering any danger. So Kimimaro felt more at ease after leaving. Sasuke walked forward. This base is not the first time Sasuke has come. I have been here many times before, and Sasuke still remembers the road to this base clearly. Orochimaru was waiting for him somewhere in the base. Sasuke walked through the long passage, and after turning a few turns, he opened the rusty Madara gate in front of him. Enter this empty square and look at Orochimaru standing in the square. The space here is very huge, and it is also a space excavated underground. The area is already as huge as 2 birds' nest stadiums. Meeting in such an empty place, Sasuke suddenly had a strange premonition. Maybe Orochimaru wanted to. Sasuke-kun, you're here. Hearing Orochimaru's voice, Sasuke clearly felt something was wrong. Because Sasuke's voice is much more dynamic. The original Orochimaru was like a dying person, but now Orochimaru looks very alive. What's the matter? Call me back in such a hurry. Hearing this, Orochimaru smiled, turned around slowly and raised his hands and said to Sasuke. Thanks to the information given by Sasuke-kun, I actually found the Shinigami mask and successfully recovered my hands. Excited, Orochimaru looked like a child. It's like just getting a toy to show off to adults. Sasuke looked very speechless. Could it be that you guys were able to call me back from such a long distance because of this? Hearing that Orochimaru was in joy, he put away his smile and looked at Sasuke in front of him. He shook his head slightly. Of course not. I asked Sasuke-kun to come back to tell Sasuke-kun that I suddenly want to try again. Try it? What to try? When Sasuke was wondering, he suddenly felt the message from his ear. The body tilted slightly backwards, and a shuriken flew directly in front of Sasuke. The moment Sasuke raised his hand to catch the shuriken, he turned his head and looked in that direction. Impressively, it is the 4 people of Inin, and they are running quickly towards the surroundings of this underground space at this moment. After standing still, they immediately began to seal. Sasuke frowned seeing their seals. 4 purple flame formation. In an instant, the 4 of them worked together again to release the 4 purple flame formations. The barrier rises and surrounds Sasuke. Sasuke now turned his head to look at Orochimaru. You want to try? Can you take my body? Hearing this, Orochimaru nodded while brushing his hair. That's right, Sasuke-kun. You guessed it right. No way, Sasuke-kun. Your body is simply too tempting for me. It's a pity that I couldn't take your body when I didn't have hands before, but it's different now. Now that my hands have recovered, I will try again no matter what. Is this the farmer and the snake? Sasuke smiled helplessly. I kindly told Orochimaru Shinigami about the mask at the beginning, but I didn't expect to be avenged. Even so, though, Sasuke isn't too worried. The current Sasuke is not what it used to be, and Orochimaru still wants to plot his own body, so he is probably looking for death. Do you think you have the strength to defeat me now? Sasuke asked. Orochimaru was silent for a few seconds, then shook his head affirmatively no. Sasuke-kun's strength is no longer comparable to before. In just a few months, Mr. Sasuke's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes, and even I am not sure of winning. FFLX. Having said that, Orochimaru raised his finger and pointed aside. Sasuke heard footsteps, and in that direction Sasuke saw a person approaching gradually. Wearing a black cloak with orange hair, his figure looks very burly. This guy is heavy. I've made a lot of preparations to deal with Sasuke-kun. Another person appeared from the other direction. Sasuke looked in that direction, and it was Giran. And the last footstep came from behind Orochimaru. But this time there are two people, a ghost lantern water moon and Uzumaki Xiangling. Sasuke looked at these people. He frowned slightly. So this counts as careful preparation? Hearing this, Orochimaru smiled. It seems Sasuke-kun doesn't take them seriously at all. Kimimaro, who was rushing over from the entrance while talking, looked at the scene in front of him. Even without using too much Uchiha, he understood what happened. Orochimaru-sama is going to attack Sasuke-sama. Kimimaro is very helpless now, with Orochimaru-sama on one side and Sasuke-sama on the other. He doesn't know what to do. Both Sasuke and Orochimaru glanced at Kimimaro at the same time. And the two of them smiled at the same time. Kimimaro froze, he didn't know what to do. But the smiles of Sasuke and Orochimaru made him suddenly quiet down. Next second, Sasuke unbuttoned his coat and threw it aside. While one hand is on his hip, the other hand seems to be supporting the Kusanagi sword at his waist. Since you want to try it, then come and try it. Hearing this, Orochimaru smiled and waved his hand lightly. Shigego. Girin and the two shot at the same time, rushing straight towards Sasuke. You're Uchiha Sasuke. I heard Master Orochimaru say that you are very strong, but I don't think you are very good. It was Chongo who spoke, and at this moment, Chongo was rushing straight towards Sasuke, with disdain written all over his face. However, following his first punch, Sasuke took a slight step backwards. He easily dodged Chongwoo's fist, and then turned his head to look at Chongwoo. So slow. In an instant, the relaxed look on Chongwoo's face disappeared. At the same time, Girin yelled loudly, "Don't underestimate him. His strength is even feared by Master Orochimaru. Are you looking for death?" A black lightning flashed in Sasuke's eyes while talking. And when the light appeared, Chongwoo's body was attacked by lightning style. The whole person has been in a state of paralysis and stiffness for a short time. Punch! Sasuke didn't move his hands at all. He just raised his foot and kicked Wuwu's chest hard. Beep! The moment the roar sounded, Yugo felt as if his chest had been hit by a shell suddenly. All limbs lost consciousness in an instant. It flew upside down and slammed into the barrier of the purple flame formation fiercely. The purple flame instantly ignited Chongo's back 923. Kimimaro outside the barrier couldn't bear to see the scene, and silently closed his eyes. Chongwoo, who fell on the ground, had a large piece of his chest sunken. Blood welled up in his mouth. At this moment, Orochimaru clapped his hands, as expected of Sasuke-kun. He almost killed the heavy zone with one blow. This guy's strength is among my subordinates, but he's pretty good. Except for Kimimaro, he is the strongest. Of course Sasuke knew about this. Crystal-style crystal breaking and subduing dragon technique. In an instant, the dragon formed from crystal rolled and circled towards Sasuke in an instant. Sasuke still didn't move too much. The curved knife stabbed out horizontally. With a light tap of the tip of the knife, the crystal dragon was stopped, and the bursting lightning style formed a huge net on the tip of the knife, rapidly spreading towards the body of the crystal dragon. Girin kept outputting chakra in the mudra of both hands, but Sasuke smiled lightly. Plover, sharp spear. Suddenly, the laser shot out from the tip of the knife directly penetrated the crystal dragon's body. Let the crystal dragon fall apart. Seeing Sasuke's understatement, Suigetsu blocked the attack of the two. The hand holding the ninja sword trembled a little. This guy? Why so fierce? Is this kind of monster still something we can stop? Suigetsu looked at Orochimaru, and at this time Orochimaru also looked at him, as if urging him to act quickly. No way, Suigetsu didn't dare to stay, and directly used the body flicker technique to rush towards Sasuke. His body flicker technique speed is decent. An instant came to Sasuke's back and stabbed Sasuke's back with a knife. But in the next second, sparks burst out. Sasuke flipped the Kusanagi sword in his hand and bounced his ninja sword away easily. Looking at the black ninja sword, Suigetsu's eyes were full of shock. This guy has assimilated ninja swords to such an extent. This strange ninja sword seems to be like the 7 special ninja swords of Yuanin. They were all assimilated by the ninjas of the predecessors and the continuous chakra of the past dynasties, and the special abilities gradually appeared. These ninja knives are not just as simple as having a strange shape. They also have special abilities. Right now, Sasuke's ninja sword seems to have such a breath. Zizizi. A sudden burst of lightning appeared in Shueiyue's eyes. At this moment, Sasuke swung the Kusanagi sword directly into Suigetsu's body, bang bang. Set it directly on the ground. Shueiyue struggled, but even with the secret technique of the ghost lamp family, it was difficult for her to become European. However, after being attacked by lightning style, his body could not be fully hydrated. It was fixed on the ground like jelly and could not move at all. And Sasuke didn't even look at him from the beginning to the end. All eyes were on Orochimaru. BF, but B******************* D. Your attack, I will return it to you 1,000 times. Suddenly Chongo's voice sounded again, and Choken stood up from the ground and opened the sage transformation posture. It's just that because the natural energy is automatically absorbed into the body, Chongwoo's second personality is activated. Chongwoo, who has transformed into a berserk mode, sprays out strong natural energy, which is directly used as a driving force to accelerate. Charged towards Sasuke like a rocket. Xiangling, who was standing behind Orochimaru at the moment, was a little worried when she saw Sasuke was still. Get out of the way. This guy's power is terrifying. Such a handsome face, don't let it be ruined. However, in the next second Sasuke raised his hand, and his 5 fingers spread out to meet the fist that rushed towards me. Grab it directly. A handful. Grab your fist easily. Bang bang. At the same time, the roar sounded again, and the waves that were set off spread rapidly. Sasuke stood where he was except for a few times when his hair fluttered a little from the shockwave. There is no more action. Standing in place is as stable as an old pine tree. Looking at the dust and smoke rolling up behind Sasuke, one can imagine how amazing the impact of this blow on Shigego was. However, Sasuke didn't shake at all. Standing where he was, there was no sign of taking a half step back. Yuko looked at Sasuke in surprise. The chakra on his body was still spraying crazily. However, Sasuke looked at him indifferently. Power, too weak. Click. As soon as the voice fell, Chongwoo's wrist was broken directly, and the moment Chongwoo felt the pain and wanted to distance himself, Sasuke slapped his chest directly with lightning speed. It was obviously a close-range palm with no power, but it suddenly caused an even more astonishing storm. The dust and smoke swept across, and Zhang Wu was instantly sent flying. Turning around, Guren was still preparing to use ninjutsu to attack. But in the next second, Sasuke's fingertips pointed towards her. Lightning-style discharge. A black thunder burst out from the fingertips and hit Guren instantly. Her body instantly collapsed to the ground, directly losing her ability to fight. And Sasuke, who had done all this, still stood there and looked at Dada indifferently. That's all for the warm-up. Let's start our battle soon. These temptations are no longer necessary. Hearing this, Orochimaru smiled indeed. He easily handles Jiwoo and others without any effort, and even Sasuke doesn't even need to move in the face of their attacks. Stand still and easily kill a few people in seconds. No amount of testing with such strength is useless. Orochimaru raised his hand and started making mudras. But the moment Orochimaru formed the first seal, Sasuke was stunned. Impure world reincarnation? Is this guy going to summon the first generation and second generation again? Sasuke-kun seems to know what I want to do. I hope Mr. Sasuke understands. There is no way to deal with your strength, and I alone can't deal with it. Orochimaru said with a smile on his face. Then he slapped his palm on the ground. Immediately after the next second, the 2 wooden coffins rose instantly. Look at the 4 written on the 2 wooden coffins. Sasuke froze for a moment. What does this mean? Isn't it first generation and second Hokage? Bang bang. The wooden coffin was opened, and Sasuke looked at the people inside. He froze for a moment, then smiled. I thought your impure world reincarnation was first generation and second Hokage. Hearing this, Orochimaru shrugged. No way. If I want the 2 of impure world reincarnation's heyday, I probably can't control it, but if I don't have impure world reincarnation's heyday, I can't beat you. So I settled for the second best and chose these two to cooperate with me. Although Orochimaru said so, Sasuke felt that he should actually have better options. But, as Orochimaru said, Orochimaru may not be able to control the other shadows of impure world reincarnation. If they were not summoned in their heyday, then they would have no way to compete with themselves. It seems that Orochimaru must also be very distressed. Orochimaru, it's you. You be ********D. How dare you? One of the people who is reincarnation by impure world has already started to curse at the big snake. However, Orochimaru didn't give him too much time for nonsense. Throwing a seal directly into it successfully controlled him. Xiangling looked at this person. Who is this? Why does he seem to be very angry with Lord Orochimaru? Orochimaru, who is said to be controlling another person, smiled. I killed this guy. Orochimaru added, accurately speaking, it should have been killed by me and Kimimaro together. Sasuke looked at the seal of the fourth generation who had lost his spirit in his eyes. Rosa. As Tsunagekyu's fourth Kazekage, he's also pretty pathetic indeed. Killed by Orochimaru before even playing, although it was done with Kimimaro. But for a majestic generation of Kazekage to die so easily, it is indeed pitifully weak. However, Kimimaro's strength at that time should be very tyrannical. Cooperating with Orochimaru can indeed suppress fourth Kazekage in all directions. You can know it by referring to the current Kimimaro. Now Kimimaro has no problem fighting Hokage alone. Not to mention a fourth Kazekage. After that battle, though, Kimimaro's condition became more serious. I guess it's also because of fourth Kazekage. Sasuke looked at the other one. This guy is also a shadow, but it is the fourth Mizukage of Hidden Village. Although short in stature, he is not a brat, and as Mizukage, this guy is also tragic. Controlled by Obito with the distinguished heavenly gods, creating Kirigakure's blood mist policy, which has remained undiscovered for years. In the end, I don't know how he died. These two should be regarded as the two weakest among the shadows. No wonder Orochimaru was only able to control the two of them perfectly. If it were another shadow, Tianji might not be able to do it with the current power. Only relying on these two? Do you think you can beat me? Hearing this, Orochimaru smiled. Of course not, there is still me. Sasuke-kun, I am one of the Sannin no matter what. Sasuke-kun, don't underestimate me. Underestimate? Sasuke will not underestimate Orochimaru. However, the current Sasuke can no longer care about these. Okay, since you think it's okay, let's try it, but have you thought about how to deal with my speed? Not to mention anything else, just Sasuke's amazing speed is already a headache. If you don't have the speed or strength to match it, let alone fight Sasuke. There is no power to fight at all. Lightning style. Apply fast. Flash. In an instant, black thunder flowed from Sasuke's body. At this moment, Shigego, Guren, and Suigetsu, who were restrained by lightning style, were all looking at Sasuke. This guy's lightning style seems to be released easily when he wants to release it without any seal at all. Swish! Suddenly black lightning burst out directly, and Sasuke's figure disappeared suddenly. Of the three who saw the scene, only Honglien shook her head helplessly, and the rest of Shuiwei and Chongwu seemed to have seen a ghost. Bang bang! Suddenly a golden sand wall rises directly, blocking Sasuke's attack. Sasuke's lightning-fast attack was blocked by fourth Kazekage's gold dust. Sasuke, however, has no mood swings at all. Continue to accelerate and rush towards the other side. Ask for flowers. Layers upon layers of placer gold blocked Sasuke's way. However, Sasuke is like a lion majesty, flashing rapidly. The strong wind brought by the black lightning rolled up, and Sasuke rushed towards the big snake like a bamboo. And at this moment Orochimaru's voice sounded. Sasuke-kun, don't be so anxious, the fun has just begun. Is this like trying to fight me to the death? There are many snake hands in the latent image. Orochimaru suddenly opened his hands, and countless snakes suddenly emerged from his chest, shooting in all directions, which naturally includes Sasuke's position. Seeing such a wide range of attacks, Sasuke also understood. It appears that Orochimaru has indeed come prepared. In terms of speed, Orochimaru naturally couldn't keep up with him, but Orochimaru could rely on a huge range of attacks to interfere with him. 0. For example, now, these snakes that are coming, stop Sasuke's footsteps, raise his hand and take out kunai, and quickly cut off the snakes that are coming. And at this instant alluvial gold wrapped around Sasuke's ankle. Sasuke froze for a moment. What is speed? It is obvious that alluvial gold cannot move so fast according to reason, but at this moment in Luo Sha's hands, alluvial gold is faster than Gaara's sand. However, Sasuke overlooked a problem. Luo Sha in the state of impure world reincarnation is basically in the peak state all the time. So even if it is the extreme overdraft chakra, allowing alluvial gold to move super fast, it is not a problem. After all, Luo Sha's body will not suffer any harm. The moment both feet were controlled, 4th Mizukage Yagura also made a direct shot. Swish, swish, swish. The water springs that suddenly burst out from the surrounding ground formed something like a whip and wrapped around Sasuke's body directly. While fixing Sasuke's body, guide the lightning on Sasuke's body to the ground. The lightning intensity visible to the naked eye on Sasuke has weakened a lot. And at this moment Orochimaru's voice sounded. Whoosh! Another Kusanagi sword shot out, straight from Orochimaru's mouth toward Sasuke. This is Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword, also known as the Kusanagi sword, a sword that can be controlled by Orochimaru even if he is not at hand. Extremely sharp. Sasuke admired this series of attacks. Orochimaru's battle plan was very good and targeted. But that's all, losing. Watching the Kusanagi sword coming out, Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly. Moment. Mangekyo Sharingan opens, Susanoo Hii explodes. Although only the basic type of Susanoo exploded, the skeleton formed suddenly by the purple flame burning blocked Orochimaru's attack. The defunct Kusanagi sword flew back into Orochimaru's hand again in the air. At the same time, he took advantage of the situation and asked Luo Sha and Yagura to control him. Sasuke looked at the 2 4th-generation shadows flanking him from left to right. Look at Orochimaru in front of you again. Nice design, although water style can't restrain lightning style, but it can make my lightning style power be attracted away. Alluvium's defense and control abilities are very strong. It seems that you are indeed prepared. Lord Orochimaru. Hearing Sasuke's compliment, Orochimaru smiled a bit. Of course, Mr. Sasuke. Do you think I'm not serious about dealing with you? 27 heard that Sasuke smiled. Understood. It seems that Orochimaru really wanted to get his body, but at the same time, he didn't have any killing intent. This also means that Orochimaru just wants to give it a try, but even if he tries, Orochimaru is trying his best. It seems that I can't be careless. After all, Orochimaru is one of the Sannin. As a Sannin's Orochimaru, his strength is also at the real Kaga level. In this case, it is definitely not enough to relax his vigilance. After all, Lion Majesty hunts are usually one-hit kills, and if you can't get a one-hit kill, the snake won't do anything. Just when Sasuke was thinking, there was a sudden moment. Shajin swept from behind. Sasuke didn't look back and made a random seal with his left hand. Earth-style earth flow wall. Boom. The instantly raised earth wall blocked the impact of the placer gold. The earth wall did not shake at all, and even cracks never appeared. But alluvial gold quickly bypassed the earthen wall and swept towards Sasuke again. Sasuke opened his mouth and took a sharp breath while laughing. Water style. Big water blast. In an instant, the roaring sound of running water completely shocked Shueiwa. Shueiwa was dumbfounded seeing this scene. As a ninja of the Grandmaster water style, he has never seen a water style of this scale. Sasuke spit out a huge wave directly. The terrifying flowing water swept away, blocking the incoming placer gold, and at the same time, the water wetted the placer gold and increased the weight of the placer gold. It also increases the control ability of 4th Kazekage Luo Sha. The placer gold will slow down so that Sasuke has more time to react. But at this moment, in the tumbling water, 4th Mizukage Yagura rushed towards Sasuke, waving a strangely shaped iron rod in his hand, directly towards Sasuke and waved fiercely. Sasuke Susanoo instantly summoned a single arm and directly grabbed fourth Mizukage with one hand. He looked at fourth Mizukage coldly. As expected of Mizukage, she still has such a moving speed in the water. Don't think that second Hokage Tobirama is the only one who has developed the ability to move quickly in water. Although the Mizukages haven't developed any well-formed ninjutsu, they obviously have their own unique ways to move quickly in the water. Just like now. However, when Sasuke was about to turn around to deal with Luo Sha's attack that was brewing, suddenly a strong chakra wave erupted. Fourth Mizukage Yagura broke free from Susanoo's grasp. Sasuke turned around in surprise. Red chakra energy flows through Yagura's body. Sasuke froze for a moment. This is chakra from Three Tails? Sasuke turned to look at Kimimaro. Looking at Kimimaro's pale face, plus the way he hurried over earlier. Now Sasuke understands. It seems that Orochimaru called Kimimaro away before, just to take away the chakra of Three Tails from Kimimaro's body. Of course, only the chakra of the tailed beast was taken away, and the tailed beast was still in Kimimaro's body. With chakra drained, it won't take long for Three Tails to recover on their own. However, the chakra that was taken away now seems to be injected into the body of fourth Mizukage Yagura. Beep. While Sasuke was thinking, Yagura bombarded Sasuke Susanoo in a circle. The original blow with little power directly crushed Sasuke's Susanoo. The sudden growth of coral made it impossible for Susanoo to maintain its shape. The moment Susanoo dissipated, a large amount of alluvial gold fell from the sky and surrounded Sasuke almost instantly. And at this moment Orochimaru also attacked. Snakes swimming fast in the water appeared from all directions and bit toward Sasuke. A series of attacks caught Sasuke by surprise. But it is not impossible. Lightning Style took the lead in breaking out. Flashing thunder flashed across the water. All the snakes lurking in the water were paralyzed by lightning and could not attack. And then Sasuke's body shrank towards the water, and then the water style wave recording was launched. Sasuke moved at super high speed in the water, avoiding alluvial gold's attack directly. Immediately afterwards, almost at the same time, behind Luo Sha, he broke through the water and jumped out directly. He kicked Luo Sha hard. At the same time Sasuke shot a black stick from his hand. Nail it straight on Luo Sha's thigh. Luo Sha's body stiffened for a moment. Sasuke raised his hand and black sticks appeared in an instant, and he swung his arms quickly, throwing the black sticks one after another. For a moment, it was like a black rain. And disappear quickly with the water flow on the ground. A roar sounded, and Luo Sha was pinned to the ground by dense black sticks, unable to move at all. Luo Sha lost control, and Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. What is this thing that can make the people of Impure World Reincarnation unable to act? While Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, the roar of thunder and lightning sounded again. At the same time, it is accompanied by the sound of high-speed flowing water. Orochimaru looked up, and Sasuke had come to Yagura, despite chakra of Three Tails. But at the moment when Sasuke punched Yagura at close range, the water-style hard vortex water blade in his right hand was thrown out directly. The water blade that hit Yagura instantly burst open, and the violently swirling water almost swallowed Yagura in the blink of an eye. 2.1 Immediately after Yagura's body was crushed. The landing was restored again because of the Impure World Reincarnation, but the wood style that grew under the feet in the next second quickly wrapped around Yagura's body. Wood style began to frantically absorb the chakra of the tailed beast. The tailed beast chakra inside Yagura, which is visible to the naked eye, is accelerating the growth of wood style. In a blink of an eye, a towering tree grew like this. Yagura was trapped in the tree and could not move at all. And now, only Sasuke and Orochimaru are left. After the water flow swept through, Shuiwei and the others were basically out of trouble. Although it was terribly flooded, it also restored freedom of movement. They watched Sasuke's barrage of attacks just now. It's just, the two former Mizukage Hafeng shadows are helpless. Absolute pressure. So scary. Orochimaru-sama, I'm afraid, not my opponent. fourth Kazekage and fourth Mizukage were strongly suppressed by Sasuke. It directly disrupted Orochimaru's rhythm. At this moment, Orochimaru held the Kusanagi sword in his hand, and he didn't know what to do. It's his own strength that wants to deal with Sasuke, not to mention other people. Even he himself doesn't believe that he can do it. Sasuke in front of you. Orochimaru could clearly feel the power displayed now. Such a powerful combat power is stronger than when Orochi faced his teacher, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even the terrifying pressure that makes people feel hard to breathe. And at this time, the beating thunder, the flickering thunder, and the roaring thunder are sounding. Far away, Sasuke's body is slightly arched, his left hand rests on Zanpakuto at his waist, and then his right hand is gently suspended above the handle of the knife. Breathe. Is changing regularly. Sasuke adjusted his breathing. Thunder breath. Chi type. Fire thunder god. Look up. Open your eyes. An astonishing thunder burst out from Sasuke's body instantly, and a strong golden light flashed out of the black thunder. And the moment the thunder and lightning blinked, a black 18 dragon was formed. The moment he opened his mouth and roared, Sasuke charged straight at the big snake. Moment. The wind is breathing, the thunder and lightning are flashing. However, no sound could be heard. The super-fast knife seemed to have a sonic boom, making people completely unable to hear any sounds around them. The Kusanagi sword in Sasuke's hand has a black blade with not too much black thunder. It stuck to the blade like a spider's thread and appeared in front of Orochimaru out of thin air. The sharp blade exudes a terrible cold light. Orochimaru swallowed involuntarily at this moment. Suddenly throw away the Kusanagi sword in his hand and raise his hands. I surrender. Swish! As soon as the knife passed by, the sonorous sound of the blade burst out, rippling instantly in the entire space. Then Sasuke's figure appeared behind Orochimaru. At the same moment, the knife in Orochimaru's hand fell to the ground and pierced straight into the ground. Then the ground cracked, and a neat cut spread from Sasuke's position to the front. After sweeping a distance of nearly 100 meters, it directly reached the barrier of the 4 purple flame formations. A white brilliance lit up, and then the 4 purple flame formations were cut directly. A huge gap appeared. The 4 Otonin who are in charge of maintaining the 4 purple flame formation are now shaking crazily in their hearts. They are responsible for maintaining the 4 purple flame formation so that they can clearly feel how terrifying the blow just now is. The moment they were hit by the attack, 2/3 of the chakra in their bodies was emptied almost instantly. Even the enchantment of the 4 purple flame formation was cut with a huge gap, although it is slowly recovering at the moment. But it was enough for Sasuke to get out of the barrier. And if it was an attack on any of the 4 of them, they were already dead at this moment, and the 4 purple flame formation would naturally be broken. 1 knife per person. Easily shattering the 4 purple flame formation. Is this guy already terrifying to this extent? Orochimaru looked back at Sasuke, watching Sasuke slowly draw back the knife. At the same time, he looked at the CZN formation that had been cut out of the gap. Orochimaru swallowed lightly. Just bursting out this lightning-style ninjutsu, Sasuke's 4 purple flame formations will be broken if Sasuke cooperates with the even stronger 8 inner gates. Combining the 2 physical arts, the power, how terrifying. Orochimaru couldn't picture that. Satisfied now? Sasuke put away the Kusanagi sword and put it back behind his back. At the same time, he turned around and asked Orochimaru, who smiled helplessly. After all, my hands have recovered. I have to try to see how the recovery is going. This explanation Sasuke was speechless. Orochimaru really wanted to try to take his body away, but it didn't matter if he couldn't take it away. Congratulations to host for defeating Sannin Orochimaru. Reward: increase the level of any ninjutsu. Due to this battle, Impure World Reincarnation 4th Kazekage and 4th Mizukage are added. Additional rewards: Water Style, Wind Style, Chakra Nature Transformation upgraded to 1 level. Sasuke was about to complain about Orochimaru, but saw the system's reward. Laughed immediately. How can it be like this? The one who defeats the big snake can get so many rewards. But strictly speaking, Orochimaru was not the only one he defeated, but this reward came too timely. Doesn't it mean that another learning task of mine has just been completed? If the nature transformation level of water-style humbled.Done is raised, then all the basics of the learning task will be completed. The requirement of upgrading to the third level of nature transformation is, you can get the level of humbled.Done. Chakra attributes: water 47%/31, 21%/3, thunder, max, earth 13%/3, wind 8%/31, yin 29%/2, yang 3%/2. At the same time, you can also choose a series of ninjutsu to upgrade one level. Sasuke glanced at his current ninjutsu. If you want to improve, it is best to choose lightning style. After all, Sasuke's lightning style nature transformation has reached the top level. Lightning style ninjutsu has not yet reached ultimate level. Naturally, it can continue to improve. Upgrade lightning style. Lightning style: Chidori, ultimate, Chidori flow, ultimate, Chidori blade, achieving super speed, Decheng, lightning style shadow clone technique, Decheng, discharging, ultimate, thunder instant body, Decheng, endless lei chi, Desheng, heart net, Desheng, Chidori sharp spear, Desheng. In addition to a lightning style discharge itself reaching ultimate, 600 other lightning style ninjutsu have also been leveled up one after another. The level increase of other spells, at most, can only increase the power, but the level of the 3 spells of speed, lightning pool, and net of heart has been increased. Sasuke immediately rushed to the difference, especially the web of hearts. After being promoted to Desheng, it seemed as if he had an instinctive telepathy for the people around him for a moment. It's like awakening a passive skill. This feeling is very strange. However, this is not the end. Congratulations to host. The basic attributes of the 5 escapes, chakra nature transformation, have all been upgraded to level 3. Reward: Yin-Yang escape technique nature transformation level up. Chakra attribute: Yin 29%/31, Yang 3%/3. The level of humbled.Done is raised, and the changes brought about by this are completely different. Especially felt most strongly are changes in physical and mental energy. It was as if he had suddenly changed his body. This energetic feeling seemed to have suddenly let go of a heavy burden. The body becomes light and fluffy just feel. And the most intense change is Yin-Yang escape creation technique. Sasuke looked down at his hands now, and the pattern of the sun and the moon appeared faintly in his palms. If I had reached this level earlier, I would have been able to heal my broken heart in an instant. It's a pity that when Jiraiya died, Sasuke's Yin and Yang escape skills hadn't reached this level. Feel the fluctuations and changes in Sasuke's momentum. Orochimaru glanced at Sasuke with some doubts. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that Sasuke often has this kind of situation. And every time this happens, it seems that Sasuke's strength has to go up a few more levels. Thinking of this, Orochimaru was a little puzzled. If it was Sasuke's continuous practice in the past, it is understandable to improve his strength. But today, Sasuke is not practicing. It's just that he broke through after fighting with himself? To say that the talent is strong is not to be so strong. What a terrifying talent it takes to be able to reach this level. Thinking of this, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Even when he was Genin, his breakthrough was not as fast as Sasuke's breakthrough. At this moment, Sasuke was immersed in the changes in his body, and he didn't have time to control Orochimaru's expression. With the release of the 4 purple flame formation, Kimimaro quickly approached Sasuke and Orochimaru. He glanced at Orochimaru, Master Orochimaru. Then he looked at Sasuke silently. Kimimaro couldn't understand why Master Orochimaru had to do this. Aren't you afraid that there will be some rift between you and Sasuke because of this incident? However, Orochimaru just nodded, as if he must not be worried about this problem. Chakra's ultimate. Host, please raise Wutuan Chakra Nature Transformation to the top level. Reward: Fire of Chakra. Fire of Chakra. Ignite the fire of Chakra. Chakra is endless and endless. Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes, staring at the flickering civil servant on the system interface in front of him. However, from Kimimura's point of view, Sasuke's gaze was aimed at Orochimaru. Looking at the extremely focused and dignified eyes, Kimimura felt a little uncomfortable. It seemed that Master Sasuke was really P**************** off. I'm afraid Master Sasuke is really going to kill Master Orochimaru. Master Sasuke. Master Orochimaru, he. Kimimura quickly explained Shirkai, although his explanation seemed to be useful without saying a word. But at the moment Sasuke didn't listen to what he said at all. Just staring at the system interface, looking at the text on that interface, after the fire of chakra was lit. Chakra is a constant flow of life and life. This simple sentence made Sasuke dumbfounded. Does this mean endless chakra? Once this reward is obtained, Sasuke is truly free from worrying about any of Chakra's costly moves. Even Sage Art True Several Thousand Hands, which consumes the most chakra horror at present, can be used at will like A. The power to destroy the world is endless, so there is no need to worry about consumption. Sasuke's hand clenched into a fist involuntarily. Seeing Sasuke's action, Kimimura quickly knelt down. Master Sasuke, if you are angry, please kill me. On behalf of Lord Orochimaru, I am willing to accept your anger. And Sasuke, who turned off the system, suddenly heard Kimimura's voice. Seeing this guy kneeling in front of him with a look of despair. Confused, Sasuke looked up at Orochimaru. What's wrong with him? Orochimaru shook his head. I don't know. Have no idea? Sasuke was also speechless. Why did Kimimura kneel suddenly? What did this guy do wrong? Even if you did something wrong, don't do it. Sasuke-kun, are you going to leave next? Orochimaru asked suddenly. Sasuke nodded. Yes. Jiraiya's body is here. I want to send him back. Saying that, Sasuke took out the scroll that sealed Jiraiya's body. Here, Jiraiya's body. Orochimaru glanced at Sasuke first, then asked, who killed him? Sasuke, Obito. Jiraiya didn't know Obito's ability. He was killed by Obito and Nagato together. Hearing this, Orochimaru nodded, and the chill in his eyes disappeared, and then smiled helplessly. Jiraiya is always too careless. Who is Obito? Orochimaru also knows a little bit, but he didn't expect Sasuke to say Obito's name so directly. Is this testing how much he knows? Sasuke-kun, can you show me Jiraiya? Sasuke threw the scroll on the ground without saying a word and spread it out. Immediately after the seal was released, Jiraiya's body appeared. Looking at the wound on the chest pierced by the black rod, Orochimaru sighed helplessly. I'll bury him. Orochimaru made this request, and Sasuke naturally agreed without thinking too much. But Orochimaru's eyes now hide something else. The same as Sannin in the past, because he also has feelings for Jiraiya. Seeing the death of his old friend now, Orochimaru is also a little sad, but as a scientific madman, Orochimaru now has an even crazier idea. If clone Jiraiya, and then use impure world reincarnation to summon Jiraiya's soul back into the cloned body. So is this another way of resurrection? Thinking of this, Orochimaru decided to give it a try. But this matter cannot be told to anyone. Taking Jiraiya's body away, Sasuke glanced at the others. Orochimaru said suddenly, Sasuke, if you want to leave these people, you can take them with you, and it will be much more convenient to have someone handy when you do something. It was quite sudden. Sasuke glanced at the people around him. There were 4 people, Kahibi, Suigetsu, Shigego, Girin, and Otonin, and they were not too weak. It is also more or less useful. That's right. White. Hearing this, Orochimaru's body paused. Originally, he thought Sasuke would not intervene. Orochimaru looked back at Sasuke. Go to Kirigakure. Kirigakure? What does White Return Kirigakure do? I said that in order to become stronger and help you, he needs to go back to the village and the family's residence to find more strength. Only in this way can I become stronger and come to help you. After speaking, Orochimaru took Jiraiya's body and left. And Sasuke shook his head helplessly. It seems that Kirigakure has to go again. If Kirigakure finds Shiro, I'm afraid she won't be able to leave. However, Inin village is closer to Konoha. Go to Konoha to return Jiraiya's body first, then go to Kirigakure to find Shiro. It will take a lot of time for Orochimaru to bury Jiraiya. During this period of time, I practiced Sharingan in Inon village. Sharingan has been used a lot lately. It feels like it's about to break through. Go through the 6th stage of Heido, strengthen the pupil power again, then go to Konoha, and finally go to Kirigakure. At the same time, the nature transformation of the 5 tranquility chakra attributes also needs to be cultivated. If the whole system is upgraded to the limit, the fire of chakra can be ignited to obtain endless chakra. But although chakra's fire is very attractive to Sasuke, but I want to raise all the 5 tranquility chakra nature transformations to the limit. It's not something that can be done casually. So it's better to upgrade some Sharingan's level first, and the same Sharingan's level up can not only increase strength quickly, it also allows Sasuke to activate the Rinnegan sooner. Finding a room in the base, Sasuke plunged in and began to practice. Crazy practice as always, which makes Orochimaru and others feel that Sasuke is still the same Sasuke and has not changed at all. I know how to practice and become stronger all day long, and I don't seem to have any other desires other than that. But before starting to practice, Sasuke told Kimimaro, "Let him inform him after Orochimaru has finished embalming Jiraiya. After all, Jiraiya is Konoha's ninja. Returning to Konoha after death is the best destination for Jiraiya." But what Sasuke doesn't know is that the current Orochimaru left Jiraiya's cell sample behind. Used to study clones. Of course, research is one aspect. After finishing his own research, Orochimaru also began to paint the most exquisite makeup on this former friend seriously. Be decent after death too. And at this very moment, among the 3 holy places, Mount Myaboku, Naruto, who was practicing, was suddenly awakened by Mr. Fukasaku 800. "Naruto, what are you doing?" "I'm condensing the fairy art chakra. That feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Maybe just one step away, I will be able to figure out what this feeling is all about." Naruto complained, seemed troubled by the interruption just now. And Fukasaku looked at Naruto apologetically. "I'm sorry to bother you, but what I'm going to say next should be very important to you." Hearing this, Naruto's first reaction was, "Have you found the trace of Sasuke?" Hearing this, Fukasaku smiled helplessly. Even if he found that so-called Uchiha Sasuke, he would not send someone to notify Mount Myaboku. Konoha has a lot of ninjas, and Naruto doesn't have to be used to deal with Sasuke. Naruto is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and Konoha cannot let Naruto leave unless it is absolutely necessary. Although, today's Naruto himself said that he has been able to control Nine-Tails very well. And that seems to be the case. Fukasaku looked at Naruto's extremely powerful Senju chakra wave surging in his body now. Among them is the credit of Nine-Tails, if not Baya. It is because Nine-Tails helped Naruto condense chakra in Naruto's body. So how is it possible for Naruto to maintain such amazing Senjutsu chakra fluctuations anytime and anywhere? Perhaps this is the luck of Jinchuriki. Naruto. Fukasaku's expression was very serious. Seeing this, Naruto also put away his playful smile. It seemed that he realized that something was not right, and he became serious. "What happened?" "Fukasaku-sama, please tell me." There was a few seconds of silence. Fukasaku raised his head slowly. "Little Jiraiya died." One sentence instantly made Naruto's mind go blank. At this moment, Naruto's whole body was petrified. Countless images of Jiraiya flashed through his mind. That lecherous celestial being is dead. Naruto's eyes dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The original light also disappeared. Only darkness. Seeing Naruto's appearance, Fukasaku doesn't know how to comfort him. Continue to say, "Tomorrow is Jiraiya's funeral. Do you want to go back to Konoha?" Hearing this, Naruto nodded quickly, "Of course. I'm going back no matter what." "Okay. I'll make arrangements for you. Wait a moment, and I'll send you back to Konoha. But I hope you will continue to practice at Mount Myaboku. Your practice has not been completed yet. I hope you can continue. Don't give up. Be it for little Jiraiya." Naruto nodded earnestly. "Don't worry. Fukasaku-sama, I will definitely work hard, absolutely, to complete that training." And Sasuke at the Orochimaru base at the moment. He also opened his eyes suddenly. "Congratulations to host Sharingan for being promoted. Boundary of blood succession. Mangekyo Sharingan. 6 stages. Pupil technique. Amaterasu. Awakened. Flame control. Awakened. Super insight. Awakened. Special blood inheritance ability. Susanoo Desheng. After a few hours of practice, as Sasuke felt, his Sharingan was about to break through. The few hours of practice can be regarded as adding strength to the breakthrough. In one fell swoop, he broke through the 5th stage and reached the 6th stage. Going into the 6th phase of Sharingan, Sasuke felt completely different. And at this time, Kimimaro also came in. Sasuke-sama, Orochimaru-sama has finished encoffining Mr. Jiraiya's body. You can bring it. Okay, let's go. Go to Konoha. Konoha village. Jiraiya's funeral. Although there is nothing wrong with holding a funeral when someone dies, but the person is Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. This funeral was held by Tsunade, who suppressed all the opposing voices forcefully. Why are there objections? Simple, because he is one of Sannin's self-reliant also. Even if he is dead, as long as no one knows that he is dead, any village will weigh Jiraiya's weight when they want to do something to Konoha. After all, a ninja with full Kage-level strength, such a person will become a decisive force in any war. So hiding Jiraiya's death is the best-case scenario for Konoha. But Tsunade doesn't allow it. She doesn't allow Jiraiya to die and be used by others, although it is used to protect Konoha. If Jiraiya was there, he would probably agree to such an approach, but Tsunade is not Jiraiya. She will definitely not agree. Even though Jiraiya's body was never found, Jiraiya's remains were used in place of Jiraiya's body. Gloomy sky. It was as if the sky was mourning Jiraiya's death. In Konoha's ninja cemetery, Jiraiya's tombstone is erected on the most conspicuous row of tombstones. And all the Konoha shinobi visitors who came to express their condolences wore black clothes. After Tsunade and others worshipped Jiraiya, Naruto walked up slowly. Putting down a bouquet of flowers, without crying or saying anything, she retreated silently. Crying or something? Naruto cried enough when he was on Mount Myaboku. Now there is only endless sadness left in his heart, and there will be no tears when he is so sad. At this time, outside Konoha village, Sasuke had just arrived. Through the induction of the heartnet, Sasuke is a little depressed. Are you late? The corpse was not sent back, but the funeral was held first. No matter what, it was just right. Master Sasuke, Konoha seems a little different today, Kimimaro said. Sasuke nodded. It's really different. Today is Jiraiya's funeral. Can it be the same? Master Sasuke, isn't it too dangerous for us to rush to the vicinity of Konoha like this? Hearing this, Sasuke smiled. It is not Kimimaro who is speaking, but tautology. At the same time, not only Chongwu, but also Shueisui, Honglien, Xiangling, and others also follow Sasuke away from Orochimaru's base. Except for Sasuke, the 4 Otonin, who did not bring it, Sasuke brought it with everyone else. After all, leaving the Orochimaru base this time, besides sending Jiraiya's body back to Konoha, came to Konoha village for another purpose. If Itachi is arrested or even imprisoned, Sasuke will need someone to rescue Itachi. At the same time, people are also needed to go to Kirigakure, so Sasuke brought Shigego and others out. As Orochimaru said, more people do make things easier. Sasuke glanced at the direction of the Konoha gate. Going in through the main entrance seems a bit too ostentatious. Forget it, sneak in quietly. At the same time, in Sasuke's telepathy, Itachi's location is also at the funeral. It's just that he didn't seem to show up. He just offered Jiraiya his condolences in secret. Returning to Konoha as a traitor, but not being arrested, it seems that Itachi has been initially accepted. It's just that the current state of not being able to appear above board shows that the degree of acceptance is not too high. So, what's the use of returning Konoha? It's not the same as only being able to hide in the dark. Forget it. Since seeing Itachi is fine, then it's fine. Sasuke prepares to go to the funeral site, waits until everyone leaves, and puts Jiraiya's body in a bottle. But at the moment Sasuke felt a little weird, as if someone was watching him. Kimimaro and others scattered around the cemetery are also frightened at the moment. This is Konoha. And there are so many Konoha shinobi who are mourning Jiraiya here. If they are discovered by these people, they may not be able to leave. But Sasuke swaggered and stood on an electric pile. Although from this angle, as long as someone doesn't look back suddenly, Sasuke should not be found. But the question is, what if someone turns back? But even if you don't need to look back. Naruto, who was silently mourning in the crowd, heard the voice of Nine Tails. Naruto, that guy is coming. Who? Didn't you always want to bring him back to Konoha? Who are you talking about? Hearing this, Naruto was stunned. Sasuke? Is Sasuke? He felt it carefully, and after learning Sage Mode, Naruto's perception of chakra was also greatly enhanced. Can easily perceive the chakra fluctuations around. Sure enough, that familiar chakra wave appeared. Suddenly Naruto looked up and looked behind him. On the electric pile not far away, Sasuke's figure really appeared. Sasuke, who grew up on a high place, looked at this place indifferently. At this moment, it took less than 2 seconds for Naruto's eyes to change from intense to calm. Being able to complete the adjustment of mentality in a short period of time, Naruto is completely different now. The same is not what it used to be. At this moment, the eyes of the two collided with each other, and Sasuke was a little surprised that Naruto found himself. His own concealment of chakra fluctuations is not weak either. Naruto discovered himself so keenly, it seems that Naruto didn't waste his time during this time. It seems to have become a lot stronger. But now that you've found it, let's find it. Sasuke didn't intend to keep hiding either. Jumped directly from a high place. Sasuke, who fell from the sky, slowly fell towards Jiraiya's tombstone due to height problems. Seeing Sasuke's actions, Nine Tails in his body was very puzzled. What is this guy trying to do? Do you want to continue to make trouble? Killing Jiraiya is not enough, even if the other party is dead, and Nine Tails isn't finished yet. Sasuke has landed in front of the tombstone. Seeing the sudden appearance, all Konoha's ninjas were stunned. When I saw the logo of the Uchiha clan on Sasuke's back, there was a hint of surprise in everyone's eyes. This is Uchiha Sasuke. The little Sakura in the crowd was the first to call out Sasuke's name. Immediately after that, everyone else was stunned. Uchiha Sasuke. This guy appeared here at this time. This is courting death? Or is it not enough for him to kill Jiraiya and come back to show off? Ask for flowers. Tsunade clenched his fists instantly. His gaze became full of murderous intent. But in the next second, Sasuke directly took out a scroll and unlocked the seal on the scroll in front of everyone. Immediately after that, Jiraiya's body appeared. Countless Konoha shinobi followers were stunned the moment they saw Jiraiya appear. They looked at Jiraiya's body in front of the tombstone, which seemed to have been carefully cleaned up at the same time. It can be seen that the people who clean up have put their minds to it. After Sasuke put down the body, he glanced back in Naruto's direction and then turned to Tsunade. Okay, the body has been sent back to you, I'm leaving. Saying that, Sasuke squinted at Itachi hiding in the dark. Sighed softly. When turning around to leave, Naruto spoke suddenly. Zero. Wait a minute. Sasuke stopped and looked back at Naruto. Is there anything else? Naruto. Naruto raised his head slowly. Why did you do that? Hearing this, Sasuke was stunned for a moment. Why did he do that? Why send Jiraiya's body back? Or is Naruto asking for something else? Are you asking why I sent Jiraiya's body back, or are you asking something else? Looking at Sasuke seems to be playing crazy and stupid. Tsunade on the side suddenly chakra erupted instantly. Of course the question is, why did you kill Jiraiya with Akatsuki? While roaring, Tsunade walked towards Sasuke step by step. At the moment when the last word was uttered, a fist of strange power violently hit Sasuke's face. And at this moment a figure stood in front of Sasuke. Beep. The terrifying power erupted instantly, shaking the surrounding air instantly. If it weren't for the consideration that this is the cemetery of Konoha shinobi, Tsunade's strange power fist would not be this powerful. And the person blocking her fist was not Sasuke himself, but a guy who looked very strange. She has orange hair, and at the same time, half of her face looks like a monster and her huge arm blocks her fist with one arm. Looking at the person in front of him, Tsunade was slightly taken aback. Who is this? Chongo raised his eyebrows, feeling Tsunade's amazing power zone. Is this Konoha Hokage? Power, it really is not easy, Master Sasuke. Let's go 9. In front of Tsunade's fist, Shigego seemed a little struggling. Although Tsunade didn't use all her strength, she was still Konoha's Hokage in the final analysis, and her strength naturally couldn't be blocked so easily. In addition, Jungwoo is only a part of Sage transformation, so the power increase is not too strong. Kakashi looked at Sasuke, who was silent. Sasuke, did you really kill Jiraiya-sama? If Sasuke didn't kill Jiraiya, then why Jiraiya's body is in Sasuke's hands? Kakashi, who was a little skeptical at first, seems to believe that the person who made the shot should be Sasuke based on the dead body. Answer me, Uchiha Sasuke. Kakashi was also furious instantly and directly opened his own forehead protector. Showing Sharingan staring at Sasuke, Raikiri condensed instantly and Kakashi, who accelerated, directly rushed towards Sasuke. But just took 2 steps. Then I heard another 533 sound. Crystal-style tilt operator crystal prison. The crystal that suddenly appeared out of nowhere completely sealed Kakashi in the crystal. The second Girin, who landed in front of Sasuke, kept the posture of not seal in one hand, and held a kunai made of crystal in the other hand to guard against other Konoha shinobi. Master Sasuke, the situation seems to be not good, let's go. Homelian is also worried. After all, this is Konoha. The strength of Konoha's ninja is not simple, and with the large number of people, even if they all attack, they may not be able to block it. In this case, it is best to leave first. Wanna go? Since you're here, let's stay a little longer. Guy and Asuma spoke successively. The two also shot directly, originally rushing directly towards Homelian and Chongwoo. It can be next second. A figure blocked them. Beep. Guy's kick was easily blocked by the opponent, and then Asuma's chakra knife was also blocked by the white bone blade. Sparks are constantly splashing. The two were blocked at the same time. The other Konoha shinobi were slightly taken aback. These are 2 powerful Konoha elite jonin. How could they be blocked so simply? Is this normal? Who is the opponent? Looking at Kimimaro, who raised his head slowly, his hair was white in the sun. The powerful aura spread instantly. All the Konoha shinobi participants felt the oppressive gaze of the other party, and they were a little afraid to look at him. Kimimaro grabbed Might Guy's leg with one hand and blocked Asuma's knife with the other. A pair of 2, the strength is not at all inferior, and the wind is as stable as Mount Tai. And at this moment, Shuei, who was still hiding in the dark, froze for a moment. Why are these guys making shots so fast? Why are they all Jimmy? Xiangling on the side curled her lips. You be D. Don't hurry up. You're a fighting ninja. Mr. Sasuke is in danger now. Go and help. Shuei was speechless. I think so too. But no one has done anything. It seems like they've been outmatched by them for appearing like this. As I said that, I was still complaining about Chongwoo in my heart. What are you doing so quickly? Why don't you wait for yourself? It's abominable. Shuei looked down and looked forward to the next person to make a move. However, no one made a move for a long time. Xiangling was urging on the side, but Suigetsu had no choice but to pull out the ninja knife, jumped out, and came behind Sasuke, looking at the people who appeared one after another. At this moment, the ninjas of Konoha suddenly came to their senses, and the present person is no longer the kid who left Konoha at the beginning, but the same powerful ninja who has earned a great reputation in the ninja world. At the same time, it seems that there is a group of extremely powerful partners beside him. Whether it is Kimimaro, Shigego, or Girin, the 3 of them seem to have shown the strength to fight against Konoha elite jonin. Beep. Suddenly, the crystal trapping Kakashi exploded, and Kakashi glanced at Girin. This is the first time I have encountered such a strange blood succession boundary. What kind of escapism is this? Tsunade drew back and looked at Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. You still dare to go back to Konoha. It's good, since you're back. Don't even think about leaving. Today, no matter what, you will definitely not be able to walk out of Konoha alive. Sasuke understood now. These people thought they killed Jiraiya. Sasuke didn't know why they thought so, but Sasuke opened his mouth slowly. Jiraiya was not killed by me. All the Konoha shinobi were taken aback for a moment. Sasuke said he didn't kill him? Is this possible? Sasuke, until now, are you still unwilling to admit it? Fukasaku-sama, who fought side by side with Jiraiya-sama, saw you and the leader of Akatsuki attack Jiraiya with your own eyes. Now you brought back the body of Master Jiraiya. You said you didn't kill Jiraiya? I don't know the name of Konoha shinobi who came out and said. Sasuke didn't even look at him. He understood when he heard this. His last shot seemed to be misunderstood by those two toads. They think they are attacking Jiraiya, but in fact they are just helping Jiraiya block Nagato's attack. I said no, there is no. Sasuke didn't bother to explain too much, and he still spoke very calmly. Naruto looks at Sasuke. Sasuke, let me ask you, were you there when Jiraiya-sensei died? Exist. Then why did he die? Because Didn't you say you didn't kill it? It's true that I didn't kill it, but it's also because of me. Hearing this, the other Konoha shinobi followers were already furious. Uchiha Sasuke, you also said that Master Jiraiya's death had nothing to do with you, and you have already admitted it yourself. Admit? Sasuke was speechless. What did he admit? From the perspective of Konoha shinobi fans, Sasuke has admitted to being one of the murderers who killed Jiraiya, although it may not be Sasuke who killed Jiraiya in the end. But Jiraiya's death is also inseparable from Sasuke. It must be Sasuke who assisted the leader of the Akatsuki organization, which made Jiraiya-sama killed on both sides. Sasuke. Suddenly, Itachi, who had been hiding in the dark, couldn't help it anymore. He appeared straight away and looked at Sasuke with disbelief. Could it be that you and the leader jointly killed Jiraiya 2.1? Sasuke shook his head. Like I said, I didn't kill Jiraiya, and I didn't contact anyone. Sasuke. Suddenly Naruto's voice sounded. The chakra waves erupting from the body set off a gust of wind and blew on Sasuke's face. Sasuke looked in Naruto's direction. No matter what you mean? Since you are back, stay in Konoha, and after everything is clear, decide your life or death. Boom. The sudden burst of chakra wave directly knocked all the Konoha shinobi back instantly, and even Tsunade had no choice but to jump away. Naruto pointed to the park on the other side. Go there. This is a cemetery, not suitable for fighting. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, since he doesn't want to hear it, but if he wants to do it, then come. Looks like there's nothing more to say. If you want to fight, just fight. Let's go. Sasuke. After Naruto finished speaking, he turned around and jumped directly towards the park. Seeing this, Sasuke also didn't hesitate at all and went after Naruto's figure directly. Kimimaro, who stayed in place, waited for someone to take a look. Sasuke wanted to follow up, but there were so many Konoha shinobi players here, they couldn't guarantee that these people would not attack themselves. Fortunately, all the Konoha shinobi, even Tsunade, headed straight in the direction of Naruto. The other Konoha shinobi followed suit. No one bothered to ask them a few. As a group of people came to the park mightily, there is a natural lake here. The huge lake looks very wide. Naruto jumped straight into the middle of the lake. Sasuke also landed directly opposite Naruto immediately after. Naruto, standing on the lake, looked at himself reflected in the water. I don't know how long I haven't been here. Do you remember this, Sasuke? Hearing this, Sasuke sighed softly. What Naruto said should be the scene where he met himself for the first 18 times in the original book. But for the current Sasuke, the meeting at that time was not him at all. So, Sasuke feels nothing. So, what if you remember? What if you don't remember? You're angry right now and want to calm down, but obviously it's not that easy. Naruto also smiled helplessly when he was touched by a single sentence. Then he nodded and looked at the uncontrollable anger in Sasuke's eyes, which was burning crazily. No matter what Sasuke did before, Naruto could understand, and he didn't care, but this time it's different. This time Sasuke did something to Jiraiya, which Naruto could never forgive. Sasuke, you have changed. You have become darker and darker. Teacher Jiraiya, I don't have any enmity with you. Why? Why did you do it to him? While Naruto growled. Konoha's ninjas looked at Naruto. Master Tsunade, it is too risky for Ninetales Jinchuriki to face Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke is young, but he is someone who can go head-to-head with Fourth Raikage. Even with the 8 tails Jinchuriki, they can be seriously injured together. In front of such a monster, ask 9 tails Jinchuriki to fight him, just in case something unexpected happens to 9 tails Jinchuriki. That would be another major loss for Konoha. However, for this question, Tsunade disagreed at all. Do you think Naruto is inferior to Sasuke? Hearing this, all the Konoha ninjas did not speak. But there is no doubt that the meaning is not to trust Naruto. But Tsunade smiled. Naruto's practice during this period, you don't know yet. He has successfully mastered Sage Mode. Sage Mode. What? Naruto actually learned this technique? Konoha Jonin, who heard many doubts here, backed away. If it is really Naruto who has mastered Sage Mode, then his strength will be different. If you have mastered Sage Mode, doesn't it mean that Naruto and Jiraiya-sama are both a ninja comparable to Kage-level fighting power? Uzumaki Naruto, is this guy so talented? Konoha's ninjas were surprised. Kimimaro, who heard these people talking, smiled disdainfully. Is it very strong to master Sage Mode? Master Sasuke, you have already mastered Sage Mode. What is there to be proud of just mastering Sage Mode? Sasuke, remember the first time I fought with you, I lost. The second time, I lost too. But this time, I won't lose. In order to hit you and bring you back to Konoha, I have been working hard. And today, in addition to these, I also want to be for Teacher Jiraiya. Even if it is only because of Teacher Jiraiya, I will never lose. Boom. In an instant, the chakra in Naruto's body exploded. For a moment, shocking ripples appeared on the calm lake. The rippling water ripples spread rapidly towards the surroundings continuously. Suddenly, it seemed that the surrounding airflow was absorbed. They kept gathering towards Naruto's side. Sasuke stared at Naruto, and at this moment Naruto seemed to have unintentionally triggered the high-level wind attribute nature transformation. At the same time, Rasengan is being condensed in his hands. The Rasengan, which originally needed the assistance of the avatar to be condensed, now Naruto actually formed it directly with one hand. From this point, it can indeed be seen that Naruto's practice during this period seems like a lot of hard work. Sasuke opened Sharingan. The moment the 3-tomo Sharingan was opened, the aura released from Sasuke's body was no weaker than that of Naruto. Even very different from Naruto. Naruto is like an Uzumaki, constantly absorbing and attracting everything around him. While Sasuke's momentum exploded, chakra fluctuated like a sun. The astonishing energy fluctuations are vented crazily towards the surroundings. The surface of the lake suddenly became turbulent, and the waves continued. Zizizi. Chidori. With Sasuke's Chidori launched, black thunder flickered and gathered on Sasuke's hand. The lightning jumped and even fell into the lake. Immediately, half of the lake where Sasuke was located seemed to be filled with thunder in an instant. And the lake where Naruto is located, the chakra of the wind attribute is constantly condensed and entangled. Naruto's Rasengan oozes red. Apparently it was chakra who mobilized the tailed beast. See 2 different lights, one black and one red. Sasuke's right hand fell naturally, thunder and lightning continued to erupt, and the light became more and more intense. Even at the end, only a ball of white light could be seen, with black lightning emitting from the outside. Starting from the core, it is completely 747 Snow White, and nothing can be seen. The same is true for the Rasengan in Naruto's hand. The red light on the outside is very dazzling. The interior is white. Both are frantically condensing chakra. Compress chakra as much as possible into the ninjutsu in your hands. 2 increasingly intense chakra waves erupt. Naruto raised his head abruptly. Sasuke, this time, I won't lose again. Hearing that Sasuke was ready to do something, he just smiled lightly. Is it? Then let me see. Boom. In an instant, thunder and lightning burst out, and the rapidly rotating chakra was also frantically condensing. The roar of chakra and thunder sounded. The 2 waved their arms at the same time. The black Chidori and the red Rasengan collided directly. At the moment of impact, the purple energy ball burst out suddenly. Swell. Directly engulfed the figures of the 2 of them. Strange runes appeared on the purple energy ball, spreading continuously from the top to the bottom. While spreading, the energy ball expands rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it spread to half the size of the lake. See this scene. Whether it is Konoha Shinobi or Kimimaro and others, they all seem to be frozen for a moment. Waiting for an amazing energy collision? These two are both monsters. The diffused energy ball instantly emitted an extremely strong light. Suddenly, it seemed as if the whole Konoha was lit up by the two of them. However, the brilliance of the moment is not eternal. When the light dissipated, at least 2/3 of the water in this huge lake was impacted by the energy wave. If it washed up on the shore, it would either be directly evaporated by the energy. The water level visible to the naked eye has dropped by about 3 meters. The distance between the two who were still standing on the water surface was also slightly further away. They are separated by a distance of more than 10 meters. However, neither of them appeared to be injured. In such a fierce energy impact, both of them were safe and sound. All Konoha shinobi swallowed involuntarily. It was such an amazing scene at the beginning that it is hard to imagine what will happen to the battle between the two. And this time Sasuke spoke first. Naruto, you've improved a lot. The chakra of the tailed beast can be used more skillfully, and Naruto seems to have a more peculiar energy. This kind of power makes Sasuke a little familiar, but at the same time, it seems a little strange. What exactly is this power? Sasuke is not clear, but always feel a sense of déjà vu, but can't tell what it is. And Naruto clenched his fist lightly. In order to catch up with you, I dare not let go for a moment. Naruto looked at Sasuke's scarlet eyes, although Sangyu remained the same as before. But Naruto always felt that Sasuke's eyes were full of blood. It seems to be able to see the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood from Sasuke's eyes. If Sasuke is not stopped, more people may die in Sasuke's hands in the future. Just for this moment to be able to hit you. Sasuke. Naruto roared angrily and suddenly raised his hand to make a Madara. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, 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 bang. A dozen Narutos that appeared in an instant rushed straight towards Sasuke. Make a series of splashes on the water. Sasuke put his right hand lightly on the Kusanagi sword behind his waist and raised his left hand to face the Narutos rushing over. It's still the same old. The first Naruto rushed forward and attacked Sasuke with his fists pumping. But Sasuke just dragged and slapped, and the first clone was blown up in an instant. The movements are relaxed and comfortable, and the flowing clouds and flowing water make the ninjas around them stunned. Although it is just a clone, the combat power of this shadow clone is not weak. Ordinary ninjas have to be careful when facing such high-level ninjutsu, but Sasuke can. But then Sasuke took the initiative to charge into the crowd instead. The left hand turns into a fist, claps, pulls, drags, pulls, and lifts. 3 times, 5 times, and 2 divisions easily solved more than a dozen shadow clone, accompanied by the appearance of white smoke one after another. Naruto's shadow clone was easily dealt with, and when the white smoke dissipated, Sasuke squinted at Naruto in the distance. Then he pulled out the Kusanagi sword. The black blade exuded an icy cold light. And with a thunderbolt suddenly broke out. Sasuke looked at Naruto in the distance. This kind of trick has long been unable to escape my eyes. Naruto. At the moment when everyone held their breath, Sasuke directly plunged the Kusanagi sword into the water. Immediately afterwards, a black thunder erupted instantly. Crackling. The lightning style that wanders in the entire lake instantly spreads and sweeps across. Under the roar of thunder and lightning, Naruto exploded in the distance and directly turned into a cloud of white smoke. Shadow clone. What about Naruto? Could it be? All the ninjas looked towards the bottom of the water. In the next second, a ball of water burst from the lake, and Naruto, who was covered with the tail beast chakra, jumped out of the water. Looking at Sasuke with a gloomy face, he didn't expect his attack to be seen through by Sasuke so easily. A cold snort sounded. Thunder erupted from Sasuke's body instantly. Flashlight. Swish! For a split second, a black thunder flashed, and Sasuke appeared directly in front of Naruto. The Kusanagi sword in his hand rested on Naruto's neck. The lightning flowed along the tip of the knife and hit the tail beast chakra coat on Naruto. And at this moment, Naruto's reaction was swift. The two chakra's arms coming out from behind turned into fists and slammed towards Sasuke fiercely. Sasuke frowned and looked up. 3 Tomo Sharingan changes instantly, Mangekyo Sharingan open. The purple light burst out instantly. Susanoo. The skeleton covers Sasuke's whole body, bang bang. Chakra punched Susanoo and Sasuke was knocked back. At the same time, a small red spot appeared on Naruto's neck, and the same huge impact made Naruto back quickly. Naruto, who had slid over 10 meters on the water surface, stopped slowly. At this time, Sasuke also stabilized his figure almost at the same time. The black lightning on his body also dissipated. Sasuke held the Kusanagi sword in his hand and looked at Naruto in surprise. Such a quick reaction, I can barely keep up with my speed. Naruto, you have indeed become much stronger. The attack speed of the two just now was completely blurred in the eyes of ordinary Konoha shinobi. Just barely able to hear a strong, harsh impact. Immediately afterwards, the two retreated at the speed of light. This is simply too intense. The battle that the eyes couldn't keep up with was actually fought by 2 little devils. Naruto is not in the mood to talk to Sasuke right now. He raised his hand to touch his throat. If the attack just now hadn't been for the amazing defensive power of the tail beast chakra, it blocked the attack of Sasuke Kusanagi's sword. Then I'm afraid that now his throat is not just a little red dot. He gritted his teeth fiercely. The 9 tails in the body reminded Naruto, don't hide your strength, Naruto. If you are not careful when fighting with this guy, you will be killed. Go all out. Immortal chakra has been refined for you, and I will give it all to you now. Hearing this, good, Naruto nodded silently. Good. Then go all out. Kurama. Let this guy see the results of my practice during this time. Saying that, the tail beast chakra on Naruto's body suddenly dissipated. And what followed was a powerful wave of Senja chakra. Boom. The water surged crazily because of the celestial chakra wave. Sasuke stared at Naruto in front of him with wide eyes. This feeling is fairy art. Sure enough, this guy also mastered Sage Mode. Just when Sasuke was getting ready to see Naruto's Sage Mode, the sound of the system rang out. Detection of Ashura chakra fluctuations. Please host to observe and analyze with all your strength. Sasuke is staring at the interface displayed by the system at the moment, and the whole person is in a dazed state. Ashura chakra. No wonder Naruto feels different, so Ashura chakra has awakened. But the system allows itself to analyze and observe Ashura chakra. Can you grasp the flower just by observing? Do you already have this ability now? If this is the case, doesn't that mean that I have also observed and analyzed other blood succession boundaries? After all, in the final analysis, whether it is with style or ice escape, it is a change of chakra. A single nature transformation is easy to master, but it is not easy to master 2 nature transformations to form a new nature transformation. Sasuke, where are you looking? Now it's fighting with me. Is that why you look down on me? Suddenly Naruto's voice sounded, and Sasuke was distracted during such a fierce battle. This made Naruto even more angry. Boom. Chakra's arms swept from both sides and slapped Sasuke fiercely. The moment Sasuke came back to his senses, he looked. Print. Water-style water barrier. Boom. The water flow that swept up in an instant formed a semicircle and wrapped Sasuke in it. And this time the water flow is not spurting from Sasuke's mouth, but a 590-degree water flow instantly surging from the lake under his feet. The moment Naruto's chakra arm hits the water barrier. Obviously, it was a defense formed by water flow, but Naruto actually felt as strong as steel. Even stronger than steel. Totally unshakable. This is Uchiha Sasuke. The attainments of ninjutsu can almost be said to have suppressed all ninjas in the entire ninja world. The ninjutsu that is released at will has this kind of power. And Naruto quickly took back his chakra. Agree for a while. Sasuke heard a hoist from the system. Host uses water style to resist attack. Ashura chakra analysis plus 1.3%. Current mastery of Ashura chakra, 1.4%. Does this increase? The corners of Sasuke's mouth raised slightly, as if fighting Naruto could continuously increase the resolution of Ashura chakra. And this meant Sasuke understood. The more intense the battle and the more diverse the attacks, the faster Naruto's Ashura chakra can be analyzed. Sasuke's eyes fixed on Naruto's body. At the moment Naruto's chakra just retracted. Sasuke directly releases ninjutsu. Wind-style great breakthrough. At the moment when the storm suddenly swept out. Sasuke spewed a storm from his mouth, but at the same time, with a strange control, he took a light breath. Fire-style fire dragon explosion technique. Composite ninjutsu explosion fire great breakthrough technique. Boom. Suddenly, the flames swept across the lake in an instant. The terrible high temperature suddenly evaporated a lot of the lake water. Faced with such a ninjutsu attack, Naruto instinctively wanted to dodge, but behind him was a large group of Konoha shinobi fighters on the shore of the lake. Naruto gritted his teeth lightly. "Kurama, give me your chakra." Hearing this, Kurama nodded. It was just given to Naruto Senju chakra, and now it is given to Naruto Tailed Beast chakra. The two chakras are not the same energy. Naruto can't control the sea perfectly now, but at this moment, Nine Tails can't care less. The red chakra erupted, and Naruto instantly entered the state of Four Tails. There is also a vertical pupil on the face representing Sage Mode. A cross-shaped pattern emerged in Naruto's eyes. Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly. Is Sannin Kurama mode? But this can only be regarded as a prototype. It can't be compared with the real Fairy Kurama mode in the original book. And Naruto's Ashura chakra should not have fully awakened. Otherwise, his strength should be stronger. But even now, the moment Naruto received the blessing of Nine Tails chakra, the chakra coat exploded instantly, directly turning into two huge red hands. Stand in front of you like a wall. Immediately after the flame blast, it was perfectly blocked by Naruto's chakra arm. Naruto resisted the constant impact of the flames. And at this, bife, instant Sasuke's ninjutsu was released, and in the next second a flash of lightning burst out from Sasuke's body. At the same time, Sasuke himself flew out like lightning. Lightning-style Leishun. In an instant, it turned into lightning and rushed towards Naruto, and the sound of birdsong resounded on the Kusanagi sword in his hand. At the same time, the system display pops up again. Host uses compound ninjutsu to attack. Ashura chakra analysis plus 3.7%. Current mastery of Ashura chakra, 5.1%. Just two attacks directly improved so much. The corners of Sasuke's mouth raised slightly, so the next storm-like attack has just begun. Naruto. Beep bang. Lightning turned into the figure of Sasuke, first kicked Naruto fiercely with a volley kick, and was caught by Naruto directly raising his hand. Naruto, who has the blessings of Sanshu chakra and Tailed Beast chakra, is so powerful that he is no longer afraid of Sasuke. At the same time, the sound of Chidori surging sounded. The black thunder flashed, and the Chidori blade suddenly broke through the water and slashed towards Naruto. In a hasty moment, Naruto had to block with Rasengan. The Rasengan formed in the blink of an eye is naturally inferior to Sasuke's attack. But it is enough to block it for a short time. Chidori was blocked by Rasengan. And the moment Naruto's body retreated, he was holding another Sasuke's ankle in his hand. At this moment Naruto suddenly thought of something. I wanted to let go, but it was too late. Lightning-style shadow clone. First, the shadow clone, which instantly turned into black lightning, hit Naruto. The thunder and lightning raged, and Naruto's body stiffened briefly. This moment. Flash. Weird power fist. Sasuke instantly accelerated his punch and exploded directly in Naruto's chest like a cannonball. The storm triggered by the fist burst suddenly, and the storm swept across one ring after another. The storm that was raised quickly flew out towards the lake in all directions. Hush! Naruto's body quickly slid backwards on the water surface, splitting the lake in two like a sharp knife. Boom. In an instant, it crossed the entire lake and hit the shore on the other side of the lake. Dust and smoke were set off along with the spray. At this moment, Kakashi and others looked at Sasuke standing on the rippling lake with their mouths wide open in surprise. The body rises and falls with the waves. But the black thunder of the Kusanagi sword in his hand was still flickering. Sasuke's performance is very calm. But the power of the attack just now has shocked all of them. Host, attack, Ashura chakra analysis plus 5.3%. Current mastery of Ashura chakra, 10.4%. 10% of the Ashura chakra has been resolved successfully. With a little more fighting, I believe it won't take long for Sasuke to fully analyze Ashura chakra, thus gaining direct mastery of the Ashura chakra. The corners of Sasuke's mouth can't stop rising, the opening of the double Rinnegan. This is no joke. So strong. A Jonin of Konoha, with cold sweat all over his forehead now. Just this series of continuous attacks has already demonstrated Sasuke's terrifying combat effectiveness. Be it speed, strength, or ninjutsu, Sasuke's attainments are all peak existence. With strong physical abilities, the ordinary Jonin might not be an opponent at all. Secondly, the control of the technique is also perfect. In the continuous attacks, he can also instantly use the cooperation of various ninjutsu to make attacks that make the enemy completely powerless to resist. Even one chain after another does not give the enemy a chance to counterattack at all. The suppression of compound ninjutsu instantly uses the double attack of lightning-style shadow clone and the main body. The containment of the main body attack created conditions for lightning-style shadow clone. Causes lightning-style shadow clone's explosive lightning-style attack to work. Created an opportunity for the next punch. Even Tsunade saw this series of attacks, even though her anger towards Sasuke was not weaker than that of Naruto. But also have to sigh with emotion. Sasuke, you have become stronger again. This kind of strength has completely surpassed a Kage-level ninja. Tsunade clenched his fist lightly, thinking that Naruto could be on par with Sasuke, relying on the power of Nine Tails and the mastery of celestial arts. But now it looks like a big mistake. Although Naruto has undergone earth-shaking changes under the guidance of Jiraiya, the kid in front of him is even more of a monster. As expected of Konoha's genius. And he is a rare genius. It is not worse than the rumored Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Even if the two are at Sasuke's age, they may not be as good as Sasuke when they meet Sasuke. A 12-year-old monster with Mangekyo Sharingan turned on is scary enough. However, such a little ghost is not weak in ninjutsu, physical jutsu, illusion, and even chakra strength. All have reached the top level of ninja world. A hexagonal warrior is fully drawn, and when facing such an enemy, it really makes people feel hopeless. Sage Art Massive Rasengan. Boom. Naruto, who suddenly rushed out of the dust and smoke, the fusion of Nine Tails chakra and immortal chakra on his body seems to be more suitable. The attack just now caused some trauma to Naruto's chest. But Naruto is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, so the self-healing ability is naturally nothing to say. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke can be directly attacked. Naruto is galloping forward, holding a huge Rasengan, and the whirlwind behind him has a strong destructive power. Not to mention the power of Rasengan in Naruto's hands is absolutely amazing. But Sasuke doesn't intend to confront Naruto head-on. Water-style hard vortex water blade. Swish! The sudden rush of water gathered at Sasuke's reluctance. Like a long gun. Sasuke raised his hand and pulled it back, as if winding an arrow. A sudden shot in the next second. The high-speed rotating water suddenly turned into a spear and shot out. Naruto directly raised the Rasengan and rushed directly towards the hard vortex water blade. The moment the two forces collided, the impact of Aaronkar formed by the ultra-high-speed rotating water flow directly exploded. It turned into a terrifying water storm in an instant, sweeping towards Naruto continuously. The water flow of the whole lake was rolled. However, Sasuke is not over yet. Earth-style earth-flowing river. Boom. Even the rocky soil around the lake erupted instantly, gathered from all directions and condensed in front of Sasuke. And in the next second, it directly turned into a huge mudslide, impacting in the direction of Naruto. Hard Vortex has a dirt mix. There are also small stones mixed in, although the speed has slowed down a lot. But the power has increased a lot. Because compared with pure water impact, a high-speed rotating mudslide is thicker and heavier at the same time. The stones hit by rapid rotation and acceleration are also more destructive. Naruto's massive Rasengan stared at the impact, however, after the main river merged. Compound ninjutsu, the emergence of super hard vortex Taiha. Let Naruto keep backing away. The whole person was about to fall to the bottom of the lake because all the water was rolled up by Sasuke's hard skates. Now a whole lake of water is hitting Naruto, mixed with mudslides. Naruto gritted his teeth and output chakra crazily. And this moment, Sasuke was about to jump up happily. Analyzing 0.1%. Analyzing 0.1%. Analyzing 0.2%. Current mastery of Ashura Chakra, 11.4%. Current mastery of Ashura Chakra, 12.7%. Current mastery of Ashura Chakra, 14.1%. The ever-increasing level of mastery made the smile on Sasuke's face visible to the naked eye. Naruto rubs balls, but he will not stop until he defeats the enemy. And that being the case, Sasuke raised his hand again to make a Madra. Zero looking for flowers. Then give you a little more difficulty. Wind-style great breakthrough. The storm suddenly swept out, originally due to the water flow whose rotation speed was reduced after it merged into the mudslide. With the blessing of wind-style great breakthrough, the spin speed is enhanced again. Wind-water-earth combined attack, Naruto's pressure is even greater. And at the same time, analyzing 0.3%. Analyzing 0.4%. Analyzing 0.3%. The speed of parsing is directly doubled. Sure enough, the more pressure you put on Naruto, the faster you can analyze Ashura Chakra. Even Konoha's Jonin were dumbfounded by the attack of the fusion of 3 escapes. They have never seen that the technique can be used like this. The power of just 3 ninjutsu mixed together, the amount of chakra consumed is definitely not comparable to Naruto's Rasengan, but right now it is firmly suppressing Naruto. 0. It even seems that Naruto has no hope of turning over at all. Tsunade frowned. Don't hurt Naruto. Give it to me. The moment Tsunade's voice fell, Kakashi rushed out first. Fire-style great fireball technique. Mixing wind-style's attack can also enhance the power of fire-style, and the best way to help Naruto now is to use fire-style to neutralize Sasuke's attack. Other Konoha shinobi, especially the Sarutobi clan ninjas, have used Hyoen technique. Flames exploded, and countless flames hit Sasuke's ninjutsu. The water visible to the naked eye is evaporated, and the soil is also burned dry under the burning of the flame. Sasuke was a little speechless, and these guys finally shot. I thought they would be watching the show all the time. Sasuke. Beep. Suddenly, there was a fierce collision sound from Sasuke's side. The mic guy who suddenly appeared was blocked by Kimimaro again, and the two fought each other's legs, and every time they hit each other, a violent roar could erupt. Immediately afterwards, other Konoha shinobi players made their moves. Jongwoo and the others don't know how to watch, and they all shot to block it. B. This is Konoha. The number of Konoha shinobi is not ordinary, and they cannot be stopped by just a few of them. T. Tsunade. Uchiha Sasuke, I won't let you go today. Bang bang. A strange punch was blocked by Sasuke's Susanoo, and of course there were cracks where Susanoo was hit. Tsunade in anger is amazingly powerful. Shadow binding. Heart-turning technique. Expansion jutsu. Boom boom boom. Lugio, Dingzhua, Hai, and Zhu Ludi's older generation of leaders also made moves one after another. Their strength can also be regarded as Konoha's elite Jonin. Sasuke directly turned on the semi-complete Susanoo while retreating towards the rear. The attack of the 3 fell through. In the next second, there was a sound of breaking wind. Shigego looks in Sasuke's direction. Sasuke-sama, be careful. Sasuke had noticed this guy long ago without him reminding him, as Sarutobi Hiruzen's son. Sarutobi Asuma's strength is also not bad. If it weren't for being overshadowed by Haiden, I'm afraid there will be greater achievements in the future. At this moment, Asuma, holding the wind-style chakra knife in his hand, slammed towards Sasuke fiercely. At this moment, Sasuke just turned his head and glanced at Asuma. Sharingan illusion launch. 130. At the moment, Asuma's body seemed to be stiff. Sasuke raised his hand and threw a white mass, which turned into a white snake in the air. It quickly wrapped around Asuma's body. Boom. While Sasuke was talking, there was an explosion. Sasuke with Susanoo's body had no effect, but Asuma was instantly engulfed by the flames of the explosion. Teacher. Mizusuma, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino panicked immediately. Sasuke stepped back and opened a distance, and a Konoha Jonin appeared beside him again, who seemed to be planning to fight Sasuke in close quarters. Sasuke doesn't know this guy, but being able to put on a green vest shows that this guy is not someone to be slaughtered. But for Sasuke, it's different. Raising his hand, he shot out chakra threads directly from his fingertips, and the sleepy Jonin was instantly penetrated into his body by the chakra threads. In the next second, the attack stopped immediately, and he turned around and kicked the companion behind him fiercely. Tsunade landed on the ground and looked at Sasuke controlling Konoha's ninja attack. Her eyes shrank suddenly. This is the puppetry of sandstone. And what happened to the explosion just now? Before she continued to attack, Naruto Sasuke's attack was blocked by Konoha ninjas with fire style. Naruto galloped directly towards Sasuke. A big melee seems to have begun. Such a battle is a bit of a headache for Sasuke. Bang bang! No matter what Sasuke thinks, Naruto's attack has fallen. Sasuke controlled Susanoo, put on the Utengu armor in an instant, and punched Naruto flying away with one punch. The Konoha shinobi who were still jumping in around the lake also rushed towards Sasuke. If this situation is not brought under control, it may soon turn into a big melee. Sasuke isn't afraid, but there's no need. His eyes narrowed slightly. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan started turning. Amaterasu Flame Control. The two pupil techniques were launched simultaneously. Instant black inflammation spread. For a moment, black smoke rolled up like a flexible black snake, emerging from Sasuke's face, and then drew a huge semicircle around Sasuke. At the same time, Kimimaro, Chongo, Shueiwei, Hongren, and others were also included in it. Their opponents were also pushed back by Sasuke with the fire of Amaterasu. The fire of Amaterasu, which divided the battlefield in an instant, seemed to form a black wall. With the appearance of this black flame, the ninjas also stopped in succession. Don't dare to attack rashly. After all, black flame emits extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. And she watched the companion who was accidentally contaminated and was instantly swallowed by the black flame. The power of this flame is amazing. Naruto got up from the mound panting. Look at Sasuke, who divided the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Gritting his teeth, he muttered Sasuke's name. At this moment, Sasuke glanced at the system interface in the lower right corner. Current mastery of Ashura Chakra, 27.6%. It was almost 30%. It's a pity. If it's a one-on-one fight with Naruto, without the intervention of others, then mastering Ashura Chakra doesn't seem to be a problem. It's just that Naruto himself doesn't seem to have fully awakened Ashura Chakra. Perhaps Sasuke can only grasp the part of Naruto's awakening at most, and there is no way to do the part without awakening. Today is no longer suitable for continuing to fight. If the fight continues, it will be a situation where Konoha will never die. There is no need for that. After all, his good brother, Itachi, is still in Konoha, and if he really wants to fight Konoha to death, then his situation will become even more difficult. Come here today. Sasuke spoke slowly. When Naruto heard this, the bloodshot eyes instantly spread. Do you still want to leave? Sasuke? Sasuke smiled and pointed at the Amaterasu flame in front of him. This flame, called the fire of Amaterasu, once it is stained, it is impossible to extinguish it no matter what, unless the target is completely burned. As long as I use this technique, I can instantly burn all the ninjas present with the fire of Amaterasu. At that time, will you have the ability to extinguish these flames? Or do you plan to ignore these people and concentrate on fighting me? Naruto froze for a moment. Sasuke, this guy, how could he have such weird powers? An unquenchable flame. But even so, Naruto doesn't intend to just let Sasuke go 0. Sasuke. Suddenly, Itachi appeared in front of Sasuke with the crowing of crows. Looking at the big brother who finally appeared, Sasuke looked at him. Itachi's expression was very complicated. Although he had returned to Konoha, he was unwilling to besiege Sasuke with Konoha's ninjas, so he didn't make a move just now. But now Itachi wants to ask Sasuke himself. Jiraiya, did you kill it? No. Sasuke replied without hesitation, "I've said it many times, it's not mine." "Then can you explain the specific situation?" If it were someone else, Sasuke would not bother to answer. But when Itachi asked, Sasuke chose to respond. "I went at Akatsuki's base for other things. Jiraiya was killed by pain, and I did it to pain. I also died for self-reliance. I died to save me," said Sasuke. Looked at Kakashi. "It was Obito who killed Jiraiya." "What?" Kakashi was stunned. Did he have auditory hallucinations just now? Who does Sasuke say? Obito? Obito is alive? 3.0. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. At this moment, Itachi was also very surprised. Did Sasuke already know the identity of the masked man? Even he wasn't sure, and Sasuke was. How did he know? Well, that's the way it is. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. After saying that, Sasuke turned and prepared to leave. But Kimimaro and others retreated silently, wary of these Konoha shinobi fighters not to continue to catch up. At this moment, the chakra fluctuations on Naruto's body gradually dissipated. It wasn't Sasuke who killed Teacher Jiraiya. The one who killed Teacher Jiraiya was the one named Pain and the one named Obito. Who are these two people? Akatsuki people. This time Sasuke left unstopped, but Tsunade suddenly opened his mouth. "I'm going to hold a 5 shadow meeting. Shao organization must be eradicated. I want to hold the 5 Kages conference." After Tsunade said this, Lujio, who was beside him, couldn't stop shaking with excitement. "Master Tsunade, are you serious?" "Certainly." Tsunade clenched her fist, recalling what Sasuke said just now. She felt inexplicably relieved. At the same time, the flame of anger burned more intensely again. "Master Tsunade, do you believe Sasuke's words?" It wasn't Lujio who asked Naruto. Tsunade raised his head and glanced at Naruto in front of him. "I believe." At this moment, Naruto was puzzled. Why did Master Hokage trust Sasuke so much? This seems to be wrong. In Itachi's words, judging by the character of that kid Sasuke, if he really did it, he won't deny it. Although Tsunade said so, Naruto always felt that something was wrong. And Kakashi on the side has not come out of the memory yet. In his memory, Obito is already dead. How is it possible? Still alive and still in the Akatsuki organization. 20. Is Sasuke lying to him? No, probably not. It is impossible for Sasuke to deceive him with the late Obito, and if he really deceived him, then Sasuke would be even more useless, as he would have died long ago. And someone who wasn't very good came to lie to him. So, Obito is really still alive, and he is still a member of the Akatsuki organization. If he is alive, why doesn't he go back to Konoha? Why did he join the Akatsuki organization? Too many questions emerged in Kakashi's mind. Kakashi, the Obito that Sasuke said just now. I remember that I used to be a ninja from the same class as you. When the surroundings are very quiet. Might Guy suddenly asked such a sentence, and the eyes of the surroundings instantly focused on Kakashi. Obito. Many jonins began to recall, was there such a person in Konoha? Lujio's eyes turned quickly. Obito, Obito, Obito. Could it be Uchiha Obito? It is indeed Kakashi's companion. Kakashi, do you know Obito? Tsunade asked. Kakashi turned his head. Yeah, I know. And at this time, the ferret also appeared. Master Tsunade, I have been investigating the Akatsuki organization all these years. In fact, I just want to find out who this masked man is. He doesn't seem to be the one who controls the Shao organization, but he has a strange relationship with the leader of the Shao organization, Pain. The two are not like superiors and subordinates, but more like partners. Not everyone can listen to this information. Let's talk in my office, the two of you together, and Lujio. Tsunade's expression also became serious. At this moment, Naruto is not in the mood to ask who Obito is. He just glanced in the direction Sasuke left. I wrongly blamed Sasuke earlier, but Sasuke didn't explain it from the beginning to the end. If it weren't for Itachi's question, Sasuke would still be unwilling to say it. Naruto is a bit lost now in Sasuke's heart. Is he so worthless? Sasuke, who had left Konoha at this time, looked back at Konoha village. Originally, I didn't intend to spoil the plot too much. although it has been almost destroyed. But letting it develop naturally can largely get back on track, so that Sasuke's prescient advantage can be maintained. But there was no way to finally say it. Obito is exposed, Akatsuki's organization is exposed, and Tsunade is going to hold a meeting with the 5 Kages. This is much earlier than in the original book, not just in time. Even the timing was much ahead of them. The current Akatsuki organization seems to have only sealed 1 tail, 2 tails, 4 tails, and 7 tails. There are 5 tails, 6 tails, 8 tails, 9 tails, and 3 tails in Kimimaro left. In this way, there are still 5-tailed beasts that have not been sealed. It's a far cry from the original. I don't know what kind of changes will be brought about by leaking Obito. When the 5 Kages conference is held, will Obito still choose to declare war? Maybe, or maybe not. Master Sasuke, where are we going now? Kimimaro, as always, regardless of the process, regardless of the reason, just wants to know where Sasuke is going. Hearing this, Sasuke glanced back at Kimimaro. Kimimaro, how is your 3 tails power mastering? When this question was asked suddenly, Kimimaro's face was a bit ugly. Sorry, Mr. Sasuke, I seem to have failed your expectations. Is there still no way to fully control 3 tails? Kimimaro shook his head, but don't worry, Master Sasuke, I will continue to work hard until I completely master 3 tails. Sasuke nodded. Perhaps what Kimimaro lacked was some opportunity. In terms of strength, it is enough for Kimimaro to master 3 tails, but 3 tails does not accept Kimimaro. If he encounters a suitable opportunity, he should be able to do it. Then Sasuke-sama, we now go to Kirigakure. Sasuke jumped straight into the forest. Then he raised his hand and made 4 big white birds with explosive clay. Then he looked at the branch and patted it lightly. Summoning. Boom. A white eagle appeared in front of Sasuke. Let's go. Go find. Bye. After finding Shiro, and then returning to the base of Inin village, Sasuke needs to raise Sharingan's level to the top level as soon as possible in the next period of time. As for Ashura Chakra, you can only find a chance to play alone with Naruto, and then master it thoroughly. But don't worry, Naruto himself has not fully awakened Ashura Chakra. When Naruto completely awakens Ashura Chakra, he will probably be able to raise the level of Sharingan to the top level at that time. At the same time, the mission of Chakra Ultimate will also start. The 5 escape chakra are promoted to the top level at the same time, and then the fire of chakra is ignited. Only in this way can Sasuke's strength be enhanced. At the same time, Sasuke is eager to find Shiro now, just to prove another thing. About analysis. If you analyze Bai's blood inheritance boundary by yourself, then you can control 65% of Ice-Dun's power by yourself. Maybe it's not impossible. The group flew towards Kirigakure. The speed of flying is not comparable to that of rushing on the ground. At this moment in Konoha Hokage's office, Tsunade has a general understanding of the situation of Akatsuki's organization and the situation of Obito. It is imperative to convene the 5 Shadows Conference, and the Akatsuki organization must be eradicated as soon as possible. Their goal is the tailed beast. This cannot allow them to continue. Otherwise, sooner or later, Konoha will also be attacked by the Akatsuki organization. Instead of passive defense, it is better to take the initiative to attack. And what Tsunade doesn't know is, when she decided to convene the 5 Shadow Talks. At this moment, outside the Cloud Shinobi village in the Land of Thunder, Konan looked at Nagato with some concern. Are you really going to start now? Nagato nodded. Itachi returns to Konoha. The lightness of the Akatsuki organization will soon be revealed. Before that, I must catch more tail beasts as soon as possible. Konan is very worried about Nagato. But the 5 tails and 6 tails that have been captured now have no seals. In this case, should we capture 8 tails? Nagato still had no intention of changing his mind. Leave the sealing to Obito. I must hurry up now. If I have no strength in the end, I will not be able to realize the plan in my heart. Said the Beastway has been dispatched. Cloud Shinobi Village Invasion. Start. Cloud Shinobi Village now. 4th Raikage is processing various documents in the village. However, every time this time, he would look at his broken arm. He wouldn't be what he is if it wasn't for Uchiha Sasuke. Tanking Raikage was actually given by a brat. When he was angry about it, suddenly a terrifying roar sounded. Explosions are heard in Cloud Shinobi Village, and Six Paths Pain begins to move. I am frantically looking for information about Eight Tails. After all, after the last Sasuke invasion, the location of Eight Tails Killer Bee is not so easy to find. Raikage is not an idiot, yet so above board is the high-speed others where Eight Tails is. However, Pain, who made the move this time, didn't want to ask so many questions. With the ability of the human world, he can easily find the position of Eight Tails. And after finding the location, Ghost Jiao. Deploy. Known as the tailless Jinchuriki Ghost Dragon, it is relatively sure to capture Eight Tails Killer Bee. In addition, this time, Guijiao has a new partner, Kakuzu. The two teamed up and Eight Tails had no problems with the catch. And the fourth Raikage was handed over to Pain to deal with. The flames of war broke out instantly. At this moment, Konoha 5th Hokage Tsunade is contacting Konoha's Osaku, prepare to hold the Five Kages Conference. Within 3 days, the shadows of the 5 major countries will receive news of the talks. Tsunagekyu's Gaara has just become Kazekage at this time. Gaara, who lost 1 star, seems to have completely liberated his power. Magnet's style has become stronger, even though he is just a brat, but now his strength is fully worthy of the title of Kazekage. It's just Gaara who just took office. Unexpectedly, the first thing that needs to be dealt with is the request from Konoha Gakage for a meeting. The topic of this meeting is Akatsuki organization. For Akatsuki, Gaara naturally hated her deeply, and it was impossible for him to refuse. For Iwagakure, the succession of 4 tails and 5 tails continues. Anoki was also furious, and he agreed to the request for talks. At the same time, Kirigakure. 3 full days have passed since Sasuke left Konoha. After spending more than a day rushing from Konoha to the country of water, Sasuke asked Kimimaro and others to quickly look for Shiro in Kirigakure. Be sure to find Bai as soon as possible. After more than a day, Kimimaro and others finally found 100. Surprisingly, Shiro was found immediately after entering Kirigakure, but what greeted her was not a chase, not an interception by missed shinobi ninjas. Instead, he was interviewed by Mizukage himself, and at the same time, 5th Mizukage Terumi May apologized to Bai. Terumi May is very happy that there are still survivors from the families of the victims of the blood mist policy in the village. Just keep the white belt by your side, after all, as a ninja in the limit of ice escape and blood successor. Terumi May was really amazed by the ice escape method Bai learned from Sasuke, the Ice Age. Her water dragon bomb was instantly frozen by Bai. This made Terumi May want to train Shiro into the next generation of Mizukage, although Chojuro is also very good. But in any case, if one more Kage-level ninja can be trained for the village, then the strength of the village will be stronger. So in the area where Terumi May lives, in a special pool of water, this is Bai's training ground. Terumi May would spare time every day to come and guide Bai's practice. Bai is very grateful to this new Mizukage-sama, and at the same time, there are not many opportunities to increase her strength so quickly. She needs to catch up with Sasuke as soon as possible. Nature is also willing to accept. The strength is indeed becoming stronger, visible to the naked eye. After learning about Shiro's situation, Sasuke was rather depressed. It was as if one of his own was suddenly abducted by others. For this unmasked Mizukage Terumi May, Sasuke has some resentment. Although Sasuke didn't spend much time with her, this is Sasuke's person. How could Sasuke not be angry when he was robbed by others? Sasuke-sama, are we going to take Shiro away now? Snatch? Hearing Kimimaro's words, Sasuke suddenly realized a problem and would like to stay in Kirigakure. If Bai really wants to stay here, then it doesn't matter. It seems that Bai himself should be considered. No, I'll meet her alone. If she wants to leave, we'll take Bai away. If she doesn't want to leave, then. Sasuke didn't say the latter words, but Kimimaro and others already understood what it meant. Right now in Mizukage's office, Mizukage Terumi May, who received a request from the 5 Kages for a meeting. Dawn. At the same time, Konoha also attached a lot of information about Akatsuki's organization. Of course, the core and important information will only be shared if you have to participate in the 5 shadow talks. But it was only the part of the information that Konoha brought out. The purpose of the Akatsuki organization has been clarified that it is a tailed beast, and it is all tailed beasts. This alone is not acceptable to the 5 major countries. Terumi-me was very surprised. What a big appetite. Akatsuki wants to swallow all the tailed beasts. A tailed beast has the power to easily destroy a village. If it's all the tailed beasts, is the Akatsuki organization planning to destroy the whole world? If this is the case, then Kirigakure cannot stay out of the matter, and it is necessary to participate in the talks. Look up Terumi-me looking at Ao. The 5 Kages conference looks like we must attend. Ching also read all the information beside Terumi-me. His heart was also very heavy. He never thought that a non-governmental ninja organization would do such an earth-shattering event. Also killed. Sannin Jiraiya of Konoha. The ninja strength of this organization is amazing. Ao glanced at Terumi-me. Mizukuji-sama, we must be careful too. Terumi-me nodded, of course, but this time Konoha seems to be completely irritated, otherwise he wouldn't have started the 5 Kages conference. Yes, losing a Sannin is really not a good thing for Konoha. If it weren't for the Akatsuki organization, it would be terrible. It would be more beneficial for us to hand over such a matter to Konoha's village. Terumi-me nodded. It's a pity that the Jinchuriki and tailed beasts in our village are gone. If you don't go to the 5 shadow talks, the ownership of tailed beasts will be snatched away by other villages, then yours will be even bigger. Loss. Indeed. Ching's complexion was a little unsightly. Seeing Ching's appearance, Terumi-me stood up. Okay, isn't it just to let Konoha take advantage of it? It doesn't matter, after all. If Akatsuki wants to destroy the world, we don't trust Konoha alone. Ching nodded and stopped thinking about it. Mizukuji-sama, this is going to go to that girl by. That girl has great potential and is worth cultivating. A dark light flashed in Ching's eyes when he heard this, but he had to admit that as a ninja of the Ice Escape Blood successor limit, Bai's strength was indeed comparable to Mizukuji-sama. At this age, if he continues to become stronger, he is indeed qualified to be a Mizukuji scarf in the future. Sighing helplessly, Ching has nothing to do about this situation. She can only envy her. But at the moment where Bai was at the waterside, Sasuke had come here quietly. Look at Shiro, who is practicing ninjutsu. Sasuke opened his mouth. Hearing Sasuke's voice at this moment, Shiro's body trembled involuntarily. She turned around abruptly. Sasuke looking at the shore. Standing there quietly, the current Sasuke has grown taller, seemingly flat because of Yang Dun chakra. He has become a young boy who is facing the wind in a jade tree, and he is no longer a brat. For a moment, Bai panicked and straightened his clothes. Although Sasuke's appearance has changed drastically, Bai recognized Sasuke's eyes at the first sight. Facing the current Sasuke, Bai seemed even more at a loss for a moment. I don't even know where to put my hands. This feeling is like a boy and a girl meeting for the first time. They are very shy. Seeing the current Bai, Sasuke seems to have changed a lot. Of course, Bai has not awakened any Yang Dun chakra. Naturally, the appearance has not changed, but people rely on clothes. Bai's clothes have changed and are more feminine, unlike the original men's clothing. Although it is for the convenience of fighting, it is also a bit less beautiful. But now it is different. The inner lining of the ninja is naturally indispensable, but the outer is replaced by a long skirt of cheongsam. The slit is relatively high, which is convenient for action during battle. Such a small change made Sasuke feel that Shiro had changed a lot. 2 or 3 steps came in front of Sasuke, with white hands behind his back. A little nervous, Master Sasuke, how are you here? 580. Sasuke, come to find you. Thought you were caught by Kirigakure, now it seems that worrying is unnecessary. Hearing this, Bai was a little inexplicably flustered. No, Mr. Sasuke is not at all, not redundant. While talking, Bai thought of something and quickly added, but Master 5th Mizukuji, you are very kind to me. I heard, I will teach you ninjutsu. Guide you to practice. It seems that she has high hopes for you. Sasuke didn't think it mattered, but Bai seemed to sense something wrong with the tone when he said this. But she couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. I want to become stronger so that I can help Master Sasuke. Okay, I know, said Sasuke, sat down casually, looking at the lake in front of him. So now Bai, you tell me, do you want to leave here and follow me or stay here? Stay and Miss Shinobi. When asked this question suddenly, Bai didn't know how to answer for a while. She originally planned to practice for a while and then go back after becoming a senior. But as the days passed, Terumi Mei was indeed very kind to her, but if she just left like this, it seemed a bit unkind. Seeing that Bai didn't answer, immediately, Sasuke probably knew what was going on. Smiled. That's right. Let me see how strong you are now, Bai. Saying that, Sasuke disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he came directly to the center of the lake. Raising his hand, he hooked his hand in the direction of Bai. Attack me with your ice escape. When Bai was amazed at Sasuke's instant body just now, with such a high attainment, she couldn't see clearly at all. Hearing Sasuke's words at the same time, Bai also wanted to show Sasuke the results of his practice. Now she can definitely help Sasuke more. Then Sasuke-sama, here I come. Bai's aura also showed some changes, and the moment he was about to strike, he became sharper, finally becoming more like a ninja. No matter whether he used his hands or not, the previous Bai always had a flat look, and his momentum did not change. A ninja, especially a powerful ninja, of course must have his own aura. And Bai didn't talk about strength before, and he didn't have the consciousness to fight at all. Now, I have come to a certain level of awareness. Suddenly a gust of cold air raged. Sasuke directly activates Mangekyo Sharingan instantly, and the pupil technique Super Insight is activated directly. When the cold air swept across the water surface was completely frozen in an instant. And the cold air came quickly. Sasuke's eyes sparkled when he saw this. Detection. Host is analyzing ice escape chakra. Currently resolved, 0.1%. Ice escape mastered, 0.1%. The sound of the system appeared, and Sasuke smiled for a moment. Sure enough, as he thought, if Ashura chakra can learn by watching. So, theoretically speaking, the blood follower boundary is actually a special kind of chakra. Then I can also learn it myself, but the system like Kimimara's blood succession limit should not be learned by watching. Or it can be learned, but the current self still lacks the necessary things. Sasuke raised his hand. A fire style swept out, and the raging flames instantly blocked the cold air. The impact of the two forces instantly caused an explosion. Although the sound was not too loud, Sasuke was surprised that Bai's ice escape completely blocked his fire style. Although it is a fire style that is released casually, in normal times, it may take more than 5 jonin of Grandmaster Water Style to jointly release Water Style to block it. But Bai alone blocked it relying on the power of Bingun. The power of Ice Stun is really not that simple. Analysis. 0.1%. Analysis. 0.1%. Analysis. Continuous prompt sounded, and ice spears suddenly appeared around Sasuke's body. While backing away for an instant, Sasuke looked at Shiro on the other side. It seems that during this time under the guidance of Mizukage Terumi Mei, Shiro developed a lot of ice escape ninjutsu. But this is not a big deal, as long as you have the corresponding chakra, it is not too difficult to develop ninjutsu. Sasuke smiled slightly. Hands up. The black lightning style burst out suddenly and instantly spread like a shock wave. Bang bang. All the white ice crystals were instantly shattered. Bye. Is that all? Use your full strength. Don't worry about hurting me. While when Bai was surprised, he was also somewhat unconvinced. If it was so simple, Master Sasuke would have broken his ice escape. Then how can I get Master Sasuke to recognize my progress? Then go all out. In an instant, the chakra fluctuated violently, and Sasuke felt the change in Bai and glanced at the system's analysis progress. Accelerates almost instantly. Analyzing the chakra of this kind of blood inheritance limit is much faster than analyzing the Ashura chakra. I believe that it won't be long before Bingun can be copied. Boom boom boom. A sudden roar, can be clearly heard around the lake. And Terumi Mehu was walking this way at this time. He suddenly raised his head and frowned. This voice. Is it a battle? White is the direction of white. Who is fighting by? Not good. Terumi Mei accelerated suddenly and rushed towards the lake like a beast. Ice Age. Wow! The cold ice that spread out in an instant continued to spread in the direction of Sasuke. By the way, even the flame that Sasuke cast was extinguished suddenly. Feeling the astonishing cold, Sasuke jumped into the air, and the water below was completely frozen. Sasuke fell down, feeling the astonishing coldness coming from his feet. The entire lake was frozen for nothing in an instant. In the next second, ice crystals rose from the ice surface. Ice Escape Secret Technique Demon Realm Ice Crystal. Sasuke is still very familiar with this technique, but can use ice crystals to move quickly among these ice crystals. Ice Escape Ice Crystal 1,000 copies. The moment Bai's figure disappeared, countless ice thorns flew out of thin air, covering Sasuke from all directions almost instantly. The corners of Sasuke's mouth rose slightly. Good. Bai, who shuttled between the ice crystals, was indeed at an astonishing speed, almost catching up with his own speed. Lightning style, Chidori style. The surging black thunder lingered around Sasuke. The powerful lightning-style defense smashed all the ice crystals that shot towards Sasuke. The sound of thunder and lightning kept ringing. At this moment, the thunder roared, and at the same time, Bai suddenly appeared here behind him. Ice Escape Ice Blade. Condensing the skate with one hand, he slashed at Sasuke directly from behind. When? In the next second, the Kusanagi sword appeared above Sasuke's head, easily blocking the ice blade, and black thunder flowed on the Kusanagi sword. The faint burst of vibration caused Bai's body to be shaken back instantly. Sasuke slowly put down the half-unsheathed black blade Kusanagi. He turned his head and squinted at Bai. Good. With such a huge improvement in such a short period of time, you can indeed be called Kage level now. Although Sasuke's boast made Bai feel a little happy, but Sasuke's performance shocked Bai even more. It's only been a while and Sasuke has become even scarier again. Even now Shiro feels like he can't shake Sasuke at all. You must know that when fighting against Sasuke before, at least Sasuke had to dodge a little bit. But now it seems completely unnecessary. Don't be distracted. Bai. Suddenly Sasuke's voice sounded, facing Bai. At the same time, there was a roar from the sky. Bai's eyes narrowed suddenly. Look up. A black thunderbolt fell directly from the sky, bombarding towards the bottom rapidly. Lightning-style discharge. This lightning-style ninjutsu can basically let Sasuke release any imaginable difficulties according to his own ideas. However, it is only a change in form, and there is still no change in essence. So whether it's lightning falling from the sky, or lightning released directly from the body. It's just that the attack methods are different, but the power is the same. But even such an arbitrary change of attack form is a headache for the enemy. At this moment, Bai didn't know how powerful this move was. It can only be printed quickly and quickly. Ice Escape Ice Rock Holwu. Boom. Zizizi. The roar of thunder and lightning sounded, and the deafening sound surprised Bai a little. Master Sasuke, has the power of a casual blow become so amazing? Damn it, it can't continue like this. Once you are suppressed by Master Sasuke, the subsequent battles will be bad. Thinking of this, Bai bites and presses on. While using the ice escape defense, he is saving chakra to prepare for a counterattack. And at the moment Sasuke looked at the resolution of the system. Analysis, 1.7%. Analysis, 2.8%. Analysis, 1.0%. Analysis. Mastered Ice Escape, 73.9%. Watch the rapidly growing progress bar. Sasuke feels very good. How long has he been fighting? But in a few minutes, the ice escape is almost completely analyzed. Of course, it was also thanks to Bai's crazy attack. Otherwise, Sasuke can't parse it so fast. But it also proves one thing, that is, it is much more difficult to analyze Ashura chakra for Shueji Jijia. Now I can even copy the blood succession limit. But thinking about it carefully, Sasuke seems to have understood the reason. First of all, He has fully mastered his own chakra nature transformation. Because he has mastered chakra nature transformation, Sasuke can also copy thousands of ninjutsu just like Kakashi. It is not difficult to copy ninjutsu, but it is difficult to release it. After all, if you do not master the corresponding chakra nature transformation, you will not be able to release the corresponding ninjutsu. But Sasuke's 5 escapes are completely grandmaster. Chakra's control is also top-notch. 0 looking for flowers. And all the nature transformation levels have also been upgraded to level 3. To put it bluntly, the copy blood successor limit is just a new nature transformation after 2 types of chakra nature transformation. The difficulty has naturally increased a lot. For the general Uchiha family, of course, don't expect to be able to copy it. First of all, there may not be a corresponding chakra, let alone raising chakra nature transformation to Sasuke's level. The 3rd level of nature transformation is already equivalent to a ninja who specializes in a certain evasion technique and has successfully upgraded to Kage level strength. At this moment, Bai's offensive was launched again. Watching huge chunks of ice falling from the sky, Sasuke raised his hand and spread his fingers slightly. The thunder and lightning burst out, turning into a series of thunder and lightning-sharp arrows, directly hitting all the air in the air. Analysis: 3.7%. Immediately afterwards, an ice dragon suddenly emerged from the ice, roaring and opening its mouth to attack Sasuke from behind. Turn around and look back. Sasuke opened his mouth and sprayed out a cloud of mud. Earth-style earth flow wall. Boom! The earth wall that rose up instantly blocked the ice dragon. There was a roar as the ice dragon splintered, but the drywall stood still. Bai stared at Sasuke's earth-style with wide eyes. It is reasonable to use fire-style to attack, but Sasuke doesn't seem to want too much white smoke to block his sight, so he chooses earth-style instead. But the hardness of this earth style is too much. Unexpectedly easily blocking his own ice dragon, Bai gritted his teeth fiercely and continued. But Sasuke saw that Bai didn't give up and was still desperate and didn't fight back. He just stared at Bai silently. At the same time, looking at the continuously rising resolution of the system, it is almost close to 100%. But at this moment, outside the lake, listen to Terumi Mae as the roar grows more intense. Feel the strong chakra waves in the air. One is white, which she is all too familiar with, but the other chakra wave is very strong. Although it was not intense, it inexplicably brought an astonishing sense of oppression to her. What kind of enemy is fighting Bai? Damn, this kind of chakra fluctuation, the opponent is completely comparable to the 5 shadows. With a heavy step under his feet, he rushed out directly and shot the incoming people directly in the direction of the lake. One step, directly over to Terumi Mae, who is falling rapidly towards the lake at a high altitude. After jumping over the buildings around the lake, the line of sight is no longer blocked. Now she finally saw clearly who Bai was fighting with. The lake was filled with cold air, and Bai had completely frozen the entire lake. But looking at Shinobu standing in the middle of the lake, strong and steady chakra waves surged from that body, facing Bai's continuous attacks. Unexpectedly, he stood motionless on the spot, forming seals with one hand and using various ninjutsu to easily block Bai's attack. Many ice crystals have appeared on the entire ice surface. Bai uses these ice crystals to quickly move ninjutsu if it doesn't work. Bai uses the ice blade to move with ice crystals and starts a close combat with Sasuke. However, holding the half-unsheathed black blade Kusanagi in his hand, Sasuke still didn't move and easily resolved the attacks one after another. And the superb physical skills made Terumi Mae stare blankly at 177 in the air. Sasuke, who holds the knife in one hand, can easily use the half-drawn ninja knife to knock Shiro into the air, and at the same time, lightning style paralyzes Shiro's body. It made her look quite embarrassed. Even Terumi Mae was surprised to see this kind of battle. Bai's strength is already considered a Kage-level ninja, but he can't do anything about this person in front of him. Just when Terumi Mae was wondering who the other party was, suddenly the other party's gaze moved towards her. The moment she met those eyes, Terumi Mae froze. This is Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Sasuke. Has the monster that made the entire ninja world boil finally come to Kirigakure? And when she came, she was on the top of the talent she had found with great difficulty mouth. Hateful. This kid didn't look for trouble from other villages, but came to look for himself. Could it be that he was Kirigakure and easy to bully? Printing in the air. Terumi Mei's anger had already been ignited. Smelly boy, female ninjas are not easy to mess with. Lava-style monster dissolving technique. Puff. An instant spray of viscous and corrosive acid poured towards Sasuke from the air. Raising his head, Sasuke glanced at the figure in the air. Mizukage. It's come so soon, but the timing is just right. And at this moment, the sound of the system still sounded. Analysis of lava style. Analysis. 0.1%. Mastered lava style. 0.1%. Sasuke raised his hand and a thunderbolt burst out, instantly hitting Shiro, who was rushing towards him. The thunderbolt's paralysis made Bai's movements instantly stiff. It fell directly from the movement of the ice crystal. At the same time, Sasuke completely drew the Kusanagi sword. Thousand Bird Blade. At the same time, Sasuke exhaled lightly. Thunder Breath. 3 types. Gather mosquitoes into thunder. Beep. The roar of thunder exploded in an instant, and countless thunder lights turned into slashing waves and suddenly swept towards the acid liquid that was splashed in the air. In the blink of an eye, all the acid was wiped out. Around Sasuke's body, there was still lightning that had not dissipated. Cracks like spider webs also appeared directly on the ice under his feet. Terumi Mei, who fell in the air, watched Sasuke block his lava style with only one knife. His expression became more dignified, as expected of someone who can hit Raikage hard. Strength, very strong. Bye. Leave quickly, leave this guy to me. He is not something you can deal with. Terumi Mei didn't forget to remind Bai when she landed. Bai just stood up at this time, and the lightning paralysis effect on his body gradually receded. The lightning attack just now didn't cause her any harm. It just made her unable to control her body for a moment. And Bai just wanted to explain, this is his master Sasuke. However, Terumi Mei's attack has already been launched. After all, in a duel between the strong, it is very important to seize the opportunity. Water-style mist shinobi technique. Hiss. The mist that spread instantly enveloped the surroundings. Terumi Mei is worthy of Mizukage. Maybe she is fighting a ninja with a Sharingan for the first time, but her thinking is very clear. Understand that to deal with this kind of ninja with special blood succession limit, the most important thing is to first block the opponent's eyes. As expected of a woman who can be Mizukage. Indeed, it cannot be underestimated. But fog technique is too easy for Sasuke to crack. Wind-style great breakthrough. Boom. The gust of wind erupted in an instant, blowing away the surrounding fog in an instant. And Terumi Mei, who was quietly approaching Bai, immediately protected Bai behind her when she felt the storm. Shiro braved the strong wind and wanted to tell Terumi Mei that Sasuke was not an enemy. However, Terumi Mei directly seals. Wind-style. Will you do it too? According to the information, this guy has mastered the 5-sense ninjutsu. It seems that he is not joking. Terumi Mei's gaze towards Sasuke has become more serious now, and her expression is a bit gloomy. 0. Water-style big explosion of water rushing waves. Boom. An astonishing amount of water spit out from Terumi Mei's mouth. The flow of water alone is comparable to half of the frozen lake under her feet. As expected of Mizukage. However, Sasuke was not far behind, and the list was completed in an instant. Water-style big explosion of water and waves. Boom. A larger amount of water swept out instantly. Terumi Mei looked at Sasuke's direction. The astonishing flow of water was even scarier than her own Mizukage. Is this kid so good at water-style? Or is it simply because the opponent has a huge amount of chakra? But even with a huge amount of chakra, it is impossible to use this level of water style in an instant. Monster. From the intelligence point of view, Sasuke should be best at lightning style, but he also has such a terrifying level in waterways. Terrible. The impact of the 2 streams of water instantly caused an earth-shattering roar, and the roar directly spread throughout Kirigakure. Tumbling water Terumi Mei was hit directly by a wave. Shiro was also swept away by the current. Terumi looked in Shiro's direction and wanted to catch Shiro. However, Sasuke jumped out of the water in the next second and grabbed Shiro, stepped on the waves, and disappeared in the turbulent waves at an astonishing speed. He took by away. Damn it. The B**************** D old lady won't let you take by away. Sasuke landed on top of a building and looked at the water rushing around him. The roar resounded continuously. Sasuke looked at Shiro, who was breathing heavily. It's all right. Hearing the words 2.8 by nodded and said hastily, Master Sasuke, Sister Terumi is very kind to me, can you? Boom. A water dragon emerged from the turbulent waves in an instant. There was a rapid impact in the direction of Sasuke. Sasuke smiled, see. It's not that I want to fight, but your sister seems very irritable, so let's fight first. Turn back. Sasuke has already completed the knot seal. His eyes narrowed slightly. Water-style water dragon bomb. All of a sudden, the swiftly passing water was directly sucked in, instantly forming a bigger water dragon, which slammed into the oncoming water dragon fiercely. Beep. Two water dragons collided in the sky, turning into countless drops of water and falling in all directions. It was like a huge rainstorm suddenly fell. It even enveloped a small half of Kirigakure. There was a sudden roar and an extremely strange rainstorm. The ninjas who were all over Kirigakure raised their heads and looked towards the sky. Although it often rains in Kirigakure, it seems strange that the rain covers only half of the village like this. Coupled with the roar that came earlier. He reacted even when he was slow. Someone fighting? In that direction. Who is breaking out such a movement in Kirigakure? Hurry over and have a look. A large number of fog ninja quickly moved towards the lake. Sasuke stood on the roof, looking at the Terumi building standing in the distance, amidst the subdued waves. The other party's face was very gloomy, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. He looked at Sasuke as if he wanted to eat Sasuke immediately. Intense chakra waves spread out wave after wave. Mizuki-sama looks very angry. Of course. Terumi may now fully understand Sasuke's meaning. A ninja who is good at lightning style has to confront her with water style every time. Does this mean that even using water style is enough to deal with my own Mizuki at 20? Bearing the name of Mizuki, she can't beat another on water style. Such a thing is a disgrace to the word Mizuki. Damn. Uchiha Sasuke, don't look down on me so much. Sealed again. Terumi looked at Shiro, who was being carried behind Sasuke. Now she didn't notice Shiro at all. She wasn't hijacked at all, but squatted quietly behind Sasuke. Water-style waterfall technique. In an instant, the surrounding water flow that had calmed down became extremely violent again. And this time Sasuke will not choose the same water-style ninjutsu to deal with Terumi. Raising his hand, the water flowing out of thin air converged on Sasuke's arm. Water-style hard vortex water blade. The technique formed directly and suddenly, as Sasuke raised his hand and swung it suddenly, like throwing a javelin, it rushed straight towards the waterfall. As Mizuki, water-style's accomplishments are naturally not low. Coupled with the blessing of the angry state, Terumi's big waterfall technique did not consider destroying half of Kirigakure in response to it. It can be next second. The moment the hard vortex water blade pierced through the great waterfall technique, the water flow, which seemed to be the size of an ordinary javelin, suddenly burst open. Immediately afterwards, it turned into a huge stream of water Uzumaki. Boom! The water flow of the Great Falls technique is all rolled up to form the amazing Uzumaki. And Terumi was almost sucked in too. She backed away quickly. And at this moment, the current Uzumaki exploded directly, and waves swept away one after another. Sasuke's figure was churning as fast as a dragon in the water waves. A few moments passed directly through the layers of waves, stepped on the rolling waves, and hit her straight like surfing. In the next second, Terumi was amazed at what happened to Sasuke's weird ability to move in water. The seal on Sasuke's hand made Terumi feel uneasy. As expected, when Sasuke was surfing, a water dragon suddenly appeared directly under his feet. Hold Sasuke up directly, accelerate again, and rush straight towards her. See Sasuke stepping on the water dragon. Terumi Mei was shocked by this amazing operation. Can water dragon bombs still be used like this? Too late to think too much. Terumi Mei is no longer able to use pure water-style ninjutsu against Sasuke. Lava-style monster dissolving technique. Boom! The strong acid spit out turned into a ball in the air and quickly rushed towards the water dragon bomb. Sasuke jumped with a smile and let the water dragon hit lava-style. Beep! There was an explosion in the air. The surrounding water was turbulent, and at the same time, black stones that were cooled one after another fell from the sky. Raising his hand, he casually smashed the black stone above his head that could hit him. Sasuke walked towards Terumi Mei slowly on the water. Mizukichi-sama's water style seems to be nothing more than that, so it's finally impossible to use only water style. The imposing Sasuke, the chakra fluctuations emanating from his body, now made Terumi Mei feel frightened. This chakra, this guy, is he still human? Just the chakra fluctuations seem to be able to directly cause the undulation of the water surface. And the water-style ninjutsu just now, Terumi Mei has never seen such a terrifying water-style ninjutsu. The destructive power is unique. Is this the water style created by this kid? Didn't it mean that he is good at lightning style? How come he still has the time to create his own water-style ninjutsu? Sasuke-sama, there are a lot of ninjas coming. Suddenly Kimimara's voice sounded, and Kimimaro, who appeared behind Sasuke for a moment, was half kneeling on the water. Report to Sasuke. Looking at Kimimaro who suddenly appeared, Terumi Mei's heart froze again. This guy is just as strong. Sasuke frowned and looked back at the dense black dots and leaned towards this side. If you wait until these fog ninjas arrive, the battle will become more troublesome. Mizukichi-sama, this is Mizukichi-sama's aura, hurry. Someone is fighting Mizukichi-sama. What? Someone invaded Kirigakure? Attacked Mizukichi-sama. Damn it, who ate the guts of a male leopard? How dare you provoke me, Suine village? Hear voices in the distance. Terumi Mei smiled. Uchiha Sasuke, you are really strong. You deserve to be the man who can defeat the fourth Raikage head-on, but this is Kirigakure. My strength doesn't seem to be able to defeat you. 370. Don't underestimate us, Kirigakure. Our Shuinrin will not back down. It's too late to go now. This doesn't sound like a threat, but a deterrent. Terumi Mei knew that if she continued to fight, she might not really be her opponent. If Mizukichi of the dignified generation is defeated by this guy, even though the opponent has already defeated him in the movie, being defeated like this will still have a great impact on her who has just become Mizukichi. Now with the help of the ninjas in the village, it is the best way to deter Sasuke and make Sasuke retreat. But the next second Sasuke laughed. Is it? However, the battle is not over yet. It's not my style to leave at this time. After saying that, Sasuke glanced at Kimimaro behind him, used the 4 purple flames to block these guys. Kimimaro looked up and knew what Sasuke-sama wanted to do. Immediately jumped up and went directly to the corner of the edge of the lake in the distance. Then in Terumi Mei's puzzled eyes. Honglien, Zhongwu, and Shuiwei jumped out. Print at the same time. 4 purple flame formation. Boom 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 boom. The raised 4 barriers combined to directly form a huge cuboid barrier, enveloping Sasuke and Terumi Mei in it. Sasuke opened his hands and looked at Terumi Mei. Okay now, no one can bother us. Fighting, continue. Looking at the enchantment that suddenly rose, Terumi Mei's face darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. That would be bad. However, Sasuke will not give her much time to think at this time. Defeat Mizukichi water-style nature transformation and go up 1 level again. This can't be missed. Sasuke smiled. Hands up. Water-style water rushing waves. Puff. Sasuke opened his mouth and sprayed out a large amount of water flow, which could be freely controlled by Sasuke, directly forming Uzumaki to wreak havoc in the direction of Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei, who releases ninjutsu continuously, has consumed a lot of chakra in her body now. She looked at Sasuke, who was able to use a small sea-level water-style ninjutsu to an S-level effect, and the corners of her mouth twitched uncontrollably. What kind of monster is this kid? The mist ninjas who came at this moment also came to the periphery of the 4 purple flame formation. Looking at the enchantment in front of them, the fog ninjas are not idiots. Of course they recognize that this is an enchantment. However, the rise of the enchantment means that something is wrong. Looking inside the barrier again, it was their master Mizukage who was fighting a mysterious person. Mizukage-sama, who is that damned guy? As soon as he opened his mouth to say something, he saw that Sasuke used the chaotic wave technique with water and instantly sprayed out an astonishing flow of water, forcing Terumi-Mei to dodge constantly in the water waves. The rolling waves made Terumi-Mei very embarrassed to dodge. In the blink of an eye, the water level has risen to about 10 meters. The fog ninjas standing on the building outside the barrier swallowed silently. This guy, the power of water style, is too scary. The amount of chakra is also monster level. It can raise the water level by 10 meters casually, and this amount of chakra is beyond the reach of many mist ninjas. And looking at Sasuke, he is not tired at all. This level seems to be nothing to him at all. Bye. What the hell happened here? At this moment, the mist ninjas noticed Shiro standing on the side building watching the battle. Hearing these Kirinan's questions, Shiro frowned and did not answer. And this made the group of Onin who came here puzzled. What is going on? Why didn't I say anything? Within the barrier, Sasuke's water style stops, with a smile on his face. What's wrong? Mizukage-sama, as a dignified Mizukage, is he still afraid of water style's attack? Terumi-Mei, who got out of the water waves, had cold sweat on her face, but she hesitated to be wet by the water. It's hard to see how surprised she is now. The water-style ninjutsu of sea level is just the most basic ninjutsu. Basically, nature transformation can be used instinctively without mastering it. However, it is such a basic water-style ninjutsu that cannot be used in the basics, and it is in the hands of Uchiha Sasuke. The power seems to be comparable to the S-rank water-style ninjutsu. Considering that Sasuke has not used other evasion techniques until now, it stands to reason that the lightning style of Sasuke should be the most suitable for water style. If Sasuke uses lightning style again, he will be within the barrier now. Has been completely submerged by the current. Even if the water level rises directly to 10 meters, once Sasuke uses lightning style, she has no place to hide at all. The body will definitely be paralyzed by lightning style. It can be said that Sasuke is already invincible, and now he is just playing with her Mizukage. Think here. There were bloodshot eyes in Terumi-Mei's eyes. It is okay to be defeated, but it is absolutely unforgivable for the enemy to despise her like this and play tricks on her. He looked up at the sky above the enchantment. The 4 purple flame formation completely sealed off the space. This actually made Terumi-Mei think of a way. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. Even if she was defeated, she would die together. Terumi-Mei dived suddenly, directly into the water. Sasuke froze for a moment. What the hell is this going on? Attack from the bottom first? Snort. While Sasuke was thinking, suddenly bubbles appeared on the surface of the water. Then boo boo boo. Bubbles popped out one after another. Sasuke frowned. Analysis of boil style. Analysis. 1%. Analysis. 1.7%. Analysis. 0.9%. Seeing the prompt popped up by the system, Sasuke understood immediately. Terumi-Mei intends to use the enclosed space in the enchantment to melt herself with boil-style Chiao Mist technique. But Sasuke watched the system's wildly rising resolution. Suddenly I had an idea. Susanoo. Suddenly Susanoo appeared around Sasuke. However, in the air where the concentration of acid mist is gradually increasing, Sasuke can clearly feel that his Susanoo is melting. Although Sasuke's pupil power is strong, Susanoo's power is also higher. But this is not a matter of strength. As the concentration of acid mist increases, the faster Sasuke's Susanoo Hiei melts. But Sasuke still kept Susanoo, no further plans. At this moment, Bai was very worried. Master Sasuke, this is Terumi-Mei's sister's blood inheritance boundary. Boil style. The power of this technique is not so simple. He looked up at the enchantment of the 4 purple flames. Master Sasuke, as long as the barrier is removed, this technique will be useless. Bai looked at Sasuke and hoped that Sasuke could undo the barrier and stop fighting Terumi-Mei. The ninjas around are still wondering. There are a lot of bubbles on the surface of the water. What's going on here? The air coming out of the water is not right, it seems to be. This is Mizuki-sama's boil style. Quickly move on that guy, the purple titan body is starting to melt. Speaking of this, Mist Ninja was thinking, what kind of art is this purple titan? It seems that he has never heard of it before. However, when Sasuke turned his head and looked around, the moment they saw Sasuke's eyes, these fog ninjas understood. This guy, this is the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha. Uchiha? Wait. Could it be? Uchiha Sasuke. Blow up Cloud Shinobi Village and beat the man in Reikage? He actually invaded Cloud Shinobi Village? Hateful. Why does this monster come to Kirigakure? But the current situation seems to be pretty good. Looking at the melting Susanoo on Sasuke's body, the faces of the Shuinrin still have some smiles on their faces. Don't you want to remove the barrier? If you continue like this, you will be completely melted by Mizuki-sama's boil style. Toromi Mei, who was holding her breath at the bottom and releasing boil style at the same time, looked at the black shadow on the water. How about little Sasuke? Let's see how long you can last. If you don't remove the barrier, you will be completely melted by me. On the water surface, Sasuke closed his eyes, and the upward arc of the corners of his mouth continued to increase, and the pupil power consumed by Susanoo's melting increased rapidly. However, Sasuke saw the rapid increase in resolution on the system display interface. I feel very good. Analysis: 3%. Analysis: 0.75% publication. Mastered boil style: 100%. Congratulations to host for mastering the blood succession limit boil style. Opening his eyes suddenly, a smile was written on Sasuke's face. At this moment, Sasuke's feet felt cold. At this moment, the white eyes shrank suddenly. This feeling is. Click. The sudden cold air froze the surrounding water. Immediately after that moment, boom. The cold ripples visible to the naked eye spread rapidly towards the distance. For a few breaths, all the water was frozen. Fifth Mizuki Toromi Mei in the water also stared upwards in horror with wide-eyed eyes. And the frozen ice completely trapped her in it, allowing chi to continuously invade her body. Make Toromi Mei completely immobile. At this moment, the acid mist above gradually dissipated. Without Chakra's support, Sasuke's figure gradually emerged. Looking at Sasuke, who was bubbling with cold air, Bai opened his mouth wide and looked at Sasuke in disbelief. At the same time, Kimimaro and others also looked shocked. Isn't this White's blood succession boundary? Why would Master Sasuke do it? Ice. You can't be wrong, this is ice escape. The fog ninjas looked at the instantly frozen water in the barrier. Is this ice escape? How is it possible that people from the Uchiha clan can use ice escape? Impossible. This is Mist Shinobi's blood succession limit. How could this guy use it? All the ninjas were stunned for a moment. And Sasuke looked at his system panel. Long before Toromi Mei arrived, Sasuke had completed 100% analysis of ice escape. Already has mastered ice escape. Look at the current system panel. Blood succession boundary 3. Ice escape, phase 1, 080. Ice escape. Ice age, introduction. Ice crystal dragon bullet technique, introduction. Magic mirror ice crystal, introduction. Ice crystal Qianben, introduction. Ice rock Hallwu, introduction. Ice rock impact entry. These are the techniques that Bai used before. Sasuke watched it once in the state of Sharingan. Naturally, he couldn't learn it if he didn't master the ice escape before, but now he has the blood succession limit of ice escape. These skills are basically understood in an instant. Blood succession limit 4. Boil style, phase 1. Boil style, skillful fog technique, getting started. The two newly mastered blood successor boundaries have appeared in Sasuke's character panel. It also means that Sasuke has mastered these two blood succession boundaries. The disappearance of the acid mist is also because Sasuke has thoroughly mastered the boil style and also used the boil style to offset the corrosiveness of the acid mist. Toromi Mei, who is frozen below, uses the skillful mist to cover her whole body at this moment, directly melting the surrounding ice crystals. At the same time, a mouthful of clever mist was spit out towards the top, quickly melting the ice and snow on the head. Immediately afterwards, Terumi Mei drilled out directly along the hole. Terumi Mei, who jumped out from under the ice, covered her arm with one hand. The instant attack by ice stun just now directly frostbite her right arm. The current state of Terumi Mei is very bad. Harvesting 2 blood inheritance boundaries at once, Sasuke feels very good now. The chakra that raised his hand boil style exploded. Although Sasuke hadn't learned boil style unrivaled power, he filled his body with boil style chakra. At the same time as the powerful heat erupted, Sasuke also felt his physical strength increase a lot. One step. The ice cubes under his feet crumbled instantly. Sasuke shot straight at Terumi Mei like a cannonball. Seeing Sasuke rushing over suddenly, Terumi Mei hastily sealed. Water style, water barrier. Seems to be planning to use water style for defense. But now Terumi Mei has panicked. She seemed to have forgotten that Sasuke had just used ice escape just now, and if he used water style at this time, wouldn't it hit the muzzle of the gun? Ice escape power explodes. Ice Age. The cold air swept through and instantly froze the water barrier, forcing Terumi Mei to end the release of ninjutsu and practice back. Body flicker technique. Terumi Mei, who was frostbitten, was caught up by Sasuke the moment she retreated, grabbing her wrist. Terumi Mei became anxious, raised her other hand to make a fist and hit Sasuke. Also caught on the wrist by Sasuke, Terumi Mei lost her center of gravity and went straight to the ice. Sasuke also fell down and held Terumi Mei down. The powerful force made Terumi Mei completely unable to move. Being pushed to the ground by a kid who is not sure how much younger than himself in this posture. Terumi Mei was stunned. And Sasuke was also stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, Tang-Eng Mizukage suddenly seemed to lose his mind. He even hammered himself with a small fist. So much so that Sasuke didn't react and instinctively grabbed the opponent's wrist and was pushed down to the ground. The two looked at each other. Terumi Mei hastily turned her head away. Sasuke was also a little embarrassed. But at this time, it seems that he didn't get up with him immediately. Wouldn't it become more embarrassing? Admit defeat? Mizukage-sama. Hearing this, Terumi Mei blushed slightly and nodded lightly. Admit defeat. Get up quickly. The ninjas in my village are still watching. Congratulations to host for defeating Mizukage. Reward: Water Attribute Nature Transformation upgraded by 1 level. Receiving the reward from the system, Sasuke immediately threw away Terumi Mei and turned over directly. And the scene just now came and went quickly. The Fog Ninjas haven't seen it clearly yet, but some of the Fog Ninjas clearly saw this Uchiha Sasuke and pushed their Mizukage to the ground. Sasuke stood up and looked at the system interface. Chakra Attribute: Water, 52%/4. The nature transformation of the water attribute has been upgraded by 1 level, and this feeling makes Sasuke very comfortable. He turned to look at Terumi Mei, who was struggling to get up. Sasuke was speechless. Especially the way this woman was limping, as if he had done something to her just now. This is frostbitten, and I didn't do anything strange just now. Uchiha Sasuke, don't think that if you defeat me, I will let you take Bai away. It is impossible. Even if you kill me, I will definitely not let you take her away. Mist ninjas, listen to me. Protect Shiro at all costs. Even if Kirigakure is doing his best, these people will definitely not be able to take Bai away today. Heard. The mist ninjas outside the barrier were silent for a second, and then moved closer to Shiro. And Sasuke felt Terumi Mei's awakening, and turned his head to look at Shiro, who was going straight out of the barrier. So, are you leaving? When asked suddenly by Sasuke, Shiro seemed very confused. At this moment, Terumi Mei also noticed that there seemed to be something wrong between Bai and Sasuke. If it is robbing people, it should not be possible to have such a state. Sasuke's words are more about asking about Bai's meaning, rather than mandatory to bring a fixed date. Instantly recalled many details. Terumi Mei suddenly looked at Bai. Bai looked at the two of them. She is very hesitant now. The reason for her hesitation is that she is still too weak, and it seems that she can't help Sasuke. And if she stays, she can continue to become stronger. In this way, her future self can be of greater help to Sasuke. Thinking of this, Bai raised his head. I want to stay. Hearing this, Sasuke smiled, understood. With a wave of their hand, Kimimaro and others dispelled the 4 purple flame formation. Sasuke looked up at the sky, and the next second a white eagle swooped down. Sasuke jumped on it directly. Come on. Bye. Watch as Sasuke and others leave in a strange large white bird. Mist ninjas came to Terumi Mei's side one after another. Mizukage-sama, are you alright? Damn. I'm afraid people will chase me. Absolutely can't let them go like this. Hearing that the Mist ninjas were planning to chase Sasuke, Terumi Mei shook her head. No. Don't chase. Not to mention that Sasuke and others flew away directly, and there was no chance to pursue them. So, what if you catch up? Even if you want to kill Sasuke, you don't know what price you will pay. Thousands of one died? That price is too heavy for Miss Shinobi to afford. Kirigakure is not a Wagakure. Kirigakure, who just ended the Blood Mist Rebellion, is recovering. Now it is best to have as few things as possible without too many things. Although this battle didn't last long, Terumi Mei felt that her chakra was almost exhausted. Uchiha Sasuke, however, still maintains a strong chakra wave. It's almost like a monster. Isn't this guy's chakra exhausted? Terumi Mei would like to never fight Sasuke again if possible. And the most frightening thing is that Sasuke has mastered Bai's ice escape. How is this possible? How could the blood successor boundary be mastered so easily? Is it a copy? Sharingan can copy ninjutsu, but I have never heard of copying blood succession limit. If you can even copy blood successor limits, wouldn't it be heaven-defying? White. Just when Terumi Mei wanted to call Bai and ask her about her relationship with Sasuke, suddenly the Umbu ninja from Mist Shinobi appeared. Mizukage-sama, something is wrong. Hearing these words, Terumi Mei's heart skipped a beat. What kind of thing can be called a big deal? Master Mizukage. This guy came to Terumi Mei in a panic. The voice seemed very panicked. Cloud Shinobi Village has been invaded. When hearing this, the surrounding Kirin and Terumi Mei were relieved. I thought it was something amazing. It turned out to be Cloud Shinobi Village. It's not about Kirigakure. What's the fuss about? Eight Tails Jinchuriki was robbed, and Pain, leader of Akatsuki organization, destroyed Cloud Shinobi Village. Even the 4th Raikage was wounded. With just one blow, Cloud Shinobi Village was instantly wiped out. The voice fell. The surroundings instantly became silent. Did they hear correctly just now? Cloud Shinobi Village was destroyed? Or, under one blow, is this Akatsuki? Terumi Mei suddenly raised her head and looked at Sasuke, who had completely disappeared in the sky. Is Akatsuki so terrified? Think about Sasuke just now. The strength is indeed at the monster level. If Sasuke wants to destroy Kirigakure, I am afraid it will be effortless. And even water style alone is enough to destroy Kirigakure. The leader of Shao organization seems to be even more terrifying. Now Terumi Mei still doesn't know that Sasuke has left the information of Akatsuki organization. Only Akatsuki and Konoha knew about this matter. The 5 Kages conference. It seems that it is imminent. Terumi Mei is right. Konoha village. Tsunade, who also got the news, was also very surprised. Master Hokage, according to our investigation these days, in the ninja world, the tail beasts such as 1 tail, 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, and 8 tails have all disappeared. I'm afraid that all of them have fallen into the hands of the Shao organization. Hearing this amount, even Tsunade couldn't help but gasp. The last time Sasuke invaded Cloud Shinobi, he only wounded and did not take the tail beast away, but not long after, Urwei was still captured. Then and now, the leader of Akatsuki invaded Cloud Shinobi, not only captured 8 tails, but directly destroyed Cloud Shinobi Village. Compared to Kirigakure, who only got a sentence of information, Konoha took a photo. Look at Cloud Shinobi Village, which has become like a crater. Tsunade's face also became extremely ugly. 1 strike. It is hard to imagine what kind of terrifying power it is to destroy Cloud Shinobi Village like this. Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village, now gather all the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village and prepare to search for Akatsuki in the entire ninja world. Raikage is on the verge of going berserk now. Lu Jiao sighed silently and said, running on the edge? Tsunade felt that Raikage had completely gone berserk. It wasn't just Eight Tails who was taken, it was his brother. Whether it's Eight Tails or brothers, the important news for fourth Raikage speaks for itself. The issue of the 5 Kages meeting, hurry up. Lu Jiu nodded. It's already being prepared. The location of the meeting is the Iron Country. Mr. Mifune is already making arrangements. The big names of various countries have also agreed, and the agreed time for the talks will be 1 week later. Master Tsunade should also prepare to leave in 2 days. 0 for flowers 0. Even though it was only a week, Tsunade felt like it was too long. It would be best if the talks could start right now. But that's not realistic. I hope there will be no more accidents during this period. Shao Organization Base. Nagato returned, dragging his tired body, still insisting on sealing the tailed beast. 5 tails, 6 tails, and 8 tails are waiting to be sealed. 5 tails has completed the seal under Obito. But there are still 6 tails and 8 tails left. Nagato asked the questioner while preparing the seal. Have you found 3 tails? 9 tails is in Konoha, but according to the latest information, 9 tails Jinchuriki seems to have perfectly controlled the tailed beast. A Jinchuriki who perfectly controls the tailed beast is not so easy to deal with. 0. Before dealing with 9 tails, Nagato needs to adjust his form. Desperate Nagato, actually. 3 tails Jinchuriki, we have already met. Nagato was a little puzzled. Has he met it before? Impossible. If they had encountered it long ago, then the 3 tails might have been sealed into the ghetto statue. This person, you have all seen, is Kimimaro next to Uchiha Sasuke. As he said that, Kokuzu and others beside him were very puzzled. Why didn't you say it before? Absolutely helpless. Because I didn't find out before. Then now you. Because this guy started to try to master the chakra of 3 tails, so he has been silently following the clones of Sasuke and others, feeling the fluctuations of the chakra of 3 tails. Nagato was very surprised. He didn't expect that 3 tails was always in front of him. But for the time being, 3 tails might be even harder to catch than 9 tails. Uchiha Sasuke will never allow others to touch his subordinates. There is no doubt about it. After sealing 6 tails, I want to see Sasuke alone. Yahiko spoke suddenly. Hearing this, Obito was taken aback for a moment, but then felt something was wrong. Is Nagato going to fight Sasuke? No matter how hard you try, you may not succeed. What are you going to do? Asked Obito. Nagato controlled Yahiko and smiled helplessly. Is there any other way besides negotiating? This is true, and Sasuke wants to capture 3 tails, and there is no other way except to talk to Sasuke. It's just meeting alone. It seems a little bit wrong, but the elders will not betray the power of Akatsuki's organization. Inside the Orochimaru base, Sasuke, Kimimaro, and others fell straight from the sky onto the platform above the base. Enter the base from the secret entrance. Orochimaru, who has been in the base, watched Sasuke and others come back. Orochimaru was a little surprised that Shiro was not found. Didn't you find anyone? Sasuke, I found it, but I chose to stay in Yuaninli. Hearing this, Orochimaru was stunned for a moment. According to his understanding, it is impossible for Shiro to betray Sasuke. After all, he is willing to return to a dangerous place like Kirigakure in order to become stronger. If I betrayed so easily, then this world would be too cold-blooded. Kimimaro opened his mouth to say something. But Sasuke smiled. Now Shiro, I probably feel that my strength is not enough. I want to stay in Kirigakure and continue to become stronger. When she feels enough, 503 will come back. Seeing Sasuke say that, Kimimaro was stunned for a moment. Didn't expect Bai to think so. That makes sense. Orochimaru nodded too, and that was as he understood. By the way, Sasuke-kun, a lot of big things have happened these days. Event? Konoha is holding a 5 Kage meeting. Sasuke knew about it. However, Orochimaru continued at the same time. Cloud Shinobi Village was invaded, 4th Raikage was injured, 8 Tails Jinchuriki was taken away by Akatsuki, and the village was directly destroyed. The one who made the shot should be Pain. Hearing this, Sasuke's eyes lit up, which is indeed a big deal. Unexpectedly, Nagato would go all out and attack Cloud Shinobi Village directly. So it seems that compared with the original book, the Akatsuki organization holds all the tail beasts except 3 tails and 9 tails. Even stronger than the original. At the same time, Nagato is still alive, although I am afraid that Nagato's state will not be very good now. When will the 5 Kages conference be held? Hearing this, Orochimaru thought for a while. 1 week later. 1 week, I still have another week. It takes at least 1 week to successfully awaken the Rinnegan. Although my current Ashura Chakra analysis has not yet been completed. Mastered Ashura Chakra, 27.6%. The progress is less than 30%, and there is still a long way to go before opening the double Rinnegan. But it doesn't affect Sasuke to open a Rinnegan first. Boundary of blood succession. Mangekyo Sharingan, 6 stages. Pupil technique. Amaterasu, awakened. Flame control, awakened. Super insight, awakened. Special blood inheritance ability. Susanoo Desheng. Mangekyo's level has reached the 6th stage. At the same time, during these time battles, Susanoo's level has also been raised to Tiancheng. It's just 1 step away from ultimate. But it is not so simple to cross the stage. In a week's time, the blood succession boundary was upgraded to the 1st stage, and the Mangekyo Sharingan was opened in 1 fell swoop. Best when awakening before the 5 Kages talks. Because the Ninja World War will break out without accident. Before that, Sasuke had to be fully prepared. As for preventing this war, Sasuke didn't want to do it. The sacred tree, the fruit of the divine tree. This thing Sasuke also has some ideas. The next time I will concentrate on cultivation. Saying that, Sasuke glanced at Kimimaro and Shigego. You two come with me. The two were puzzled, but followed Sasuke anyway. At this time, Orochimaru just smiled, turned and went back to his laboratory, and did not intend to ask Sasuke what he wanted to do. But Orochimaru saw a storm brewing in Sasuke's eyes. 5 Kages talk, Akatsuki Sasuke. I am afraid that a wonderful drama will break out among the 3 soon. This is what Orochimaru is eager to see. After explaining some things with Shigego and Kimimaro, Sasuke came directly to the training ground. The training ground has basically become Sasuke's personal domain. No one in the base will bother Sasuke unless there are special circumstances. And Sasuke who came here now, the first task is to practice Sharingan. Sharingan has reached the 6th stage. It should not be difficult to upgrade to the 4 stages in 7 days, but the specifics will depend on the effect of cultivation. If not, then Sasuke also has a backup plan. 100% can be quickly upgraded to the 10th stage within 7 days. And this method is not too difficult. Sasuke took out the sealed book and put it aside. Then I closed my eyes and sat cross-legged and began to practice Sharingan according to the Sharingan practice method. However, the speed of this training has greatly exceeded Sasuke's prediction. The chakra that flows down the veins to the eyes seems to have made the Sharingan's evolution faster because it has become stronger. And this chakra should actually be considered Indun chakra. Could it be because the nature transformation level of Indun chakra has increased? So the speed of cultivation has also increased significantly? When Sasuke broke through last time, he thought it was a long-term accumulation, so he made major progress and directly broke through a stage. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. It is just because of the level increase of Indun chakra nature transformation. The effect will become so obvious. But such a change is just right. But this kind of rapid improvement, I don't know how many stages it can continue to. No matter what, practice first now. After practicing for 3 full hours, Sasuke felt that Sharingan's pupil power almost doubled again. However, this has not yet broken through to the 7th stage. Another 3 hours passed. The power of the pupil has doubled, and with the blessing of such a terrifying pupil, Sasuke feels that even if he can maintain Susanoo's full body continuously, it will not be a big problem to continue the fierce battle for an hour. Congratulations to host, Sharingan successfully promoted. Mangekyo Sharingan, 7th stage. Ascension to a stage, Sasuke also stopped to rest. After a successful upgrade, it feels even more different now. Now that the insight has increased, Sasuke already feels very abnormal 3.2. Although it is not as good as Baien, who can see everything. But in Sasuke's eyes, the flow of chakra can also be seen. Even now, the flow of natural energy can be faintly seen. It's just a blurry shadow. If you continue to upgrade, maybe you can reach the 10th stage and you can really fully see the flow of natural energy. That's the real pervert. Continue to practice. This time Sasuke obviously felt that the speed dropped a lot. Almost doubled the speed. And according to the speed, it is estimated that it will take 2 days to break through to the 8th stage. It's still the kind of crazy cultivation without eating or drinking. But after entering the 8th stage, I am afraid that the speed of cultivation after that will become even slower. Sasuke glanced at the sealed book aside. It seems that you will be used in the end. 2 days passed quickly. When Sasuke opened his eyes again, Mangekyo Sharingan's gaze burst out. Like a real shock wave, it hit the wall of the training ground in an instant. A large wall visible to the naked eye was sunken directly. This is how Sasuke can cause substantial damage just by relying on his pupil power. I am afraid that people who look at Sasuke now will feel a more terrifying sense of oppression. Congratulations to host, Sharingan successfully promoted. Mangekyo Sharingan, 8th stage. Finally successfully promoted to the 8th stage. Then now, the second plan will begin. The corners of Sasuke's mouth turned up slightly, looking at the scroll beside him. At this time, Girin walked towards Sasuke with something. Master Sasuke, this is what you want. Saying that, Girin asked Otonin to place a dead body in front of Sasuke. At the same time, Sasuke was given a crystal bottle, which seemed to be soaking in something. Sasuke nodded 22, okay, thank you. After speaking, Sasuke looked at the thing in front of him and opened the sealed book directly. Go straight to Impure World Reincarnation. The last time Orochimaru Impure World Reincarnation had 4th Kazekage and 4th Mizukage fighting themselves. Sasuke suddenly thought of a question. Fighting is indeed the best way to improve the level. Regardless of whether the system will give rewards or not, fighting is the fastest way to break through. And Sasuke's current Sharingan will rely on this technique to break through the last 2 stages. At the same time, these days Sasuke has also developed the ability to control chakra in multiple directions at the same time because of Ultimate's chakra control. While fighting, he is also practicing. Although the speed of practice is only equivalent to about 1/20th of the effect of real practice. But it's not too bad. And now, Sasuke is about to start learning Impure World Reincarnation, using the ninjas of Impure World Reincarnation to help him break through the last 2 stages of Sharingan. At the same time, inside the Akatsuki organization base, Nagato ended the Seal of 6 Tails, and Konan jumped down and left with Yahiko. Come to Nagato's body. Konan looked at the extremely weak Nagato. It looks like you're still going to meet Uchiha Sasuke? Nagato nodded very positively. It's 1 step away now, although the power of 3 tails is not very good, but without the chakra of 3 tails, it becomes incomplete. In this way, there is no way. The plan is completed. Although what Nagato said is true. But looking at Nagato like this, unfortunately, I feel that Nagato really has a big screen this time. First, they invaded Cloud Shinobi Village, and a fierce battle broke out with 4th Raikage, killing hundreds of elite Cloud Shinobi at the same time. At the same time, he also used Shinra Tensei to destroy Cloud Shinobi Village. Under such circumstances, Nagato has already overdrawn a lot of Life 5. And immediately after that, the seal was added. Although the seal did not need to throw life force, it was a seal for several days in a row. Let Nagato, who is already weak, not rest at all. I am afraid that Nagato's body will not be able to hold on if this continues. Even the people of the Uzumaki clan don't squeeze their bodies endlessly like this. A meeting with Uchiha Sasuke, did he agree? Nagato asked again. Konan nodded, but he asked to meet at Otonin village. I'm afraid it will take a day to rush there now, and if you want to even pain. No pain. Just go by myself. Said Nagato looked at Konan, you take me there. Konan froze for a moment, and just took the body with him. Nagato is planning to meet Sasuke in a real sense. Don't worry, if that kid wants to kill me, he won't take advantage of others. With Sasuke's strength, even if he faces 6 paths pain head-on, He will not be afraid, and there is no need to fight alone when facing Nagato, who has no power to fight back. So Nagato is very relieved. After Conan hesitated a few times, he nodded in agreement with Nagato's request. Now Obito listened to the final report. I'm afraid Nagato won't last long. The meeting with Uchiha Sasuke this time may be what he hopes to make a deal with Sasuke in exchange for 3 tails. Even Ju said so. Obito also smiled. Although Nagato's death is a bit bad for the current situation, it doesn't matter, and the last 2-tailed beasts are left. The plan is almost finished. Whether Nagato actually exists or not isn't that important anymore. His only remaining role is to revive Madara. But now Obito doesn't want Madara to be resurrected like this. When Nagato was led by Conan towards Inin village. On the other side, Konoha is also thinking about it. The only targets of the Akatsuki organization are 1 tail and 9 tails. Naruto's security concerns have been raised to the highest level. Don't worry about it just yet. And today's Naruto is not something anyone can easily take away. The remaining issue is 3 tails. 3 tails is a tail beast belonging to Kirigakure, but after the death of the former 4th Mizukage, 3 tails seems to have escaped from Kirigakure. No one has information on 3 tails until now, Lugio said as he rubbed his swollen head. The Akatsuki organization already has too many tailed beasts. If these tailed beasts are controlled, the fighting power of the Akatsuki organization will be unimaginable. If 3 tails can be found and controlled, at least there is no need to worry about 3 tails being acquired by the Akatsuki organization. For 17, speaking of 3 tails, Tsunade thought of Sasuke. But at the moment, Sasuke Tsunade is very helpless. I mistakenly thought that Sasuke killed Jiraiya before. She had already fought against Sasuke, and the 3 tails was on the white-haired kid next to Sasuke. If Sasuke had not been misunderstood before, maybe Sasuke could entrust that person to Konoha temporarily. Mastering the 3 tails Jinchuriki will be more beneficial to the 5 hidden villages against the Shao organization. Thinking of this, Tsunade decided to write a letter to Sasuke if the 3 tails Jinchuriki could be handed over to Konoha for protection. If Sasuke is besieged by the Akatsuki organization, perhaps they may not be able to capture Sasuke, but it will be bad if they capture 3 tails Jinchuriki. Please send this letter to Inin village. Tsunade handed a letter to the Umbu ninja beside him. Lugio looked at Tsunade with some doubts, and when he was about to leave, he wrote a letter to Odanin village. What was he planning to do with Orochimaru? Although Orochimaru is a rebellious ninja, Orochimaru is likely to be hiding in Odanin village, and Shikagia also knows it. But what he didn't know was that Jiren village had more than just big snakes. Okay, let's go. Tsunade stood up and looked at Uchiha Itachi, who had been waiting for a long time. The ninja serving as Hokage's guard this time is Itachi. And the other is Naruto. Congratulations to host for mastering ninjutsu in Pure World Reincarnation. In Pure World Reincarnation, getting started. In Pure World Reincarnation. Sasuke completed the seal and looked up at the corpse in front of him. Suddenly, the ashes fluttered from all directions and quickly gathered on the opponent's body. Next second, the opponent's body slowly floated up. Wrapped in these ashes, new faces form in the blink of an eye. And this face is a familiar face. This person is none other than Danzo, who died at the hands of Sasuke. At the same time, another corpse slowly revived. And this person is also an old acquaintance. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The former Konoha Zhuangjie reunited again. However, the moment the two opened their eyes, the moment they saw Uchiha Sasuke, both of them were stunned. Danzo's memory still stays at the moment when he was killed by Sasuke, and he immediately wanted to back off, but found that the body is out of control. Uchiha Sasuke, this is, what's going on? I wasn't given by you. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was talking aside, brought Danzo back to his senses. Monkey, how can you be here? Hiruzen is already dead, but now he appears here. And Hiruzen gave Sasuke a very surprised look. His soul should have been taken by the Shinigami, and now it's here again. Which means, in Pure World Reincarnation. But this time the caster turned out to be Sasuke, which made Nissen a little confused. At the same time, Danzo's voice beside him also surprised Hiruzen. Are you dead too? Danzo. Hearing the words, impure world reincarnation, Danzo Yipping also understood what was going on. Uchiha Sasuke, it's you. You revived me with impure world reincarnation? Sasuke nodded, that's right. Damn, I didn't expect to be humiliated by someone like you. Hiruzen, see it. This is Uchiha's people, I told you to be stronger. Hiruzen, shut up. Danzo. As he said that, he turned his head and looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, what do you want to do? Don't tell me you're walking up like Orochi. Looking at Hiruzen, who was nervous and worried, Sasuke smiled. Don't worry, I didn't come to let you deal with others. I resurrected you to let you fight me. Said Sasuke smiled. Perhaps impure world reincarnation is the correct way to use it, so that the ancestors can continue to pass on the fighting skills and knowledge to the younger generation. Hearing this, Danzo was dumbfounded, and Hitomi was also stunned. Sasuke impure world reincarnation himself, just to fight with himself? This reassures Sarutobi a lot. At least it shows that Sasuke has not embarked on a dark path as he imagined. However, in the next second, Sasuke put a spell to strengthen control in the bodies of the two. Then the body control of the two was released. The only requirement of the spell just now was that they could not leave the training ground. The rest of them can act at will according to their own will. Danzo distanced himself immediately. Sasuke glanced at him. Why don't you want revenge? Hearing this, Danzo's eyes suddenly became cold. Hiruzen was confused. Sasuke, did you kill Danzo? He organized Konoha's ninja rebellion. 5th Hokage Tsunade-sama, let me go after Danzo. Hearing this, Hiruzen quickly turned his head. Danzo, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Danzo almost vomited blood when he heard this. Sasuke didn't say a word about the fact that he stole the sealed book and defected to Konoha. Just say that he rebelled, and he is obviously the 5th Hokage. Tsunade came back and refused to recognize his Hokage status. Obviously the person who rebelled should be Tsunade, but Sarutobi indiscriminately. Sarutobi, you be ********D. Speaking of which, Hiruzen wanted to teach Danzo a lesson. Sasuke quickly said, 3rd generation, don't be angry, he is already dead. He has paid the price he should pay. Now your focus should be to help me practice. In this way, Hiruzen also agrees. But Hiruzen is saddened by the rebellion of his former friends. But Sasuke won't give him time to grieve. Open Mangekyo Sharingan directly. Susanoo appeared instantly and slashed at Hiruzen with a knife. Hiruzen jumped away on instinct. Looking at Sasuke, who has activated Mangekyo, Hiruzen was very surprised. Sasuke, have you awakened Mangekyo? Sasuke smiled, ah. Thanks to Danzo, if it wasn't for him, my Mangekyo wouldn't be on either. What are the conditions for opening Mangekyo? Hiruzen is clear. If it was because of Danzo, wouldn't it mean that someone Sasuke cared about was killed by Danzo? How much disaster this guy has brought to the village. If I had known earlier, I would not have let Danzo call. Noticing Hiruzen's resentful gaze, Danzo was so angry now, he knew that Hiruzen would not believe what he said now. Damn Uchiha Sasuke, even if he is dead, he still pours dirty water on himself, this hateful guy. B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************�e today, right after impure world reincarnation, old man, let you die too. The war is imminent. And this time Sasuke chose to use only the Mangekyo Sharingan, pupil technique and Susanoo. Amaterasu flame burst, flame control. The black flames burn the two of them, but they hesitated to impure world reincarnation's body, and the two of them would only feel pain. The body can recover in a blink of an eye. As the battle begins, Sasuke can clearly feel that Sharingan's progress has accelerated a lot. It's even faster than the original, when he was practicing. Sure enough, fighting is the fastest way to improve. Nagato, who is heading towards Inin village at the moment, is about to arrive. After the two arrived at Inin village, they went to a certain forest. Konan used Shiki paper technique to find a temporary shelter for Nagato. Then used the white origami crane to pass the location to Orochimaru's base. At this moment, Sasuke, who has been fighting fiercely all day, has also pushed his pupil power to the limit many times. However, every time the limit is reached, the pupil power will increase rapidly. This made Sasuke feel as if he had the physique of a Super Saiyan. The more extreme the state is, the more it can explode. And it is getting closer and closer to breaking through the 9th level Duanyi. And at this time, I saw 1,000 paper cranes flying over. Sasuke raised his black stick and shot out instantly, controlling Hiruzen and Danzo instantly. The unsuspecting two were pinned directly to the wall. Sasuke opened the paper crane and glanced at the information on it. It's finally here. Really, it's okay to see me at this time. What happened to Itachi last time? Let's forget about the favors owed this time. Saying that, Sasuke directly lifted the impure world reincarnation of the two, and the body flicker technique disappeared directly. Outside Inon village, in the forest, Konan stood outside the woods, looking around. Now the only person here who can keep Nagato safe is her. If any enemy suddenly appeared, once there was any situation, it would be difficult to handle. Just trying to find a way to carry Nagato was already a struggle for Konan. If you deal with the enemy again, you simply don't have the energy. However, at this moment Sasuke appeared in front of Konan without making a sound. For a moment, the wind blowing head-on swayed Konan's hair, and then Sasuke's face appeared in Konan's eyes. The sudden appearance of Sasuke made Konan back again and again. Let's go. Sasuke was very calm, but Konan reacted, feeling an inexplicable heartbeat. At this time Sasuke has already moved towards Nagato's position in the forest. Konan didn't have time to think too much. He directly raised his body and chased after Sasuke. Go inside the big tree that Konan disguised with paper. This is the first time Sasuke saw Nagato, although he also sensed Nagato's chakra before, but never saw it with my own eyes. When he saw the moment of Nagato with his own eyes, Sasuke felt that the situation reflected in the animation was compared with reality. The visual impact is completely different. Nagato in front of him was panting very hard, and at the same time, his breathing was short, and he couldn't breathe normally at all. What? Seeing me. I'm surprised. Hearing this, Sasuke closed his eyes and nodded slightly. Konan walked in at this time. Nagato gave her a look. Don't worry. Let me talk to him alone. Hearing this, Konan just looked at Nagato. Careful, something is wrong. Call me immediately. Then slowly back out, leaving space for the two of them. Tell me something. I promise to meet you this time, which is equivalent to repaying your favor for letting Uchiha Itachi go. As Sasuke was in a hurry to go back to practice Sharingan, he spoke very fast. And Nagato looked at Sasuke, who seemed to be in a hurry, and smiled lightly. I want 3 tails. Hearing this, Sasuke frowned, and then, that white-haired kid is 3 Tails Jinchuriki. It seems that you still found it. It wasn't enough to surprise Sasuke. Found it, no big deal. But the problem is, Nagato actually wants to let himself hand over Kimimaro. Impossible. Sedge, even if it is due to Itachi's incident, it is absolutely impossible to exchange Kimimaro. I knew you would give such an answer. Nagato didn't seem angry. Sasuke was puzzled. Since you know my answer, why do you still ask? Try it in general. You have seen my physical condition. Nagato didn't seem to be surprised when he said that. Sasuke didn't show any surprise when he saw him in person. Sasuke nodded. No accident, you are dying. Hearing this, Nagato smiled. I know. So I hope that if I don't complete the plan, I hope you will take over Zhao's plan. What? Did this guy actually think so? There is no problem with the brain. Why does this guy think you will take over the Akatsuki organization? Just kidding. Is it necessary for me to take over this thing? Sasuke, I know that your goal should only be to become stronger. I don't expect you to be able to complete Akatsuki's plan according to my idea. But only you can stop another guy from completing an even crazier plan. Nagato apparently said Uchiha Madara. And Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Being able to take the initiative to say this to himself, it seems that Nagato really put his last hope on himself. Sasuke smiled. And Sasuke's reaction at this moment also makes Nagato feel very incomprehensible. It stands to reason that Sasuke should ask himself, who is the other guy, and what is the crazier plan? But Sasuke didn't ask anything, even from Sasuke's smile. Nagato senses an uncanny thing, as if Sasuke knows it all. But why would he know? How could he know such a thing? It doesn't make sense at all. Sasuke thought carefully. Nagato's current situation may also be forced to help. From the very beginning, when agreeing with Obito or Madara's plan, he is the most desperate time because of Yahiko's death. And now, Nagato's experience is no longer what it was at that time. So, it's normal for him to have new ideas. Maybe he's unwilling, maybe he wants to try. So it has always been in accordance with the original plan. But as his body became unsupported, he naturally needed to think of other ways. And now Nagato has no strength to support, so he wants to give everything to himself. After all, compared with Obito or Madara, I can at most hope to become stronger. Will not harm the world, let alone do crazy things. It is the best result. But Sasuke doesn't intend to accept this mess, and at the same time Sasuke now understands one thing: Nagato's mind has changed. If Nagato does not die, what will happen to the final development? Will the fourth ninja war break out? What is the real plan in Nagato's mind? To destroy the world, or use the threat of tail beasts to create a peaceful ninja world? It was quite interesting. Sasuke looked up at Nagato. Do you know about that guy and his crazy plans? Facing this problem with Nagato, Sasuke didn't intend to answer, but stepped forward directly. I owed you a favor last time, so I will pay you back this time. But it's not taking over the Shao organization. It's a waste of time. I have a better way to get you a new life than this. You can complete your plan by yourself, said Sasuke. Walked directly towards Nagato. And at this moment, Nagato was a little puzzled, completely unable to understand what Sasuke wanted to do. Sasuke came to Nagato and looked at Nagato's equipment. It's too much of a hindrance. Let me dismantle it for you. As he said that, he directly pulled out all these things from Nagato's body, and when the sound of Sasuke removing these things sounded, Nagato's screams also sounded. Konan rushed in immediately. Uchiha Sasuke, what are you guys doing to Nagato? As he spoke, he planned to attack Sasuke directly. But in the next second, Sasuke raised his hand and a strange energy surged out. Nagato's face also turned rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye. The breath also gradually became thicker and thicker. Even under Konan's amazed eyes, Nagato stood up bit by bit. Seeing Nagato's changes, Konan's eyes were full of shock. What did you do to Nagato? Sasuke smiled. Yin-yang escape creation technique. Nagato felt the strength in his body. His body had never felt so light in all his life. At this moment, Nagato's gaze towards Sasuke changed. You, how did you do it? Hearing this, Sasuke just smiled, raised his hand and threw a piece of Akatsuki's clothes over. Now Nagato is not wearing clothes. Nagato was even more surprised after quickly putting on his clothes. Because he saw that Sasuke actually created a piece of clothing? This kind of thing. Sasuke is able to do it. Are you surprised? The use of yin-yang done, that's all, said Sasuke. Turned around and waved his hand. Okay, now it's over. What you want to do is your own freedom. After speaking, Sasuke left directly. Feeling the disappearance of Sasuke's breath, Nagato is still feeling his own body. This feeling is simply amazing. The arms became powerful again, and at the same time, the vitality in the body seemed to be replenished. Back to peak condition. Nagato was even more surprised by the use of yin-yang done mentioned by Sasuke just now. As someone who owns Rinnegan, yin-yang done is no stranger to yin-yang done. However, I didn't expect Sasuke to be able to use yin-yang done freely. Not even he can do that with Rinnegan. Is this guy's talent really terrifying to such a degree? Nagato, now you recovered? Konan asked. Nagato nodded. Good. Not just recovering, but actually getting better. Let his body recover to its peak in all aspects, and now Nagato feels that if he can control Six Paths Pain again, can explode more terrifying power. However, the black rod received by Chakra was removed. Six Paths Pain is uncontrollable, so a chakra launching device needs to be crafted. But that's no longer a big deal for Nagato. Completely in time. Konan, don't let Obito find out about my situation. Saying that, Nagato looked back at the dismantled device. Gotta find a way to fix this thing. At the same time, Sasuke, who returned to Otanin village, thought about Nagato's change. A Nagato with peak strength controlling 6 paths pain will probably become even more terrifying. Not to mention anything else, I am afraid that in terms of strength alone, it will directly increase a level. Nagato might be able to unleash several attacks in succession in one breath, similar to the attack of Kaishen Luotianjen. That's what Nagato at his peak can achieve. And the leader of the Shao organization like this is the last one. 5 Kage's talk. I wonder if Nagato will go to see it then. Maybe, or maybe not. On the contrary, Sasuke of Inin village has not had time to continue to practice with impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru found Sasuke. A letter from Tsunade to you. Hearing this, Sasuke frowned. Condolences? After taking it apart and taking a look, Sasuke's complexion suddenly became uneasy. Although the content of the letter was very euphemistic, Tsunade made it clear. Tailed beast, even if 3 Tails Sasuke does not allow Konoha to protect it, she will announce the information when the 5 Kages talk. I'm afraid the 5 Kages will force him to hand over 3 Tails by then. After all, it concerns the entire ninja world. As the only tailed beast that was not captured by Akatsuki, it is impossible for the 5 major ninja villages to be controlled by Sasuke. It must be caught in the hand, and Kirigakure probably won't allow the tailed beast in his village to wander outside. After all, there is no guarantee that other villages will not take the opportunity to snatch 3 tails. Tsunade is kind, but her kindness makes Sasuke a little bit. Rob? Just rely on you? Big 5? 5 ninja villages? It seems that the 5 Kages will talk, and I have to join in the fun. And Sasuke admired Konoha a little, and took Naruto with him as Hokage's guard. This is a very bold decision. But yes, leaving it in the village is the most dangerous. With Gakage and the guards of each village with him, Naruto's safety can be better guaranteed. The lightning burst out in Sasuke's hand, directly destroying the letter in an instant. He turned and walked towards the training room. There are still more than 2 days before the 5 Shadow talks officially start. During this time, Sasuke has to raise the Sharingan to the 10th stage and activate Rinnegan. Sasuke can rest assured only when he activates Rinnegan and faces the 5 Kages. At the same time, after opening Rinnegan, then Naruto's Ashura Chakra is short. This time is just right. Naruto's Ashura Chakra will be completely resolved. Asking for flowers. Since there are still more than 2 days left, we still have to rush to the Land of Iron, and the pressure from Hiruzen and Danzo is not enough. You'll need stronger ninjas from impure world reincarnation. Sasuke slowly closed his eyes. It seems that the only way is to invite the 2 brothers to practice. Sasuke-kun, you really think it through? With your strength, impure world reincarnation and impure world reincarnation's strength will probably be infinitely close to the true peak state. I'm afraid it will be difficult to control at that time. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke in front of him and persuaded. However, Sasuke has already decided that it is impossible to change. I'm in a hurry, so there's no way. In a hurry? What time do you do? Orochimaru didn't quite understand. 0. But at this moment, Tsunade and Naruto and Itachi in disguise are rushing towards the Iron Kingdom. 5 Kages talk. What will the future of the ninja world be like? Tsunade couldn't help thinking about this moment. This time, the 5 Shadows will meet with the Akatsuki organization, a terrorist organization that has captured the 7-tailed beasts. If the 5 major powers don't join forces, they probably won't be able to deal with it. And at this moment, Tsunade suddenly looked in the direction of Otanin village. At this moment, she seemed to feel some familiar breath. This feeling is very subtle. It seems to have passed by in a flash, it seems to have appeared, and it seems not to exist. Exactly what Tsunade is also not clear. At the same time, Iwagakure 3rd Tsuchikage also set off with black soil and terracotta. 5 Kages talk. I'm afraid the commotion will not be small this time. Anoki said. Black soil. Of course, the shadows of the 5 major countries are gathered, and the attention of the entire ninja world is now focused here. Makes sense. Anaji smiled, thinking of Reikage and Cloud's shinobi village. I'm afraid Reikage won't be in a good mood now. The always irascible Reikage might do the unexpected. Cloud's shinobi village 4th Reikage. Now, as Anoki expected, he is in a very bad mood. Are you ready? Darui looked at 4th Reikage and nodded silently. Then let them set off in secret. If the 5 shadows meeting this time cannot satisfy the old man, then let everyone else die for the old man. Boom, boom, boom buzz. In the Orochimaru base, the sound of fierce battle came, and the 4 Otonin who watched the battle outside the training ground swallowed silently. Kodamaru, to be able to fight these two to such an extent, Sasuke-sama is indeed a complete monster. And Dayu on the side also nodded and raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. It's really scary. In such a fierce battle, Master Sasuke still can't keep suppressing. The opponent is the body of impure world reincarnation. Possesses infinite chakra, is tireless, and can recover infinitely from injuries. In this case, they are simply 2 infinite killing machines, but Master Sasuke can still. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly a figure flew straight upside down and hit the wall fiercely. Then an astonishing roar erupted, and dense cobwebs spread out from the wall 277. Seeing that the help was spread all over the wall, stones of different sizes fell down. When the entire training ground seemed to be crumbling, Sasuke's voice sounded. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. While defending against the attacking Sasuke, he unleashes Earth-style ninjutsu by Knuckles. In the next second, there were a series of dirt walls around the wall. It directly replaced the original training ground wall, making this underground space much stronger. And the 4 Otonin who saw the scene felt extremely terrified. During the battle, the training ground can also be reinforced by the way. This. Uchiha boy, you can even Earth style. It's very good, and you can release it with one-handed Madra. Ha ha. What a surprise. The 4 looked at the existence who laughed out loud. It's this time and you're still smiling so happily. What do you think? And what's so funny about that? However, in the next second, the huge vine man entangled towards Sasuke. Susanoo swung the blade directly and cut it open with a single stroke. Instantly cut off the opponent's wood-style vine man. At the same time, there was the sound of running water behind him. Water-style water-severing wave. Susanoo raised her hand and gathered huge energy on her arm, using the wall of her hand as a shield to resist the impact of water style. Sasuke's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, Hitomi, is almost depleted now. However, the next second. Congratulations to host, Sharingan for promotion. Mangekyo Sharingan, 9th stage. In an instant, the powerful pupil power exploded again and rushed towards him with fists waving. First Hokage Senju Hashirama. Beep. It was directly knocked away by the instantaneous burst of pupil force. It hit hard on the earth flow wall that Sasuke released just now. This time, it even directly cracked the earth flow wall. Looking up, Senju Hashirama looked at Sasuke in surprise. Sasuke didn't do anything just now, and chakra didn't explode either. But suddenly an inexplicable shockwave erupted, directly knocking him into the air. How did this kid do it? And now, Sasuke felt the new power of those eyes. All-round enhancements, insight, pupil power, and even Sasuke's control over the body chakra seemed to have broken through another level. Entered an extremely incredible situation. Raising the hand, the chakra threads flowed from Sasuke's hand, like long thin threads, hundreds or even thousands in number. Such a meticulous control of the chakra in the body, this feeling, is simply too strong. What Sasuke is looking forward to more is the Sharingan in the dry stage. There is still more than a day until the 5 shadow talks will start. Sharingan in the 10th stage doesn't know what kind of changes it will bring to him. Thinking of this, Sasuke also became extremely excited, and it was the last step. Then, Master Hokage, there is still the last step. You two have to work hard. Hearing this, Senju Hashirama jumped off the wall and clapped his hands. Boy, have you made a breakthrough? Sasuke nodded. Behind Tobirama's face is very gloomy. Does Uchiha Sharingan still have this ability? Why have I never seen it? You two, now is not the time to discuss this. Are you really the famous Kaisho clan? Until now, you two haven't met me. Sasuke's aggressive method made the faces of both of them change. But this kind of imminence between the two of them is also very clear, but when it is clear, they still can't help but feel angry. Thinking of this, the two didn't talk too much and started to do it directly. This time second Hokage casts Flying Thunder God technique, and Senju Hashirama also activates Sage Mode. For the two of them finally willing to take it seriously. Sasuke also smiled. Boom buzz. More intense vibrations came from the base. And Orochimaru, who was in the laboratory at this time, looked at the dust falling in front of him and had no time to calm down and study. This movement was indeed too loud. Gently shaking his head, Orochimaru looked at his several experimental samples, and suddenly the eyes of the sky snake shrank slightly. Then he turned around and left the laboratory and came to another room. Sure enough, isn't there any more? Orochimaru smiled, showing an even more excited smile. It's even more fun. More than a day passed quickly. This moment. Iron Country. Hokage wasn't the first to arrive. It's the movie that came from Cloud Shinobi Village, and the two guards of the movie, the removal of Jonin and Rui and the cloud removal of Jonin's all-round ninja Nozomi. So the old man arrived first? As fourth Raikage said, Mifune, who was walking towards him, nodded his head towards Raikage. I've been waiting for a long time. Lord Raikage, please invite first. The other shadows are coming soon. These guys don't seem to be in a hurry at all. Hearing that Mifune is also helpless, there is nothing to worry about other shadows. Hokage Tsunade, Kazekage Gaara, Sachikage Inoki, Mizukage Terumi Mei. They are also rapidly entering the territory of the Iron Country. And at this moment in the Orochimaru base, Sasuke looked at the two first generation and second generation nailed to the wall by himself. Flying Thunder God technique, Xiao Chang. Wood style, wood clone, ultimate, wooden dragon technique 0.9, wooden golem jutsu, world tree descending, wood expulsion jutsu, laughing Buddha jutsu. Water style, water barrier, ultimate, water dragon bomb, Deshang, water severing wave, Deshang, water severing wave, Deshang, heavenly cry, ultimate, wave riding, ultimate. Looking at his improved ninjutsu, as well as the Flying Thunder God technique of the newly copied society, they have even directly improved to the point of Xiao Chang. Sasuke looked at the first generation and second generation in front of him. Thank you to adults. If it weren't for you, my progress wouldn't be so fast. Goodbye to adults, maybe there will be a chance to meet again. The figures of Hashirama and Tobirama gradually reduced to ashes, although they still wanted to say something. But Sasuke has turned his head away. Sasuke raised his head and exhaled slowly. Finally, done. Reaching the 10th stage is indeed not as simple as imagined. It was not so easy for more than a day, facing the crazy attack of the two Senju brothers. Flying Thunder Gods Tobirama and Sage Mode's Hashirama, the two really performed a wave of top ninja fighting rhythms in front of Sasuke. It can be said that in addition to harvesting the Sharingan promotion, there are also various ninjutsu upgrades. The most important thing is the accumulation of combat experience. Sasuke benefited a lot from the game with top ninjas. Now all Sasuke has to do is promote Sharingan to Rinnegan. Waiting for this moment, Sasuke has been waiting for a long time. Sharingan in the 10th stage. Once promoted to the level of Rinnegan, the pupil technique obtained will also become much stronger. Thinking of this, the corners of Sasuke's mouth raised involuntarily. May I ask if the host is integrated into Indra Chakra, Advanced Mangekyo Sharingan? Whether. Facing the system's inquiry, Sasuke had a smile on his face. 22, yes. Sasuke has been waiting for this moment for an unknown amount of time, and now perhaps the 5 Kage talks have already begun. Time is running out. Sasuke must complete the Sharingan advancement as soon as possible. With Sasuke's determined moment, it was as if a certain chakra hidden in the body burst out suddenly. And along the meridians in the body, it rushed crazily into Sasuke's eyes. While one Rinnegan is about to be opened, Indra Chakra targets both eyes. Both eyes felt a severe burning sensation, which Sasuke could bear at first. But as the strength continued to increase, Sasuke clearly felt the pain getting more and more distant. He clenched his teeth hard and clenched his hands into fists. Sasuke frowned. Why didn't I hear that opening Rinnegan would hurt so much in the original book? Looking at Sasuke's original appearance, it seems to be very easy to open. In the original book, Sasuke opened Rinnegan not only because of Indra Chakra, but also because of the power of 6 paths. The power of 6 paths helps awakening, isn't that quite simple? And Sasuke hasn't acquired the power of 6 paths yet. With the integration of Indra Chakra, Sasuke's eyes seem to have been torn apart countless times, then fused, and then torn and fused again. Such pain made Sasuke almost unbearable. Finally opened his mouth and howled. However, the next second, Sasuke's voice echoed throughout the base. Orochimaru, who was in the laboratory, also hurried out the door, flying directly towards the direction of the training ground. The collapsed earth flow wall revealed the entrance to the training ground. Orochimaru, Kimimaro, Chongo, Suigetsu, Xiangling, and others arrived one after another. Sasuke-kun, what's wrong? Orochimaru asked the 4 Otonin who had been watching here. The 4 of them shook their heads in a daze. I don't know, Lord Sasuke. Suddenly he knelt on the ground, howling in pain. The chakra fluctuations on him are very strong, we can't get close, and we can't figure out what happened to Master Sasuke. Hearing this, Orochimaru frowned. But at this moment Chongwu said, it should be fine, Mr. Sasuke's aura is still strong, even getting stronger. Hearing this, Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, and, did you break through something? At this time, Kimimaro heard the voice of 3 tails in his body. This feeling is. Sage of 6 paths? Impossible. Why does this guy have an aura similar to Sage of 6 paths? What's wrong with this kid? Similar to the breath of Sage of 6 paths, Kimimaro is not quite able to understand this statement. But when you think of 6 paths, it shouldn't be such a bad thing. And at this time, a powerful wave broke out from Sasuke's body. The shock wave that swept over in an instant almost caused Orochimaru and others to be blown away. If it wasn't for Kimimaro's sudden attack, Dead Bone Pulse instantly formed a bone wall to block the front. I'm afraid they would all be rushed away. Orochimaru looked at Kimimaro, who reacted so quickly. Feeling the aura on Kimimaro's body, if you don't feel it, you don't know it, Kimimaro seems to have become a lot stronger. And the breath on his body obviously doesn't belong to Kimimaro, it belongs to Tailed Beast. It seems that what Sasuke said to Kimimaro earlier made Kimimaro even stronger. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. At the same time, Shigego on the side gave Orochimaru a different feeling. The breath is also long and incomparably thick, just like a monster. It seems like both of these guys are getting some sort of breakthrough. And it's all because of Sasuke. Before Sasuke started practicing, he said something to the 2, and then there was such a change in the 2. Sky, it's only 7 days. What kind of practice did the 2 of them do? They have become stronger now. Even Orochimaru felt that the 2 were not weaker than him. When Orochimaru was surprised, Shigego suddenly said, Master Sasuke is awake. Turning their heads, everyone went in Sasuke's direction. Sasuke, who suddenly floated up out of thin air, hangs quietly in the air. And at the same time, for 20 Sasuke's tightly closed eyes also opened suddenly. Then a bright light suddenly rushed out. Bang bang! The wall directly in front of Sasuke was directly smashed into a huge pothole. At the same time, Sasuke's eyes burst into an extremely intense light. The light is shining and the fluctuations emanating from Sasuke's whole body are extremely weird. It makes people feel as if they are suddenly being suppressed by a mountain. This feeling. What is going on? At this moment, Sasuke looked at the interface of the system. Congratulations to host for successfully completing Sharingan Advanced. Reincarnation Sharingan Open. 3-hook Jade State. Reincarnation Sharingan Pupil Technique. 6 paths. Heaven, Human, Ghost, Animal, Cultivation, Earth. Heavenly Hand Power, Awakened. Reincarnation Sharingan Coercion, Awakened. Reincarnation Sharingan Coercion, with Mental Shock. Due to host awakening Reincarnation Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan Pupil Technique Enhanced. Looking at the system display, a smile appeared on Sasuke's face. It's finally on. But why is it only the 3-gauge Jade Reincarnation Sharingan? Isn't the original commander helping to open the 6-gauge Jade Reincarnation Sharingan? What on earth is it? Sasuke was a little puzzled, but now is not the time to think about it. No. I have to go to the Iron Country. Iron Country. The leader, Mifune, led the samurai and had already built a temporary venue for the 5 Kage talks. And the samurai served as guards for the meeting. And with the first movie to arrive, after entering the meeting room, the second to arrive was Kazekage Gaara. Arrival of 5th Kazekage Gaara as Kazekage of Sunagakure, the farthest land of winds. It surprised Mifune, but he would not despise Gaara just because of his age. Mifune is very clear about the powerful chakra fluctuations felt by the opponent. Regardless of his young age, the Kazekage in front of him may be comparable to Sunagakure's strongest 3rd Kazekage. It's just that there is no impressive record now, and Gaara's age makes it easy for Gaara to be underestimated by other villages. But this Kazekage-sama is not weak. Master 5th Kazekage, please come in. Gaara nodded silently and walked towards the meeting room. And Temari and Kankuro, who followed behind, have also grown a lot taller. Kankuro inherited the puppet art, and now his strength is astonishing. After Chiyo's mother-in-law died, 10 people from Chimatsu passed it on to him. Now Kankuro can manipulate 6 puppets at the same time. Puppetry is already strong. And Temari's strength has also improved a lot. Although he is very young, his momentum is not weak. With Gaara arriving second, Tsunade followed. Didn't you expect someone to be earlier than us? Tsunade smiled, and Itachi and Naruto, who were wearing masks, did not speak and tried to restrain their breath. But even so, for Mifune, he can clearly feel how terrifying these 2 ninjas standing behind the fire are. Not to mention that this Hokage has long been famous in the ninja world, is one of the famous Sannin, and is also the princess of the ninja world civilization. Tsunade Haim. Even with the 2 guards behind him who are comparable to Kage-level strength, Ba can already see the terrifying background of Konoha village. As expected of Konoha. Master Hokage, it's not too late, you arrived on time. Mifune responded lightly. Tsunade didn't continue talking and walked slowly towards the inside. But before entering the venue, I felt a strong chakra impact. Apparently the guy in there seemed to have a bad opinion of her. However, 3rd Tsuchikage Onaji followed closely behind with black earth and red earth. I'm not the last one. Although my legs and feet are not flexible as I get older, but fortunately I am not late. One sentence weakened the momentum from Reikage a bit. Onaji glanced at Tsunade. The former little girl is now Konoha's Hokage. The ninja world, is it really the world of newbies already? There was originally a 3rd Hokage, but now Tsuchikage is the last remnant of the old era. Hokage and Tsuchikage enter. In the end, Terumi Mei, who came belatedly, appeared slowly. This time, Terumi Mei felt that the meeting was not very solid. So it's not that urgent. The Mizukage guards she brings are Shiro and Chojuro. The reason why Ching was not brought with him was to let Ching stabilize the situation in the village. After all, she just came to power. It is no different from the period of the 5 shadow talks in the original book. Mizukage has already secured the throne. Arrived with the last Mizukage. The 3 boats ordered the warriors to blockade them for 4 weeks and officially closed the meeting place, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. At the same time, I also entered. As Mifune who presided over this meeting, I will not favor any side, just like being the host. In the room, Mifune respectfully bowed to Gakage slowly, then raised his head and said, "The 5 Kage's talks have officially started. Everyone, I hope you can carefully consider what you said. I hope you can continue to maintain peace in the ninja world." After speaking, he also sat down. But as soon as he sat down, he heard the sound of patting the table. "Hokage." A thunderous roar sounded. Mifune shook his head helplessly. He knew from the beginning that there was a high probability that this situation would happen. But there is no way. As long as you don't move your hands, everything is easy to talk about. And at this moment in the Shao organization base, Nagato has donned the new device, controlling Six Paths Pain's new device. And at the moment on the bed, Six Paths Pain in front of him opened his eyes at the same time, and the thick chakra fluctuations on his body suddenly erupted. Even Conan, who was prepared for it, was completely stunned. I have never felt such an amazing momentum fluctuation of Nagato. Even at the moment when Nagato was the strongest, Six Paths Pain was far from the same momentum. Looking at Nagato, who is ecstatic now. Nagato, you might actually be able to do that right now. Nagato nodded when he heard Conan's words. Indeed. However, Uchiha Sasuke, who is able to master this level of yin and yang escape, is indeed a terrifying person, even scarier than that man. So have you really thought about it next? Conan asked. Nagato nodded. Think about it. 3 tails can be irrelevant, but 9 tails can't. The chakra of 9 tails is essential. Without the chakra of 9 tails, it is obviously impossible to succeed. So the 9 tails had to be captured. And now, 9 tails Jinchuriki is attending the 5 Kage talks. Compared to capturing 9 tails in places like Konoha, it is the same to capture 9 tails now. If the 5 Kages reached some kind of agreement, it would not be a good idea to jointly fight against the Akatsuki organization. Capture 9 tails and break the 5 shadow talks by the way. That's what Nagato plans to do next. And at this time, Obito appears. Nagato, we may have a new member. New member? At this time? Just as Nagato was about to speak, another person appeared in front of Nagato along with Uzumaki the next second. Leading Zhao, a man in a robe appears. Master Pain, I, called Yakushi Kabuto, I think you will be very interested in my power. A familiar feeling emanated from Do's body. And at this time Nagato frowned. Obito actually brought this person directly to meet his own body. Why did this guy do this? However, when a coffin appeared in front of Nagato in the next second, Nagato's eyes slowly expanded. This moment. In the Orochimaru base, Orochimaru looks at the samples that are missing from his lab. Sure enough, you are unwilling to be lonely. Do, you just finished the experiment, did you leave? It's too impatient, but it's okay. Let's see what your experimental product will do. Turning back, Orochimaru looked out the door, and Sasuke's voice came. Now Sasuke is preparing to set off, heading to the Iron Country, and he will also take Juen Makushi and Shige with him. Hokage, aren't you Konoha's always taking care of your own ninjas? Konoha's rebellious ninja, Uchiha Sasuke, you still don't plan to give us an explanation. Raikage's veins burst, and he looked directly at the hand. The talks have only just begun, and it seems that they plan to do it directly. Mizukage, Sachikage, and Kazekage were stunned for a moment. If the talks continue at this pace, then needless to say, the talks will definitely directly lead to a ninja world war. Everyone looked at Tsunade. After all, there was indeed Konoha's problem with that matter. Betrayal one after another. First it was Uchiha Itachi, but fortunately Uchiha Itachi didn't do anything to other villages in the 5 major countries, and it was Orochimaru again. Orochimaru also engages in human experimentation. Although it is not tolerated, it does not matter if it does not involve the interests of other villages. But Sasuke is different. Not only invaded Cloud Shinobi village, severely wounded Raikage and cut off an arm of the opponent, and 8 Tails was wounded. 10 large groups of elite Cloud Shinobi were also fired. Meanwhile, Tsunagekyu's Kazekage was almost killed by Sasuke. To be precise, it has already died once, if it wasn't for the forbidden technique developed by Tsunagekyu's Chiyo to resurrect Gaara. I'm afraid the current Kazekage will be replaced by someone else. Although Gaara can also make trouble in this matter, Gaara always believes that the enemy is Sasuke, not Tsunade. So silently watching Tsunade, waiting for Tsunade's answer. Raikage. The first sentence Tsunade's tone is still very peaceful. But this made the other shadows a little surprised. Is Konoha planning to show weakness? Although it is in the form of showing weakness to ensure the peace of the ninja world, to ensure that this goal can continue. But if this is the case, it will be necessary to target Konoha later. Don't think you, Cloud Shinobi, are the only ones who die. Tsunade turned his head directly and his momentum became extremely tough in an instant. Jiraiya, One of the Sannin in our village also sacrificed for spying on the Akatsuki organization. Can't you see these? Such a strong feeling caused Reikage's aura to pause for a while, but Ying's anger was still strong. However, if the intensity is strong, he will not explode out of nowhere. Instead, he looked at Tsunade. That's your Konoha's business. Besides, shouldn't you Konoha be responsible for it? Very well, in other words, the information Jiraiya got about the Akatsuki organization has nothing to do with you, so please leave the movie master temporarily. The next thing I'm going to say is Jiraiya, life-for-life intelligence. Since Reikage thinks this is Konoha's business, please leave. Please leave Reikage directly. Terumi looked at Tsunade in surprise. As 5 shadows and women, Terumi really has some admiration for Tsunade now. Under such circumstances, he dared to use this method to force Reikage to surrender. As expected of the Tsunade princess of the ninja world. Anaji glanced at Reikage, who seemed to have nothing to say. Okay, Mr. Reikage, sit down first. We know the loss of your village, but everyone here, that village has not suffered any loss. Reikage turned to look at him. What losses have you Iwagakure suffered? Hearing this, Anaji sneered. Do you think that you are the only one who has fought against Uchiha Sasuke? Hearing this, Reikage was stunned. Could it be that Anaji also? But I have never heard of Sasuke invading Iwagakure. If you want to know, the old man will talk about it later, and now the old man wants to hear Master Hokage's information about the Akatsuki organization. Since Sannin Jiraiya of Konoha bought this information at the price of his life, please listen carefully. Sannin Jiraiya is a respectable ninja. After giving the steps, the movie didn't say much, just sat down silently, CCDH. Seeing this, Tsunade got up directly. Then I'll start talking about the information Jiraiya obtained when he sneaked into the base of the Akatsuki organization. There are 2 important points in this information. The first is the ability of the leader of the Akatsuki organization, and they have the Rinnegan. This kind of eyes that only existed in legends, only possessed by Sage of 6 Paths, was possessed by the leader of Akatsuki organization. Of course, Reikage already knew this information. But he didn't interrupt, and Tsunade also explained about Pain's various abilities, which Reikage didn't pay much attention to at the time. The second is the purpose of the Akatsuki organization, to collect tailed beasts, to deter various countries with the power of tailed beasts, and to create peace in the ninja world in this extreme way. It is even likely that countries will be asked to disband ninja villages. This will be a major crisis for all ninjas in the ninja world. After the 2 main points of information were finished, about the personnel structure of the Akatsuki organization, etc., all the information that was passed back by Shinzua was also told by Nalho. There's even a part Itachi knows about. Questions about sealed tailed beast, ghetto statue, etc. Catch the tailed beast and seal it into a certain statue. What is this statue? Anoki asked. Tsunade shook his head. I don't know. There is only so much information available. At this moment Reikage snorted coldly. So this is the information Konoha has? So now let's talk about the Cloud Shinobi Village problem. The problem of Konoha's Uchiha Sasuke destroying Cloud Shinobi Village. And Tsunade looked at Reikage, who was attacking again. Tsunade's mood was not particularly good because of mentioning Jiraiya, but now he is even more unhappy. What does Reikage want? Make Konoha compensate? Or start a war with Konoha? Tsunade was so tough, which Reikage didn't expect. But since Konoha dares, then now. Master Reikage. Suddenly Gaara spoke. Although she was the youngest, Gaara's aura was very strong at the moment. Now our common enemy is Akatsuki, an organization that has collected 7-tailed beasts. If they mobilize this force, I am afraid that any country present will be destroyed in a short period of time. Do you still want internal strife at this time? Reikage, who was just about to open his mouth to directly declare war on Konoha, looked back at Kazekage beside him and did not expect Kazekage to be so bold at such a young age. How dare you talk to him like that? If Konoha doesn't give the old man an explanation, he won't give up if he hides. Tsunade nodded. Okay, then let's go outside and play a game. If you beat me, then what do you want Konoha? Konoha will do. If you lose, shut up for my old lady. At this moment Reikage widened his eyes and looked at Tsunade, Hokage actually challenged him. What a surprise.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.